Chapter 1976. Offenders will be executed. There was a mountain composed of corpses. There were bursts of rancid-smelling air around the mountain. On each corpse was a blade. The blade's quality wasn't very good. Cultivators wouldn't even consider using it. If someone used this blade, then they won't be able to damage cultivators. However, to the cultivators present, these ordinary blades are more than ordinary. Each blade let out a heavy killing intent. Around the mountain of corpses were cultivators. Some of them were from the lower realms while some were from the true spirit realm. All of them had ugly expressions as they looked at the titanic pile of corpses. They were also seen glancing at the blades stabbed on each dead body. The blades differed in style, but each one of them had the character of Tyrant engraved on them. The character for Tyrant wasn't anything special. However, if the character was engraved on a blade, then cultivators of the Soaring Dragon realm would immediately think of one sect, the Tyrant Blade sect. Majority of cultivators in the Tyrant Blade sect use the blade. Although the blades of the Tyrant Blade sect cultivators don't have the Tyrant character on it, seeing so many blades engraved with the character stabbed on several bodies, people couldn't help but think about the Tyrant Blade sect. There was a flash of white light before two figures appeared next to the mountain of corpses. One of the two was dressed like a warrior and had a single blade on his back. The other was dressed like a scholar and looked gentle. When the surrounding cultivators saw the two, they immediately made way. Everyone recognized that the two cultivators were from the Tyrant Blade sect. The two who arrived were Lin Ling and Xiang Ying. Upon hearing Dongfeng Yu's report, they immediately left Hangdao City and went to Sword Hegemon Sect's Lijian City Vertical Sword City. Then they obtained Osmanthus Crystal Realm's camp coordinates before rushing over. Lin Ling and Xiang Ying didn't care about the people around them. The two looked at the mountain of corpses in front of them. The mountain was 3,000 meters high and was completely made out of corpses. The sight alone was terrifying. What's even more terrifying was the fact that nobody could figure out how many corpses were used to make the mountain. After looking at the mountain, their gazes shifted towards the blades on the corpses. Lin Ling couldn't help but look at Xiang Ying, who was also looking at him. The two saw a flash of enlightenment in their eyes. Then they immediately used their portable transmission formations to disappear. While this was happening, the doors to Zhao Hai's quiet courtyard finally opened. Zhao Hai walked out of his residence and went to the second floor of the Tyrant Blade Sect's branch hall. The two elders were currently sitting behind the counter on the second floor, their eyes closed as if they were sleeping. It seemed like they didn't notice Zhao Hai's appearance. Zhao Hai walked to the counter, cupped his fist, and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the elders. I am here to hand in the task." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Yin Yang elders finally opened their eyes. The Yang elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The task hasn't been completed. What are you handing in?" Zhao Hai replied, replying to the elder, "The task you've given me is finished." Hearing Zhao Hai, the Yin Yang elder couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at each other. The Yin elder turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what do you mean the task is finished?" Zhao Hai answered, replying to the elder, "The task that you gave me has been completed. From now, there's no longer an Osmanthus Crystal Realm." The Yin elder looked at Zhao Hai, then with a sullen expression he said, "The Osmanthus Crystal Realm is no more? You mean you wiped out everyone in the Osmanthus Crystal Realm? Let me ask you, have you left your residences in the past 2 months?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I haven't." "This one hasn't left his residence." The Yin elder coldly snorted and said, "You haven't left your residence, and yet to dare say that the Osmanthus Crystal Realm has been eliminated? You dare deceive us?" Zhao Hai calmly replied, "I won't dare deceive the elders. I didn't deal with the Osmanthus Crystal Realm personally. I released a small undead and used the transmission formation to go to Lijian City. Then from Lijian City, I found a cultivator from the Osmanthus Crystal Realm and followed them back to their camp. After obtaining the coordinates of the realm, I immediately sent my undead down there to clean it up. I just finished dealing with everyone yesterday. I used the Osmanthus Crystal Realm's transmission formation to deliver all of the corpses of the experts of the Osmanthus Crystal Realm to the Soaring Dragon Realm, to let others know who did it. I stabbed a blade on each corpse. Each blade is engraved with the tyrant character." Hearing this, the Yin Yang elders couldn't help but be shocked. From Zhao Hai's tone, he seems to be telling the truth. Moreover, they believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't dare deceive them. But Zhao Hai wasn't lying. Then what was happening? When they thought of this, the two elders were stunned. The Yang elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You mean all of the Osmanthus Crystal Realm's cultivators have been killed by you?" "All of them." Zhao Hai nodded. "Right, all of them. But to be accurate, there's no longer any living being left in the entire realm. Even the beasts have been cleared out. Not even a chicken or dog was left." When they heard Zhao Hai, this was the sentence that entered the two elders' minds. According to Zhao Hai, not even a dog or a chicken was left in the Osmanthus Crystal Realm. While the two elders were stunned, a voice was heard from outside. "Lin Ling Xiangying is asking to see the elders." The Yin elder recovered. Then he answered, "Come in." Lin Ling and Xiangying proceeded to walk in. When they saw Zhao Hai, their expressions couldn't help but turn strange. It was a mix of excitement, shock, and dread. However, the two quickly turned away from Zhao Hai as they cupped their fists and said, "Lin Ling has seen the elders." The Yin elder nodded and said, "What's the matter?" Lin Ling glanced at Zhao Hai before answering, replying to the elder. "Something happened in the Osmanthus Crystal Realm's camp." A huge mountain of corpses suddenly appeared, and on each corpse was a blade engraved with the character for tyrant. "We just went there to confirm. I was about to ask Little Hai what happened, and it turns out that he's here." Lin Ling now changed how he addressed Zhao Hai. In the past, he called him by his full name, but now he shifted to a more familiar tone. This meant that he already regarded Zhao Hai as someone on his own side. As soon as the Yin Yang elders heard this, they couldn't help but stare. Then they turned their heads towards Zhao Hai in shock. They now fully believed Zhao Hai's words. At the same time, they were startled by Zhao Hai's strength. Destroying an entire realm wasn't impossible for the two elders. They can do that, as well as Lin Ling and Xiangying. However, Zhao Hai managed to do it in just 2 months. Moreover, he was able to send their corpses to the soaring dragon realm. He even inserted a blade into each dead body. Eradicating a whole realm wasn't easy, and it was even more difficult to make so many blades with the tyrant character engraved in it. In their minds, Zhao Hai has more strength than he shows. After some time, the Yin elder recovered and then stood up. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "Lead me there to take a look." The Yang elder also stood up. Lin Ling didn't say anything and immediately started the transmission formation. In a flash of white light, the group vanished from the building. The next moment, they were already beside the mountain of corpses. The people around the mountain didn't decrease, it even increased. However, when these people saw the people from the Tyrant Blade sect, they unconsciously made way for them. This was especially true for the people from the Sword Hegemon sect. When they saw the Yin Yang elders, their complexion immediately changed. Although the two elders have withdrawn for many years, their reputation was still intact. Every sect in the True Spirit realm listed them as people they shouldn't provoke. After looking at the mountain of corpses, the Yin elder gave a nod. At this moment, a flash of white light appeared next to the mountain. This flash of white light didn't appear out of nothing. Instead, it came from the ground just next to the mountain of corpses. Upon looking at these people, one could immediately tell that they're from the True Spirit realm. Their auras were stronger than average immortal experts. As these cultivators appeared on top of the transmission formation, their complexions weren't good. It was as if they saw something dreadful. At this time, a man near the transmission formation asked, "Everyone, did you just go to the Osmanthus Crystal Realm? How is the situation there?" The cultivators who just appeared looked at the man, clearly familiar with him. Then one of them nodded and said, "Yes, we just went to the Osmanthus Crystal Realm." The Osmanthus Crystal Realm is over. All of the people there are gone. Even the beasts were killed. Not a single living being was left. It's safe to say that the Osmanthus Crystal Realm has no life left. Upon hearing this, The surroundings went into an uproar. This kind of elimination almost never happened in the Soaring Dragon realm. It was understandable that everyone was startled. Some of the more insightful people turned their heads towards the people from the Tyrant Blade sect. Their faces were filled with dread. It was as if they were looking at gods of killing. It wasn't only the other cultivators who were shocked. Even the Yin Yang elders were greatly surprised by what they heard. Zhao Hai told them that the Osmanthus crystal realm was fully destroyed, but they couldn't believe it. Upon hearing the proof, the Yin Yang elder couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai actually did it. At this time, the man who reported turned to the people of the Tyrant Blade sect and said, "Also, we saw a huge blade in the realm. It's about 100 meters tall. It's erected over another pile of corpses on the Osmanthus Crystal Realm's biggest sect. The blade also has the character of Tyrant engraved on it, and below that was a statement that read, 'Those who offend my tyrannical blade will be executed.'" Hearing this, all cultivators around the Corpse Mountain looked towards the people of the Tyrant Blade sect. Even idiots would be able to connect the dots. Those who were still suspicious were now convinced. "Those who offend my tyrannical blade will be executed." It was an aggressive sentence filled with heavy killing intent. Although nobody knew how the Osmanthus Crystal Realm offended the Tyrant Blade sect, the Tyrant Blade sect made sure to show everyone their resolution. The goal of frightening everyone has been clearly achieved. The gazes of those who looked at the Tyrant Blade sect cultivators were now mixed with fear and dread. As he saw the reactions everyone was giving him, the Yin elder coldly snorted. The sound he made wasn't loud, but it reverberated in everyone's mind. Some weaker cultivators were even stunned by it. Everyone looked at the Yin elder in amazement, then they quickly drew back as far away as possible. The Yin elder didn't care about these people. He turned to Lin Ling and said, "Let's head back." Lin Ling complied and then used his portable transmission formation. After a flash of white light, the group disappeared from the area. The next moment, they were back in the Tyrant Blade sect's branch hall. When they returned to the branch hall, the Yin Yang elders closed their eyes and didn't move. Lin Ling, Xiang Ying, and Zhao Hai remained quiet to not disturb the elders. They also knew that this matter wasn't small. Lower realms were still very valuable to those in the true spirit realm. This matter would truly have a great influence on the Tyrant Blade sect. After some time, the Yin elder opened his eyes and said, "We need to report this matter back to the sect as soon as possible. The sect needs to be prepared. I reckon the Sword Hegemon sect would not let this opportunity go. They would use this opportunity to lash out on us." Lin Ling and Xiang Ying nodded. They also think that the sect needed to prepare, otherwise, they would be caught off guard. At this time, the Yang elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, I wanted you to show everyone the resolution of the sect. But isn't this showing too big? Even I'm frightened. I'm sure those in the true spirit realm would also be shaken by this." The Yin elder coldly snorted and said, "Who cares if they're shaken? This will inform everyone what happens if they dared to extend their claws towards the Tyrant Blade sect." HMPH. The Yang elder chuckled and said, "Those who offend my tyrannical blade will be executed." Good words. It really makes my blood boil. Little Hai, you head back and take a rest first. In a couple of days, your assignment as an inner disciple will arrive. Once you receive your status, we two old guys will lead you back to the sect so that we can officially take you in as our disciple. Zhao Hai gave a deep bow towards the elders and said, "Yes, masters." Disciple asks to be excused. Seeing this, the Yin elder laughed and said, "You really catch on quick." "Good. There's nothing wrong with addressing us in advance. Now go and rest. You'll be very busy in the following months." Zhao Hai complied. He cupped his fist towards the two elders and then to Lin Ling and Xiang Ying before leaving. Chapter 1977. Unreasonable. The Soaring Dragon realm has been very lively recently, and there's only one thing that everyone was talking about, and that was the extermination of the Osmanthus Crystal Realm. The blades that were stabbed onto the corpses, and of course the statement, "Those who offend my tyrannical sword will be executed." The Tyrant Blade sect was domineering. Their actions were vicious and their killing aura was so intense. This caused the people of the Soaring Dragon realm to be startled. But despite this, the cultivators in Hangdao City have not decreased. On the contrary, the cultivators walking around the city have at least doubled. More cultivators would rather go to Hangdao City to pick up tasks. Even those who did tasks in other major cities moved to Hangdao City. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. But he soon understood. The Tyrant Blade sect has exterminated the Osmanthus Crystal Realm. It might be a murderous action, but don't forget, only the strong could afford to be so domineering. If you were weak, being domineering was equivalent to courting death. For the Tyrant Blade sect to dare do this only meant that they were strong enough to back their actions. Cultivators worship the strong. No matter what methods you use, as long as you were perceived as strong, people would follow you. This was a universal phenomenon in the cultivation world. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that it wasn't only the soaring dragon realm that was boiling with reaction. The true spirit realm was also shaken by what happened. Exterminating an entire realm was a huge matter. Some people, headed by the Sword Hegemon sect, began to put pressure on the Tyrant Blade sect. They said that the Tyrant Blade sect was too vicious, making the lower realms worry, and that it wasn't a good thing for the soaring dragon realm's future development. Naturally, the words spouted by the Sword Hegemon sect were nonsense. In fact, the main reason they wanted to put pressure on the Tyrant Sword sect was because they wanted to be the first one to label the sinner. No mistake. They wanted the Tyrant Blade sect to be labeled as the villain first. Others might not be aware why the Tyrant Blade sect decided to eliminate the Osmanthus Crystal Realm, but the Sword Hegemon sect was well aware. They knew that the Tyrant Blade sect had discovered their plan, and they were sending a message towards the Sword Hegemon sect. The Sword Hegemon sect was afraid that the Tyrant Blade sect would hold the spying incident against them. Therefore, they made the first move and pressured the Tyrant Blade sect. So even if the Tyrant Blade sect brings the spying incident forward, it wouldn't be put on the spotlight. Moreover, the Sword Hegemon sect could just mention that the Tyrant Blade sect was falsely accusing them. Facing all of these pressures, the Tyrant Blade sect's response was a surprise to everyone. They didn't deny anything. They also took sects they had a good relationship with and admitted it directly. Then they pretended to get ready for a fight. Some small-scale conflicts even began to appear among the sects. Naturally, the most truthless conflicts involved the Tyrant Blade sect. The Tyrant Blade sect's persistent and unreasonable approach caused everyone to hesitate. Seeing the Tyrant Blade sect being a mad dog that would bite anyone, the sects began to shrink back. After all, the destroyed lower realm has nothing to do with them. An exterminated lower realm wasn't worth fighting a rabid Tyrant Blade sect. The Tyrant Blade sect's attitude of chasing down grievances was well known among the sects. As the other top sects began to turn soft, the Sword Hegemon sect also knew that there was no point in making any more noise, so they also retreated. After all, the reason they made a fuss in the first place was to prevent the Tyrant Blade sect from saying anything. Now that the Tyrant Blade sect didn't say anything, the goal of the Sword Hegemon sect has been achieved. Although the Sword Hegemon sect was a larger sect compared to the Tyrant Blade sect, they were equal or even inferior in terms of strength. In this case, the Sword Hegemon sect had no intentions of going all out against the Tyrant Blade sect. However, the response of the Tyrant Blade sect was also quite strange. When the pressure on them disappeared, everyone expected the Tyrant Blade sect to seek vengeance. But in the end, the Tyrant Blade sect didn't retaliate. Instead, they reacted as though the incident didn't happen. Under such circumstances, the storms in the true spirit realm calmed down. In the beginning, people thought that the Tyrant Blade sect was scheming. But after the Tyrant Blade sect kept being silent, everyone believed that they wouldn't seek vengeance. Although it was strange, it made the sects feel secure. Naturally, the Tyrant Blade sect wouldn't just let the incident go. It was just not the right time to make a move. Everyone was still too sensitive to any actions the Tyrant Blade sect made. Zhao Hai was unaware of what happened in the true spirit realm. He was currently dealing with the matters of the Osmanthus Crystal Realm. Although Zhao Hai killed the people and beasts of the realm, he wasn't able to loot the realm. So with his current downtime, Zhao Hai used the opportunity to get the realm's resources. When the amount of people who went to the Osmanthus Crystal Realm decreased, Zhao Hai began to scour the entire realm for unique resources. The various sects of the Osmanthus crystal realm had a lot of resources. Back when Zhao Hai was planning how to attack the realm, he wanted to take advantage of a surprise attack. So after knowing the coordinates of the realm, he immediately sent Liquid Silver to map it out. Then he used his undead to attack the sects of the realm. Their targets were the trop experts. Zhao Hai's immortal level undead attacked the immortal experts of the Osmanthus crystal realm's major sects. After the immortal experts were dealt with, he moved on to the ordinary cultivators. If it was in the past, Zhao Hai would have a hard time completely destroying the Osmanthus crystal realm. But with Wu Po Kai, it became possible. Wu Po Kai has a similar strength to Lin Ling. He was stronger compared to most immortal experts. Because of him, Zhao Hai was able to easily overpower the immortal experts of the realm. However, Zhao Hai also discovered something when he used Wu Po Kai. The laws of the realm were suppressing Wu Po Kai's strength. This was something Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai soon understood that the laws of the Osmanthus crystal realm had an upper limit. Cultivators couldn't surpass the immortal stage. Wu Po Kai was clearly beyond the immortal stage, so the laws were working to repel him. This was also the reason why Lin Ling didn't leave the transmission formation back then. This was because he would be repelled by the laws of the great realm of cultivation. Although Wu Po Kai was unable to stay in the Osmanthus crystal realm for a long time, lending a hand in fighting the experts of the realm wasn't impossible. Therefore, with Wu Po Kai's help, the sects of the Osmanthus crystal realm were easily dealt with. Once the powerful experts were dealt with, the ordinary cultivators were easy pickings. Zhao Hai only sent his undead army to pressure them and they were all finished. The Osmanthus crystal realm was filled with corpses by the end. As for the true experts of the realm and those with special talents, they were all sent to the space to be turned into undead. Zhao Hai only took people who were extraordinary. These people were experts at the nascent soul stage and above. He also took experts in refining artifacts and pills. Apart from these people, Zhao Hai didn't bother taking the rest to the space. There were only a few experts in the nascent soul stage and above in the Osmanthus crystal realm, so nobody would notice if Zhao Hai took them. The only thing that people would look at were the mountains of corpses and what they looked like. Nobody would care how strong they were. Because of this, people soon lost interest in going to the Osmanthus crystal realm. This was especially true for those from the true spirit realm. Because they were going to be suppressed, they didn't want to go to the lower realms. As for those from the other lower realms, they naturally wouldn't go to the Osmanthus crystal realm. This was because if they go, then that means that they left the Soaring Dragon realm. Nobody was foolish enough to get kicked out of the Soaring Dragon realm just to see the state of the Osmanthus crystal realm. Nobody was that stupid. With nobody going to the Osmanthus crystal realm, Zhao Hai had an easier time. He sent out a large number of undead to farm the realm for its resources, which enriched the space. Although the Osmanthus crystal realm's environment was similar to the great realm of cultivation, there was bound to be a difference between them. So Zhao Hai wanted to get these materials that were unique to the Osmanthus crystal realm. These new materials might not give a huge benefit to the space, but Zhao Hai still collected them. With how long he has been collecting unique materials, it has already turned into his hobby. Zhao Hai was now living in his personal courtyard. It has been 7 days since he handed the task over to the Yin Yang Elders. The 2 elders were currently not in the Soaring Dragon realm. They returned to the True Spirit realm to help out. The sect was still dealing with the incident. It was because of this that Zhao Hai has yet to obtain his inner disciple token, nor has he been officially taken in as a disciple by the 2 elders. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He knew from the beginning that his action would have a great influence on the Tyrant Blade sect. If the Tyrant Blade sect doesn't deal with this matter properly, then they would leave openings that could be exploited by their enemies. In any case, Zhao Hai was now a disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect. Those who offended the sect would need to pay the price. If the sect can't even deal with this small incident, then that only means that the Tyrant Blade sect wasn't suitable for him. Although the Yin Yang Elders weren't in the Soaring Dragon realm, Lin Ling and Xiang Ying would still visit Zhao Hai from time to time. Zhao Hai becoming an inner disciple was only a matter of time. As long as Zhao Hai enters the inner sect, then that means that the three of them would have equal status. Lin Ling and Xiang Ying were also inner disciples. Chapter 1978, Acknowledging a Teacher. Offering wine. The division of disciples in the true spirit realm was similar to the great realm of cultivation. There were unofficial disciples, serving disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, true disciples, and core disciples. Needless to say, unofficial disciples were disciples that haven't officially joined the true spirit realm. Almost all unofficial disciples of the true spirit realm were in the soaring dragon realm. They were lower realm cultivators who were under observation. Serving disciples were the lowest rank of sect disciples. Rather than being called disciples, they were more akin to servants. They did the lowest level of work in the sect, but they could also be promoted to be outer disciples or inner disciples. Outer disciples were the official disciples of the sect. Outer disciples were typically the second most populous group in a sect, with serving disciples having the most members. Outer disciples weren't very strong and weren't under a specific master. Generally, the sect would arrange for someone to conduct a lecture for outer disciples every 10 to 15 days. Outer disciples would take missions to gain contribution points which could be exchanged for sect resources or cultivation methods. Inner disciples were a step higher from outer disciples. Inner disciples would have their own master. In the Tyrant Blade sect, only elder-level disciples could take in inner disciples as their own apprentice. However, whether an inner disciple gets the true inheritance of their master or not depends on their talent and how much their master liked them. True disciples were those who were above inner disciples. These disciples were the people who have taken the legacy of an elder. The elders would give emphasis on training their true disciple. People who reach this stage would generally have limitless future paths. At the very least, they would become elders of the sect. The core disciples held the most important place in the sect. To become a core disciple, one would need to be an apprentice of someone with high status. If they were a disciple of an ordinary elder, then they would never become a core disciple. One would also need insane talent to become a core disciple. If their talent wasn't good, even if they were the disciple of the sect master, they still wouldn't become a core disciple. Lastly, one would need to be strong. If you weren't strong enough, then it was impossible to be promoted to become a core disciple. Core disciples were the foundations of sects. A core disciple wasn't only defined by their strength, they would also need to participate in managing the sect. It can be said that the sect's core disciples would be at the head of their own generation in the sect. Because of this, sects place great importance towards core disciples. Lin Ling and Xiang Ying were currently inner disciples. The two of them worship an elder as their masters. Their masters also held a high status in the sect. If they obtained the true inheritance of their masters, then they might become core disciples in the future. Despite their status, Lin Ling and Xiang Ying didn't dare show off in front of Zhao Hai. It wouldn't be long before Zhao Hai entered the inner sect. Moreover, Zhao Hai was already promised by the Yin Yang elders to take him in as their disciple. Once that happens, Zhao Hai's status wouldn't be any less than Lin Ling and Xiang Ying. Zhao Hai's status might even be higher than them. But at the same time, the two didn't flatter Zhao Hai. They just introduced the Tyrant Blade sect to him. They treated Zhao Hai as a close friend. The two already saw Zhao Hai's potential. Even if Zhao Hai was a rotten piece of wood, he would still become a work of art in the hands of the Yin Yang elders. And Zhao Hai wasn't a piece of rotten wood. Time continued to pass. The corpse mountain of the Osmanthus crystal realm has practically been eaten up by the beasts. Scavenging beasts were aplenty in the soaring dragon realm. The mountain of corpses was a buffet to these beasts. Naturally, they wouldn't leave it behind. Before long, cultivators of the soaring dragon realm stopped going to the corpse mountain. Otherwise, they would be surrounded by the hungry beasts. Regarding this situation, the cultivators of the soaring dragon realm didn't have any reactions. Cultivators needed to progress and reach a higher level or else they would die. There were a lot of cultivators whose corpses were left behind when they died. Besides Buddhist cultivators, no cultivator paid great respects to corpses of the dead. A lot of Buddhists cremate their corpses. Before dying, they would request their disciples to enshrine their relics. Naturally, there were also Buddhist and Taoist cultivators who attach great importance to their remains. They would prepare tombs for themselves and then have their belongings buried with them. Powerful formations would guard these tombs. However, such tombs were usually dug up by tomb raiders. It was very difficult for these tombs to last a long time. Although the corpse mountain disappeared, its message continued to reverberate throughout the Soaring Dragon realm. By this point, cultivators in the Soaring Dragon realm would never dare to annoy the Tyrant Blade sect. Otherwise, they would risk being destroyed. Half a month later, the Yin Yang elders finally returned to the Soaring Dragon realm. Upon their return, Lin Ling, Xiang Ying, and Zhao Hai paid them a visit in the branch hall's second floor. With the identity of the Yin Yang elders, separate residences were prepared specifically for them. It was also the best accommodations in the branch hall. However, the two old men didn't want it. For them, any place was the same. They were in the Soaring Dragon realm to temper their mind, so they always stayed on the second floor of the branch hall. When the group of three entered the second floor, they immediately gave a salute to the two elders before standing on the side. The Yin elder looked at the three and said, "The sect has already dealt with the incident. Little Hai, although your actions were quite reckless, the sect is still in agreement with what you did. Take this, it's the identity token for an inner disciple." After he said that, the Yin elder took out a metal token and handed it to Zhao Hai. Seeing this metal token, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the metal token was very special. It might as well be a throwing knife. It looked like a short blade with Zhao Hai's name inscribed into it. After Zhao Hai received the identity token, the Yin elder continued, "The identity token is special to the Tyrant Blade sect. It's given to inner disciples. Not only can it be used as a portable transmission formation, it's also a locator. As long as you keep the identity token on your body, the sect will know where you are." After inner disciples accept a teacher, his master can seal an attack containing 10 strikes of their strength inside. During crucial moments, it could be used to save the disciple's life. Inside your token, Old Yang and I placed 5 attacks each. If you encounter any danger, you can release them one by one. But if it's too dangerous, you can release both of our attacks. This will be equivalent to a full blow from the both of us. Zhao Hai suddenly felt that his metal token had become heavier. As he received the metal token, he bowed towards the two elders and said, "Masters, thank you very much." The Yin elder nodded and said, "I have already submitted your name to the sect. You will be mine and Old Yang's disciple in the future. The two of us are already old, so we don't need superficial ceremonies. Do you have any spirit wine? Take some out and give each of us a cup. Then from now on, you will become our disciple." Zhao Hai complied and then took out a tray. On the tray was a jade bottle and 2 cups. Zhao Hai took the jade bottle and poured liquor on the cups. This bottle of liquor wasn't common wine. It was the best wine that the space produced. Moreover, Zhao Hai placed it under time acceleration to improve its flavor. It can be said that this wine is now equal to liquor stored in 1,000-year-old kegs. It was priceless. The liquor has turned golden. Moreover, it was very viscous. As Zhao Hai poured it out of the bottle, it looked like a golden string being poured onto the cups. As Zhao Hai was pouring the wine, the room was immediately filled with a mellow fragrance. Just a whiff of it would make people feel intoxicated. It was as if smelling it would make you drunk. The other people in the room looked at the jade bottle in Zhao Hai's hand as if it was a treasure. In fact, in their minds, the jade bottle should be a rare item. Even if the liquor inside was used up, the jade bottle would still fetch a good price. As they smelled the fragrance of the wine, the Yin Yang elders as well as Lin Ling and Xiang Ying immediately felt their spiritual qi speed up. The circulation of their blood increased. Naturally, all of them were able to notice this. They also understood the value of the wine. To be honest, even if this wine was placed in the true spirit realm, it would still be considered a treasure. After some time, Zhao Hai filled the 2 cups to the brim. Then he held the tray towards the 2 elders. He gently knelt down and said, "Masters, please take these cups." The Yin Yang elders looked at each other. bright smiles on their faces. Then they took the wine cups that Zhao Hai handed over and drank it. They closed their eyes to savor the flavor of the wine. Their faces showed how infatuated they were. After some time, the two elders opened their eyes, then at the same time, they exclaimed, "Good wine." They placed the cups back on the tray and asked Zhao Hai to stand up. The Yin elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, although your wine is very good, you shouldn't show it casually in the future. Otherwise, people would have thoughts about you." Although Zhao Hai's wine was very good, the Yin Yang elders had hearts of stone. Both of them knew that cultivators shouldn't indulge in pleasure. Therefore, even if the wine was good, they didn't drink more nor did they ask for a bottle. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I understand. There's no need to worry. I only have very few bottles of this wine. In fact, I only have one bottle left." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a bottle and handed it over to the elders as he said, "Masters, I'll offer this bottle to you. Don't decline. It's just wine. You can drink it whenever you like." Chapter 1979. Given a base. When the Yin Yang elders heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then the Yang elder laughed and said, "Little Hai is right, brother. We've been too obsessed with tempering our minds. The wine is very good. Let's accept it. It's just wine, something people drink." After saying that, the Yang elder took Zhao Hai's bottle and put it away. The Yin elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, even if you've become an inner disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect, you still can't enter the true spirit realm. Your time in the Soaring Dragon realm is too short. Because of this, Old Yang and I decided to keep you here for some time. It just so happens that Old Yang and I still have a year to temper our minds in the Soaring Dragon realm. You can train with us here. You can follow Lin Ling and Xiang Ying in the meantime. By the way, you can arrange a place for your fellows from the great realm of cultivation. Give them a residence in the city. You deal with these things. We two old men will stay here. Now go." Although the Yin elder seemed like he didn't care much about Zhao Hai, his words established Zhao Hai's official status. Lin Ling and Xiang Yin wouldn't dare underestimate Zhao Hai. His present status would not be lower than them. The Tyrant Blade sect's Yin Yang elders have never accepted an apprentice. Their status in the sect was also very high. In this case, being their first apprentice, Zhao Hai was bound to become a true disciple in the future. Offending Zhao Hai right now would only make their future lives more difficult. After the three left the branch hall, they returned to the back courtyard. Upon arriving, Lin Ling patted Zhao Hai's shoulder as he laughed and said, "Little Hai, you're now our junior brother, and from what I can see, the two elders care a lot about you. If there's a chance in the future, you must lend your brother a hand." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Big brother Lin, you're too polite. You're the one who pulled me into the Tyrant Blade sect. We're people on the same side. Also, I'm closer to you compared to others. When I arrive at the true spirit realm, I'll have to ask for your help." When Xiang Yin heard Zhao Hai, a smile appeared on his face. He turned to Lin Ling and Zhao Hai as he said, "Senior brother Lin, junior brother Zhao, from now on, we're brothers. We have to help each other in the sect." Although the sect is very united, relationships between disciples are still different. "What do you think?" Lin Ling nodded. "Correct. With our relationship, we should become disciple brothers. By the way, Little Hai, since we're already brothers, we can't just ignore the great realm of cultivation. Where do you want to arrange a residence for your realm?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Anywhere is fine. It doesn't need to be large. They won't come here all the time. The camp we're using right now has been chosen by me. It's safer than in the city. They don't need to move." Hearing Zhao Hai, Lin Ling couldn't help but ask, "Safer than in the city?" "Little Hai, are you joking? There's no place safer than the city." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Since we're talking about it, let me show you the base of the great realm of cultivation." After a flash of white light, the three vanished from the room. The next moment, they appeared in the great realm of cultivation's camp. This time, Li Mi was guarding the base again. When he saw Zhao Hai appearing, he immediately greeted him with joy. Although he didn't know who Lin Ling and Xiang Ying were, he understood that they have extraordinary identities judging by the fact that Zhao Hai brought them over. The others in the base also followed Li Mu. When he arrived in front of Zhao Hai, Li Mu said, "I have seen the team leader and the two misters." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "How has the base been recently?" "From what I can see, everything is doing well." At this time, Lin Ling and Xiang Ying, who were looking at the base, recovered their senses. The two looked at Li Mu and didn't say anything. In their opinion, Li Mu's strength was only average. Hearing Zhao Hai, Li Mu immediately replied, "We've been fortunate." Team leader can rest assured, nothing has happened in the base. Everyone is still busy doing their tasks. We rarely suffer any casualties. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he pulled Li Mu over and then said, "Li Mu, let me introduce you. These are my senior brothers from the Tyrant Blade sect. Senior brother Lin Ling and senior brother Xiang Ying. They're currently managing Hangdao City. They're inner disciples of the sect." Upon hearing this, Li Mu stared. Then his expression brightened as he quickly cupped his fist and said, "Li Mu has seen the two misters." Lin Ling waved his hand and said, "You're too polite." Li Mu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Team leader, you just addressed the two misters as senior brothers. Have you already joined the Tyrant Blade sect?" Before Zhao Hai could reply, Xiang Ying smiled and said, "Little Hai didn't only join the Tyrant Blade sect, he also became an inner disciple." Hearing this, Li Mu and the others were stunned. All of them looked at Xiang Ying and then turned their heads towards Zhao Hai. It was as if they were too dumb to understand Xiang Ying's words. After some time, everyone finally processed what they heard. They couldn't help but explode in excitement. Lin Ling paid attention to the reactions of the people from the great realm of cultivation. Each and every one of them were excited, their faces full of joy. There were no traces of envy on their faces. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh at Zhao Hai's fortune. Zhao Hai waved his hand to calm everyone down. Then he smiled faintly and said, "I'm also here to tell everyone something. Now that I have joined the Tyrant Blade sect and became an inner disciple, the sect decided to allocate a permanent base for the great realm of cultivation in Hangdao City. I promised you a base in the city back then, and now we have one." As Zhao Hai talked, the cultivators from the great realm of cultivation cheered, and when he finished, the cheers were even louder. Zhao Hai allowed everyone to cheer for some time. Then he waved his hand. He turned his head to Li Mu and said, "Li Mu, select some people to come with me. I'll show you our new base." Li Mu quickly complied. He selected several people, not many, only 10. These 10 immediately went to Zhao Hai's side. Then after a flash of white light, the group vanished. The next moment, they were already back in Hangdao City. The people of the great realm of cultivation weren't strangers to the city, but they also weren't very familiar with it. Recently, Hangdao City has been the center of attention in the Soaring Dragon realm. Although they have been to Hangdao City and took tasks in it, they don't know much about the city's situation. When they arrived in Hangdao City, the people from the great realm of cultivation felt that their eyes were insufficient. There were too many people in the city. In the past, Hangdao City was similar to Changshan City in population. It wasn't even as populous as Changshan City. After all, the True Dao sect has more disciples compared to the Tyrant Blade sect. People in the Soaring Dragon realm knew that it was much easier to join the True Dao sect compared to the Tyrant Blade sect. But now, things were different. With the Tyrant Blade sect causing waves in the True Spirit realm, its popularity in the Soaring Dragon realm exploded. There were plenty of cultivators who went to the city every day. More and more people filled the city's streets. After the group arrived in Hangdao City, Zhao Hai led them to a remote portion of the city. The area had a stretch of residential properties. There was a stone building that was 3 stories high. It could accommodate around 3,000 people. Zhao Hai turned his head to the cultivators from the great realm of cultivation and said, "This will be the great realm of cultivation's base in Hangdao City. It could accommodate around 3,000 people, but you must make sure that you won't lose our original base. If you dare let go of that base, I will kick you all out of the Soaring Dragon realm." Hearing Zhao Hai, the people from the great realm of cultivation laughed. They knew that Zhao Hai was cracking a joke. It was impossible for them to abandon their cavern base. To be honest, although the base in the city was very good, their original base was much more comfortable. After further introductions about the surroundings, Zhao Hai left the people from the great realm of cultivation to settle the new base. Then he returned to the Tyrant Blade Sect's branch hall along with Lin Ling and Xiang Ying. He was now a disciple of the Tyrant Blade Sect. It was impossible for him to keep staying with the great realm of cultivation. The three went to the back courtyard and then sat down. After they settled down, Lin Ling looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, now that you're one of us, you also have to contribute to the matters of Hangdao City." Zhao Hai waved both of his hands and said, "Senior brother, you don't have to do that. I just arrived in the Soaring Dragon Realm. I haven't even figured out the relationships in the True Spirit Realm. How can I contribute?" "From what I can see, both of you are already doing a great job in Hangdao City. I can just sit on the side and learn about the True Spirit Realm." Xiang Ying smiled and said, "Little Hai is right. The two martial uncles let you stay in Soaring Dragon Realm to let you adapt to the environment. Hangdao City isn't any different to the cities in the True Spirit Realm. However, cities in the True Spirit Realm are more lively. If you can get used to living here, you won't feel strange when you arrive in the True Spirit Realm. So you need to pay attention to the facilities used in the city." Zhao Hai nodded. "I noticed these new facilities when I first went to Changshan City. Back then, I got 10 impression points by entering a tavern. From then on, I paid attention to these establishments." Lin Ling chuckled and said, "The True Spirit Realm is unlike the lower realms. The biggest difference is the need to eat. This applies to you especially. When you arrive at the True Spirit Realm, you need to eat. Also, you can't fly in the True Spirit Realm. At least not immediately. You need to prepare yourself. Battles in midair and battles on the ground are very different." Zhao Hai already knew that he couldn't fly in the True Spirit Realm, so upon hearing Lin Ling, he nodded and said, "I'm aware of that. Senior brother Lin can rest assured." Lin Ling nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "Plenty of cultivators who excelled in the Soaring Dragon Realm ended up lacking when they arrived at the True Spirit Realm. Although the laws of the Soaring Dragon Realm was similar to the True Spirit Realm, it was still weaker. At the very least, one could fly in the Soaring Dragon Realm. The laws of the True Spirit Realm also have a great impact on the usage of artifacts. When you go to the True Spirit Realm, you need to pay attention to your artifacts as well as your mentality. I reckon the two elders will remind you of this, so I won't elaborate more. I know you will pay attention to it when the time comes." Xiang Ying smiled and said, "Actually, there's no need to worry much about this. The Tyrant Blade Sect has a rule that ascendants from the Soaring Dragon Realm, no matter how talented they are, will farm vegetables for 3 years. You don't need to take tasks in these 3 years. 3 years should be enough for you to adapt to life in the True Spirit Realm." Lin Ling laughed and said, "Right, I forgot about that. After you arrive in the True Spirit Realm, you'll have to farm vegetables. I'm afraid even the two elders wouldn't be able to bend this rule." "Oh, this is for you." Written inside are the rules of the Tyrant Blade Sect. Memorize it and don't break even one, or else you will be punished heavily. After he said that, Lin Ling took out a jade slip and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the jade slip. He didn't immediately read it and instead sent it to the space. Then he cupped his fist towards Lin Ling and Xiang Ying and said, "Thanks, senior brothers. This little brother will take your advice to heart." Lin Ling waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite to us, right? Today's a happy day. Let's celebrate your entry to the Tyrant Blade Sect. How about we share a few cups of liquor with each other?" Xiang Ying nodded. "Right, we should celebrate. How about this? Let's have the branch send over a few dishes, then we'll share a drink as brothers." Lin Ling nodded. Then he called a disciple over and gave his instructions. Chapter 1980. Understanding the Blade. Zhao Hai sat inside the quiet room of his residence. This time, he wasn't alone. The Yin Yang elders were also with him. As the three people sat down, the Yin elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, aren't you angry that we held you back in the Soaring Dragon Realm for a year?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm not, Master. I'm aware that the time I spent in the Soaring Dragon Realm is too short. I haven't fully adapted to living in the Soaring Dragon Realm. Going to the True Spirit Realm early might not be good for me." The Yang Elder nodded and said, It's good that you think that way. This year, my brother and I will tell you about the true spirit realm. We will also tell you about our understanding of the blade. The Yin Elder continued, Little Hai, do you know the main difference between the true spirit realm and the great realm of cultivation? People in the great realm of cultivation can fly and choose not to eat, but in the true spirit realm, you need to walk and eat food. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he nodded and said, is it because of the laws of the realm? After arriving in the true spirit realm, the laws would have changed. Therefore, some things that people have surpassed in the lower realms needed to be picked up again. The Yang Elder nodded. Correct. The laws are invisible and intangible. If we couldn't feel it, then we wouldn't know that it exists. How the laws came to be and how it works, nobody knows. But between the great realm of cultivation to the true spirit realm is a boundary from low-level laws and high-level laws. Entering the true spirit realm is akin to rebirth to a cultivator. Therefore, the first cultivation level in the true spirit realm is called rebirth. Rebirth? Shankama, the word echoed through Zhao Hai's mind. Although it was just a simple word, Zhao Hai could infer plenty of meanings from it. Rebirth. Rebirth of what? The Yin Elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, when you enter the true spirit realm, you will understand the meaning of this word. Alright, there's no need to dwell on it right now. Continue cultivating and you'll reach this realm when the time comes. Today, we're here to talk to you about blades. Blades, Master, should I start learning about blades now? Zhao Hai looked at the Yin Elder in confusion. He felt that it was too fast. The Yang Elder nodded and said, correct. You can now start learning the blade. I have seen your strength. You're much stronger compared to average immortal experts. If you were in the true spirit realm, you would be at the late stage of the rebirth realm. Zhao Hai stared. He was confident in his strength, but in the eyes of the Yang Elder, he was no more than a late-stage rebirth realm cultivator. In other words, he was still at the bottom of the true spirit realm. Seeing the expression on Zhao Hai's face, the Yin Elder smiled faintly and said, there's no need to think much about it. Reaching the late stage of the rebirth realm while in the soaring dragon realm is already very good. I cannot tell what cultivation method you're using, but for those who use the blade, cultivation methods aren't important. What's important is the blade itself. The Yang Elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, what is your understanding of the blade? Zhao Hai stared. Then he looked at the encouraging looks of the two elders. After thinking for a moment, he said, the blade is one of the many weapons we use for battle. Because the blade is simpler than the sword, it was more suitable to use on the battlefield. It is also more durable. I heard a saying, a month of stick, a year of blade, a generation of spear. This reflects the characteristics of the blade. Speaking up to here, Zhao Hai stopped. Then after a moment he continued, the blade is the blood of the army. It contains the courage of 100 soldiers. It is driven by a person's vigor. If the sword is the king, the blade is the tyrant. It represents the ordinary man, the anger of the common. It is a weapon that will draw blood for 5 steps. The person who uses the blade needs to have courage. He needs to be proud, domineering, and arrogant. No matter who they are, what status they hold, they are all equal in front of the blade. The Yin Yang elders looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. To be honest, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a deep understanding of the blade. Zhao Hai wasn't wrong. The blade is the weapon of the tyrant. It is the weapon of the bold and proud. Whether they be a prince, or a minister, all of them are the same in front of the blade. As long as they are enemies, those who use the blade will fight. A blade without courage and arrogance is nothing. The two elders looked at Zhao Hai with approval. The Yin elder nodded and said, good. You already have a good understanding of the blade. Those who use the blade need to have courage. The spirit of a bladesman is like their blade. If you can internalize this spirit, you can use the great power of the blade. The Yang elder added, we haven't misread you. Little Hai, you're born to use the blade. With your blade at your side, your future achievements will be limitless. The Yin elder agreed. Then he said, alright, let's move on. What you said about the blade is not wrong, but your ideas are extremely general. In other words, you have a good understanding of the base characteristic of the blade, but to understand your own blade, You will need to go through many trials. Zhao Hai nodded. He agreed to the Yin Elder's words. His understanding of the blade was mostly not his own, instead, it was what he saw from others. What he said was just an observation along with his own understanding. Zhao Hai knew himself well. Although he created the Heavenly Demon's 7 killing blades, it was only a set of techniques and had no relationship with his comprehension with the blade. To be honest, his knowledge of the blade was extremely limited. The Yang Elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I didn't think you could use a blade. Let's head outside and see how you use it." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he went outside with the 2 elders. After they went outside, Zhao Hai looked at the 2 elders and said, "Masters, although I used the blade in the past, I didn't prioritize it. My understanding of it is just my own thoughts, so I'm not very good at using blades. I apologize in advance for what you'll see." The Yin Elders smiled and said, "It's all right. Even if you can't use it at all, just show us what you can do." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he stood in the yard and took out a tang blade. Zhao Hai gently touched the tang blade. He liked the shape of this blade. This was because the Tang dynasty relied on the tang blade to cause the foreign invaders to surrender. This created the illustrious reputation of Li Siming and Tian Can. 1. The tang blade represented the aggression of the Chinese. Zhao Hai only liked the shape of the tang blade in the past. This was the first time he thought carefully about what the tang blade represented. Slowly, Zhao Hai felt a domineering aura. Then he could feel the pride from barbarian clans surrendering. When Zhao Hai accumulated the peak amount of domineering aura, he moved and used the Heavenly Demon's 7 killing blades. Since this blade technique was created by him, and it was focused on killing the enemy, Zhao Hai's movements weren't complex. He used the technique with ease. The blade technique flowed out like water. When the set of Heavenly Demon's 7 killing blades were used up, Zhao Hai received his blade and stood in place, calming down his mood. Then when he looked at the Yin Yang Elders, his heart couldn't help but jump. It's true that his blade wasn't very good. This was also related to his foundation. For example, he rarely used his blade in the Great Realm of Cultivation. This was because the Great Realm of Cultivation paid more attention to spiritual qi. Additionally, Zhao Hai wasn't a pure body cultivator. But surprisingly, when Zhao Hai looked at the Yin Yang Elders, their expressions didn't show disappointment. Instead, there was a proud smile on their faces. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 elders in confusion. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Masters, I made you laugh." The Yang Elder chuckled and said, "Your skill in the blade isn't that good. You look like a beginner with the blade. However, your feelings when using the blade are very good. Your emotions are well in line with the blade. Compared to most people, your potential for the blade is better." Zhao Hai showed an embarrassed smile as he said, "I just learned the blade for a short while in the past, and in the Great Realm of Cultivation, I haven't had enough chances to use the blade. Moreover, there are too many techniques available in the Great Realm of Cultivation. Focusing on one would be disadvantageous. Therefore, I didn't put enough effort on the blade." The Yin Elder smiled and said, "This is not bad. You didn't focus on the blade, but your performance is already like this. Your skill with the blade can be improved. Take this jade slip. Practice according to its contents for a month. After a month, we'll see how far you've progressed." Zhao Hai complied and then received the Yin Elder's jade slip. The Yin Yang Elders smiled as they looked at Zhao Hai. Then the Yin Elder said, "With your current level, practicing these basic things should be easy. But I have a request. This month, you should practice the contents of the jade slip to the point of becoming an instinct. These basic skills will be important from time to time. Only in this way can you master the blade." Zhao Hai nodded. Then the 2 elders left. Li Siming, aka Emperor Taizong, Tian Can, greater than Khan of Heaven, the title given to Emperor Taizong when the Tang dynasty annihilated the Turkic Khaganate. Chapter 1981. Door to the Tao of the Blade. Zhao Hai was standing in his own courtyard with a tang blade in his hand. Although Zhao Hai was used to the form of the tang blade, he looked like a beginner right now. As he held his blade, he continued to slash. The jade slip that the Yin Elder gave Zhao Hai contained very detailed basic movements for the blade. Chops, cuts, upswing, stabbing, sweeping, and other moves. All these movements were recorded, even the way to hold the blade and how much strength to use were clearly described. If he didn't get in contact with the Tyrant Blade sect, Zhao Hai wouldn't have known that there was so much nuisance in using the blade. Warriors using the blade were different compared to soldiers in war. On the battlefield, soldiers weren't facing experts. Therefore, they gripped their blades in a way where they could exert all their strength in each strike. They were prepared to deal with their enemy in one move. Warriors were different. Warriors battled other warriors. They cannot grip their blades too strongly or else they risk losing flexibility. Moreover, each attack they made only contained 80% of their strength. This would allow them to make adjustments during the attack. Zhao Hai was now starting with this foundational knowledge. The Yin Elder only gave Zhao Hai a jade slip and then made him practice. This might seem irresponsible, but this wasn't strange. In the great realm of cultivation, masters would only give delicate instructions to their disciples in the beginning. Once they surpass the core formation stage, the master would only give them a set of techniques to practice. The disciple would be left to form their own understanding about the techniques. All cultivators understand that there were no two completely similar cultivators, like there were no similar snowflakes in the world. What worked for the master might not be effective to the disciple. Even if the spiritual roots or cultivation methods of the master were the same as the disciple, this doesn't mean that the disciple would reach the same point. Because of this, when a disciple reaches a certain level, the master would be akin to a shepherd letting their sheep graze. They would make their disciples form their own comprehension regarding their techniques. Only in this way can the disciple better understand the technique and be able to see what path suits them the most. Naturally, what Zhao Hai was studying right now weren't deeply profound things. These were just the most basic movements of the blade. These things can be trained by having the master explain on the side. However, the Yin Elder didn't explain anything to Zhao Hai. This was because he wanted to see Zhao Hai's perception. He gave detailed information on the jade slip, but there were parts that needed to be comprehended. The Yin Elder wanted to see if Zhao Hai was able to do it. Another reason was because the Yin Elder wanted to see Zhao Hai's temperament. For a cultivator, temperament was important. If your heart was as solid as a rock, you will get twice the result with half the effort when you cultivate. Practicing basic blade moves was very boring. It was impossible for a normal person to practice for an extended period of time. It was almost impossible to ingrain these blade techniques into one's instincts in a period of 1 month. The Yin-Yang elders wanted to polish Zhao Hai's temperament, so after giving the jade slip to Zhao Hai, the two elders left. Zhao Hai didn't actually think about it too much. The Yin-Yang elders' actions were completely normal to him, and to be honest, Zhao Hai doesn't think that practicing the blade was a pain. When practicing his blade moves, Zhao Hai didn't divide his time in practicing different movements throughout the day, because in that case, he would just be swinging his blade for the sake of hitting the quota. Zhao Hai just focused his attention on one blade movement. Every time he slashed it, he would feel the strength of the move, its speed, which muscles he used, and how heavy the force was. Then he would analyze where he was short. This allowed him to make his blade faster, stronger and sharper. If the Yin-Yang elders knew that this was how Zhao Hai was practicing, they would have commended him. This was the most optimal way to practice the blade. By slowly perceiving the movements of the blade, one could slowly perfect it. Only by grasping the essence of the blade can Zhao Hai's blade gain a spiritual nature. Once he succeeds, his blade would seem like it was moving on its own. In the past, Zhao Hai used his divergent abilities to communicate with various things. He has met all kinds of situations. Sometimes, in order to find the mental state of the item, Zhao Hai had to adjust his thinking very carefully, and after multiple tries, Zhao Hai's state of mind has been honed. With this mental strength, Zhao Hai could achieve twice the result with half the effort when mastering anything. Additionally, when Zhao Hai was communicating with all kinds of things, his thinking kept changing. This was to form a connection to his target. Zhao Hai was now using this method to learn the blade. His mind would communicate with the blade and adjust his body accordingly. This enabled Zhao Hai to inch closer and closer to mastering the blade. Zhao Hai completely immersed himself in the movements. He felt that his body was now moving unconsciously. At the same time, His muscles and bones were beginning to remember the blade movements. Zhao Hai didn't know how many times he had swung his blade. This was because he simply didn't count. As he slashed, he comprehended. Blade after blade swung again and again. After an unknown period of time, Zhao Hai stopped swinging his blade. He had comprehended the basic movements of the blade. Moreover, he found best angle of each movement. He knew which muscle groups to use and the speed in which the blade should be swung. However, Zhao Hai only stopped for a while before he resumed his practice. But this time, his slashes were different. He didn't just stand in place and swung the blade. He performed the movements while advancing, retreating, jumping, and even crouching. He proceeded to look for the most perfect slash. Nobody disturbed Zhao Hai. His courtyard has become a forbidden land in the Tyrant Blade Sect's branch hall. Nobody can approach 500 meters from his location. The courtyards around him were also emptied by the sect. In the branch building of the Tyrant Blade Sect, the Yin-Yang elders were looking in the direction of Zhao Hai's courtyard. The two were showing a surprised expression. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to make this much progress. He can actually feel the essence of the blade, which was their intention for letting Zhao Hai practice the basic moves. It must be known that when they practiced these basic movements, it was under the guidance of their masters. Only then did they understand the spirit of the blade and how to make it alive. The Yin-Yang elders originally planned to wait until after a month to guide Zhao Hai, but now they found that this was not needed at all. Zhao Hai figured it out all by himself. To be honest, although the two were happy, they also felt a sense of loss. Teaching such a talented disciple made them feel useless. After some time, the Yang elder smiled bitterly as he looked at the Yin elder and said, "Senior brother, I didn't expect this kid to reach this point. It seems like we underestimated him." The Yin elder also sighed, but he laughed soon after as he said, "That kid is a real genius, but this is also good. In the future, this kid will go farther into the Tao of the blade. We should be happy." The Yang elder also smiled. "We should be happy. This kid is a genius. It's not only good for us, but for the sect as well." The Yin elder let out a long breath and said, "For many years, although the sect has acquired plenty of blade-wielding talents, none of them could comprehend the basic moves without any guidance. But this kid was able to. When he grows up, he would certainly shock the entire True Spirit realm." The Yang elder nodded. Then he said, "We should take a look at how he practices the other blade movements. If he can still do the same, then we must adjust our teaching methods." The Yin elder hesitated for a moment, then he said, "Then we should. This kid is worth teaching." After he said that, the two returned back to their office and no longer made a sound. Zhao Hai was now immersed in his practice. He found the perfect way to use the blade in different scenarios. For the first time, Zhao Hai felt that the blade in his hand was alive. Zhao Hai was ecstatic. This was because he was able to confirm his guesses. When Zhao Hai first practiced this move, he tried to treat it as a conscious being. This was because when he communicated using his divergent abilities in the past, he discovered that everything seems to have its own thinking. This included wind and even the invisible existence of space. So when Zhao Hai practiced the blade, he began to adjust his thinking, trying to connect himself to the movement. But compared to objects, blade movements needed to be used perfectly in order to communicate with it. With this assumption, Zhao Hai began to swing his blade. The more he practiced the movement, the more he comprehended it, and the more convinced he was of his idea. This was because he felt his mind fluctuate. Although it was very light, he could feel it. As his actions became more and more perfect, the clearer his thoughts became. When he chopped his blade, he could feel its thoughts. However, he still didn't have a way to communicate with it with his consciousness. He just began to practice the blade. But as he progressed further and further in connecting with the blade, a unique door to the Tao of the blade was being opened to him. Chapter 1982, 9 Stages of the Blade Tao. Zhao Hai didn't know how long he practiced. After practicing one movement, he didn't stop. Instead, he practiced the next movement on the list. He continued to use his own method of practice. He didn't stop for a moment. A month passed as Zhao Hai forgot the passage of time. While Zhao Hai practiced, the Yin-Yang elders didn't come and disturb him. Instead, They ordered Lin Ling and Xiang Ying to make sure that Zhao Hai doesn't get disturbed. Zhao Hai completely immersed himself in practice. He constantly felt the consciousness of the blade movements, which fascinated him. After practicing the basic moves, Zhao Hai moved on to other items on the jade slip. On the final part in the jade slip that the Yin Elder gave Zhao Hai, there were combination styles that weren't too complicated. All of the combinations were using the basic movements that were listed prior. These combination moves were included to make the cultivator more familiar with the basic movements. At the same time, it tests the performance of the cultivator. If he practiced the movements well, then they would find it easy to use the combinations. Zhao Hai was now doing the combination exercises. He also wanted to see if the combination also had its own thinking. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai was given an answer. Although the combination moves were composed of multiple basic movements, they also have their own thinking. Each combination was a whole new movement. As Zhao Hai practiced the combination moves, he carefully communicated with the thinking of the movements. Previously, he could feel the thinking of the movements when he executed them perfectly. This allowed him to follow the process to achieve perfection. This time, he only needed to communicate with the blade movement involved in a combination move to communicate with the whole. This was very important for Zhao Hai. This meant that he was able to immediately feel the thoughts of the blade movements. The rest of the process was very simple. He practiced the combination movements in perfection as he communicated with it. And when he got in contact with the thoughts of the combination movement, his progress was further pushed into perfection. When he completely communicated with the combination movements, this meant that he had mastered the process. Since the blade combination movements were very simple, it didn't take long before Zhao Hai perfected them. At the same time, as he communicated with the blade movements, the more intoxicated Zhao Hai became. Combination upon combination were practiced until Zhao Hai found that he already perfected every instruction inside the jade slip. Finally, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and reined in his thoughts. During this entire process, Zhao Hai actually got stronger. What surprised him the most was the fact that the golden spiritual force inside his body has increased a bit. Moreover, the rate that it increased was much faster compared to before. Zhao Hai was stunned by this result. He didn't know why this happened. Does practicing the blade actually improve the golden spiritual force? Zhao Hai was a bit confused. At this time, Laura's voice was heard. Brother Hai, can you hear me? Zhao Hai stared. This was because she could feel that Laura's voice was higher than normal. It was as if she was feeling anxious. Zhao Hai quickly entered the space using his spiritual force and asked, I can hear you. Did something happen? You seemed anxious. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others relaxed. Then Laura said, Brother Hai, you might not know, but it's been a year since we began calling you. We called you a few times, but you seem to be unable to hear us. We didn't try to call you too loudly or we might disturb your practice. Fortunately, you're fine now. Hearing Laura, Zhao Hai was stunned. I've been practicing for more than a year. I was out for a long time. Laura nodded. To be exact, you've been practicing for 1 year, 3 months, and 13 days. We didn't expect you to be out for so long. Next time you practice, tell us in advance. We were worried that you had gone mad. Zhao Hai couldn't help but get embarrassed. He apologized. I'm sorry, I made you worry. Don't worry, I'll make sure to inform you in the future. I was experimenting, but I didn't expect the experiment to be successful. I was fascinated by it. I don't know when I will be able to feel something like it again. Laura shook her head and said, It's fine, as long as you're alright. Take a rest first. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, What rest? I've been practicing for over a year. Masters only let me practice for a month. I have to go and see them immediately. I'll come back to accompany you after a while. Laura and the others understood and nodded. Zhao Hai opened his eyes and then received his blade. Just as he was heading outside, he heard a knock on his gate. Zhao Hai immediately walked out and opened his gate to see the Yin Yang elders waiting for him along with Lin Ling and Xiang Ying. Zhao Hai quickly cupped his fist and said, Masters, Senior Brother Lin, Senior Brother Xiang, You're here. Please come in." The group nodded without saying anything. They entered Zhao Hai's courtyard and then sat down in the living room. As he looked at the Yin Yang elders, he smiled bitterly and said, "I've been unfair to masters. I didn't expect to practice for a very long time. I'm deeply sorry." The Yin elder waved his hand and said, "Don't say these useless things. I'm aware of your situation. You have entered a state of enlightenment. Instead of being angry, we're happy for you. Getting into a state of enlightenment is very rare for cultivators. It will be very beneficial for your future progress. Alright. Perform everything in the Jade Slip and let us see what you have comprehended." The Yang Elder also gave Zhao Hai a satisfied nod. Just like what the Yin Elder said, a state of enlightenment was very beneficial to a cultivator, especially those who practice martial skills. Whenever someone entered a state of enlightenment, they would usually reap a huge harvest. Meanwhile, Lin Ling and Xiang Ying were looking at Zhao Hai with envy. They were also well aware of the advantages brought by enlightenment, but they could only look at Zhao Hai with envy. It wasn't something that everyone can have. The Yang elders smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "I only heard of people entering a state of enlightenment while practicing advanced blade techniques. I didn't expect you to do the same thing with basic blade movements. Now I really want to see how much comprehension you gained from practicing basic movements." Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the Yin Yang elders and said, "Yes, masters." Then he took out his own blade. He didn't exit the room and instead stood in place. Before long, he made a simple slash with his blade. Although Zhao Hai's action was very simple, the four other people in the room felt different. It must be known that those present were experts of the blade, especially the Yin Yang elders. If it were ordinary people, they wouldn't have felt anything from Zhao Hai's move. But for the four people, they felt that the blade had become Zhao Hai's arm. It has melded completely with his body. The blade was his body and his body was the blade. There were no flaws between the connection of the two. This caused the four people to be surprised. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to reach this level. At this time, Zhao Hai slashed the blade sideways and performed a combination move. Seeing Zhao Hai's successive actions, the Yin Yang elders as well as Lin Ling and Xiang Ying were shocked. This was because Zhao Hai's blade felt like it was alive. It seems like the blade wasn't a mere weapon, but a living being. With the blade being alive, its movements were also more dynamic. The combination movements have completely removed Zhao Hai's presence. In other words, Zhao Hai and the blade movement has achieved a perfect fusion. When the Yin Yang elders saw this, they were immediately shaken. Then they felt immense happiness. There was nothing special about the blade movements. It can even be said that there was no strength behind it. This was because the movements were merely there to test the basic foundations of those who practice the blade. Even so, Zhao Hai was able to turn this set of moves into something else. This was completely out of their expectations. This not only represented Zhao Hai's talent in the blade, this also showed Zhao Hai's solid grasp of the basics. This was the reason why the Yin Yang elders were so happy. As the saying goes, skyscrapers could only be so tall because they have a very solid foundation. These extremely common movements composed the foundation of all blade techniques. If these movements weren't practiced well, then it would affect a cultivator's practice of higher level blade techniques. The more solid one's basics were, the higher they would be able to reach in the future. The blade only has 9 basic movements, and Zhao Hai reached an incomparable level in all of them. When he used the movements, it seemed like he was doing it effortlessly. In no time, Zhao Hai was able to finish all of the movements described on the jade slip. After he was done with his demonstration, Zhao Hai withdrew his blade. He also dissipated the blade spirit in his heart. The blade spirit that Zhao Hai dissipated wasn't a real deity. Instead, it was the spirit and essence of the blade movements. When using the movements, Zhao Hai will unconsciously incorporate the essence of the blade into them. After he finished using his blade technique, he would disperse it to return to his normal form. After dissipating the blade spirit in his heart, Zhao Hai turned and cupped his fist towards the Yin Yang elders and said, "Masters, disciple is done." The Yin Yang elders recovered, and then they looked at each other. At the same time, They laughed. Their laughter caused Lin Ling and Xiang Ying to recover. The two were completely immersed in Zhao Hai's movements. Just by looking at Zhao Hai's actions, they were able to comprehend the difficult parts of their foundational knowledge. It can be said that their harvest was quite good. When they recovered, the two couldn't help but show a discontented look at the Yin Yang elders. They blamed the two elders for being too loud and awakening them from their thoughts. Otherwise, they would have comprehended more. Naturally, they wouldn't dare voice it out loud. Now, as they looked at Zhao Hai, their gazes were completely different. In their eyes, Zhao Hai has turned into a mountain of gold. Their eyes were shining with desire, causing Zhao Hai to be a bit uncomfortable. He felt that his back was being stared at by two ferocious beasts. His heart couldn't help but shake. After some time, the Yin Yang elders stopped laughing. They had huge smiles as they looked at Zhao Hai. Then the Yin elder said, "All right, little Hai, you didn't spend the entire year in vain. This enlightenment is completely worth the time. Very good. You performed better than what we imagined. We're more than satisfied." Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Thank you very much, Master. The jade slip you gave me is very detailed. It gave me a lot of help. I was able to reach this point because I followed it." The Yang elder waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be modest. The jade slip I gave you is the same jade slip the sect gives to beginners. Everyone received the same. You didn't get a special one." But even after so many years, nobody was able to reach a state of enlightenment from reading the jade slip. You're the first person in the history of the Tyrant Blade sect to reach a state of enlightenment and reach the highest level of comprehension regarding the blade's basic movements. The Yin elder looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Blade practice is divided into 9 stages. The stages are initial mastery, minor mastery, major mastery, completion, minor perfection, major perfection, rebirth, unity, and the grand Tao." For basic blade techniques, there are only 8 stages, which are the first 8. There was no final stage of enlightenment. This was because practicing the final stage using the basic blade technique is akin to mastering the entire Tao of the blade. You have reached the stage of unity. It is already considered as the highest achievement. Even in the sect, including the elders, none of them were able to practice the basics to the major perfection stage. A lot of people would stop practicing the basics once they reach the boundary to perfection. The Yang elder nodded. What senior brother said is correct. In fact, there are people who think that there's no perfection stage in the basic movements. They say that reaching the boundary to the minor perfection stage is already the peak. To be honest, I also didn't believe that the basics could be practiced to unity, but now my eyes have been opened. Chapter 1983, Sparring with Lin Ling. It wasn't only the Yin Yang elders who didn't believe it. Lin Ling and Xiang Ying didn't believe it either. Just like what the Yang elder said, practicing the basic blade movements to the stage of perfection was a remarkable achievement. It was already good for someone to practice it to minor mastery. Major mastery for basic movements was very rare, not to mention the stage of completion. As for the stage of unity, that could only be reached by practicing more advanced blade techniques, not basic blade movements. But after Zhao Hai demonstrated the basic blade movements, Lin Ling and Xiang Ying realized that the basic movements could be practiced to the level of unity. Zhao Hai's blade seems to be alive. It was as if it had gained a soul. They weren't only shocked, they were also delighted. This was because they had learned a lot from watching Zhao Hai's actions. It was a great benefit to their cultivation. After the Yang elder finished speaking, the Yin elder added, "Some kids back at the sect are too impatient to practice the basic movements. They think that the basics are useless. To them, only high-level techniques could defeat the enemy. However, they don't know that when they learn high-level techniques, it would be more difficult to polish their basics. When they realize this, it's already too late. They already formed bad habits from neglecting the basics. It's very hard to change those habits. Under the same conditions, someone who is better at the basics would be stronger." Little Ling, go and spar with Little Hai. Remember, control your strength to be at the same level as Little Hai. Hearing the Yin elder, Lin Ling wasn't offended. Instead, He happily complied and followed Zhao Hai to the small yard. Most people on Lin Ling's level might not be happy becoming Zhao Hai's sparring partner, but Lin Ling wasn't unhappy at all. On the contrary, he felt that this was a rare opportunity to fight someone who had reached the peak of the basic blade movements. He wanted to see what it would be like to fight such a person. The two stood opposite each other on the yard. Lin Ling drew his blade while Zhao Hai took out his tang blade. The two looked at each other and then performed a blade drawing movement. Then they took their stances. Lin Ling's movements were very exquisite. He practiced a famous blade technique of the Tyrant Blade sect called the Five Mountain Blades. He pointed his blade at Zhao Hai as he collected momentum like an archer drawing his bow. Zhao Hai could feel the imposing aura of Lin Ling's blade. However, he wasn't shaken. He raised his blade according to the basic blade movements. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't use basic blade movements to attack the enemy. And since Zhao Hai hasn't learned other blade techniques, he can only use his Heavenly Demon 7 killing blades. As Zhao Hai's understanding of the blade deepened, his understanding of his own Heavenly Demon 7 killing blades also increased. Although it has been some time since he used the blade technique, he didn't feel awkward in using it at this time. Lin Ling's aura continued to increase. By this point, he looked like a solid mountain, standing firm in place and never changing. This wasn't caused by his spiritual chi, but by his blade technique instead. Everyone who cultivates the blade knows that blade techniques have their own soul. Those from the Tyrant Blade sect were more aware of this. However, to bring a technique's soul to life was actually difficult. From the Yin Elder's description, unless the blade technique reaches the rebirth stage, it would not be alive. Only when it reaches perfection could a semblance of a soul be seen. Although it wasn't as strong as a real soul, it can make the blade technique much more formidable. As for Lin Ling's Five Mountains blade, he already practiced it to the stage of minor perfection. Because of this, his stance made him look as firm as a mountain. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid despite seeing Lin Ling's aura becoming stronger. He didn't make a move, but his momentum was also getting stronger and stronger. Zhao Hai's Heavenly Demon 7 killing blades was different from Lin Ling's 5 mountain blade. The Heavenly Demon 7 killing blades was mainly used for slaughter. This set of techniques was very murderous and deadly. As the aura of the Heavenly Demon 7 killing blades increased, Lin Ling felt bursts of killing intent appearing around Zhao Hai's body. He could even see a dark red mist and smelled a bloody fragrance. Lin Ling felt that the person in front of him wasn't Zhao Hai, but a demon that was standing on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He could even see a blood-soaked blade on the demon's hand. Lin Ling was startled. Then he immediately squashed the feeling of fear in his mind. He knew clearly that all of these things were hallucinations. He was affected by Zhao Hai's murderous aura, which caused him to see things. Zhao Hai's aura was already at its peak. He completely integrated his understanding of the basic blade movements into the Heavenly Demon 7 killing blades. This would be his first battle after his long training, and Lin Ling would be the best whetstone to sharpen his skills. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai no longer waited. He waved his blade as his mouth called out, "Kill!" Then he slashed towards Lin Ling with his tang blade. The blade seemed to be just an ordinary downward slash, but Lin Ling didn't feel the same. In Lin Ling's eyes, Zhao Hai's slash was very wonderful. Not only did the slash block all of his escape routes, it also blocked all avenues to counterattack. It was an attack that was very difficult to predict. The ordinary blade slash made Lin Ling feel helpless and unable to dodge. He felt like a mosquito that landed on a spider's web and didn't have a chance to struggle. Fortunately, Lin Ling was a formidable cultivator. His heart was as strong as iron. He quickly raised his blade and used the 5 mountain blades technique to receive Zhao Hai's attack. But at this moment, Lin Ling discovered that Zhao Hai's blade movement suddenly changed. The blade in Zhao Hai's hand changed from being a straight downward cut into a horizontal swipe that went straight to Lin Ling's waist. Lin Ling knew that if strength was placed in this movement, then he would die. Lin Ling grunted and his body leaned back. While Lin Ling dodged backwards, his knees and legs didn't move. His entire body seems to have been broken into two as he snappily dodged backwards, causing Zhao Hai's horizontal swipe to miss. However, Zhao Hai was still fast to change his movements. Zhao Hai twisted his blade and attacked downwards. Lin Ling already thought about this possibility and immediately turned sidewards to dodge. It was just one move. Although Zhao Hai didn't manage to injure him, Lin Ling was already put into a disadvantage. The Yin Yang elders as well as Xiang Ying were experienced people. Looking at Lin Ling's appearance, they knew that at the same level, Lin Ling's blade was far inferior compared to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai and Lin Ling didn't have too many thoughts in their minds as they continued their exchange. As the two were sparring, Xiang Ying was on the side fiercely absorbing everything he saw. Zhao Hai's heavenly demon 7 killing blades was powerful, but Lin Ling's 5 mountain blades couldn't be underestimated either. After all, it was a famous blade technique in the Tyrant Blade sect. Although this set of blade techniques was of the earth element, it was actually an extremely aggressive blade technique. It was one of the Tyrant Blade sect's signboard techniques. The two clashed with each other time and time again. Both were using offensive moves against each other. This caused the battle to be very lively. As the battle continued on, the Yin Yang elders and Xiang Ying could see that Zhao Hai was becoming more and more comfortable with his blade technique. Seeing this, the Yin elder couldn't help but laugh. Then he turned his head to the Yang elder and said, "This kid's killing aura is very heavy. I was afraid that he might lose himself during battle. I didn't expect him to stay calm even at his point." The Yang elder nodded. It seems like his repeated ascent from lower realms has turned into an advantage. His heart is more solid compared to his peers. Senior brother, it seems like Little Hai should be able to practice the Slaughter Dao blade technique. The Yin elder replied, although Little Hai's blade is compatible with the Slaughter Dao, I feel that it doesn't match his personality. What do you think? Recalling Zhao Hai's usual polite expression, the Yang elder nodded. Then he sighed and said, "That's true. Alright, let's look for other techniques later." When the two finished talking, the battle between Zhao Hai and Lin Ling was almost over. Through his battle with Lin Ling, Zhao Hai was able to polish his heavenly demon 7 killing blades. This made his attacks more unforgiving. Lin Ling could no longer hold on and after 10 moves he was finally showing signs of defeat. Fortunately, the two weren't focused on who won or lost. Zhao Hai reined in his blade momentum and jumped out of the circle. Then he cupped his fist towards Lin Ling and said, "Senior brother, thanks for letting me win." Lin Ling let out a long breath as he received his own blade. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother, your win is your own merit. I didn't expect basic blade movements to be this formidable. If I knew this early on, I would have focused more on my basics." At this time, the Yin elder waved them over and said, "Both of you, come over." The two quickly went over. As the Yin elder looked at the two, he said, "Both of you performed very well. Little Ling, have your eyes been open to the importance of the basics? However, it's already too late for you to change things now. But if you put more effort in practicing the blade in the future, you still might be able to understand the true meaning of the Tao of the blade. Work hard." Lin Ling cupped his fist and said, "Elder, thank you for the guidance." The Yin elder nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled as he said, "Little Hai, you really brought us a pleasant surprise." "A very pleasant surprise." "Haha. Good, very good. In more than a year, you were able to bring your blade to this level. You were even able to polish your blade during the battle. This is very rare. Although the technique you used isn't high level, it is still a good set of blade techniques. But its killing aura is too heavy. I advise you to use it sparingly in the future. Otherwise, it would cause huge troubles in the realm." Chapter 1984, Bidding Farewell. This day, Zhao Hai appeared on the base of the great realm of cultivation. Zhang Feng and the others were already waiting for him there. It was Zhao Hai who asked them to come. The Yin Yang elders have stayed in the Soaring Dragon realm for a long time. They could have returned to the True Spirit realm, but they didn't because of Zhao Hai's affairs. Now that Zhao Hai has completed his training, it was time for them to return. As for Lin Ling and Xiang Ying, they still have some time left to manage the sex matters in the Soaring Dragon realm, so it would take some time before they return to the True Spirit realm. Zhao Hai no longer has any time to waste. The Yin-Yang elders were leaving and he also wants to enter the true spirit realm ahead of time. He wants to see what the Yin-Yang elders meant by rebirth. But before leaving, Zhao Hai wanted to see Zhang Feng and the others. He already told Lin Ling to help him watch over the people from the great realm of cultivation. He didn't ask Lin Ling to give them special treatment. Lin Ling also didn't have that right. The sects of the true spirit realm have strict regulations regarding cultivators from the lower realms. Although Zhao Hai was now an inner disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect, he couldn't provide too much help to the great realm of cultivation. Being able to have a base in Tyrant Blade sect was a privilege that the Yin-Yang elders specially allowed. Nobody else has a similar treatment. The reason why the true spirit realm disallowed excessive help towards the lower realm cultivators was because they were afraid that those from the lower realms would be lazy. If the cultivators from the lower realms lost the desire to do better, then they would never be able to progress. Therefore, even if he wanted to, Zhao Hai couldn't help the great realm of cultivation. Seeing that Zhao Hai had arrived, Zhang Feng and the others immediately welcomed him. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Little Hai, why did you call all of us over? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to worry. After more than a year of seclusion, I finally reached the requirements to enter the true spirit realm. I'm leaving tomorrow. That's why I asked to gather everyone here today." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but stare. Then his expression lit up as he said, "Enter the true spirit realm? That's good. Then we should celebrate." "Li Mu, go and buy liquor immediately." As Li Mu was about to leave, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need. I already have the wine with me. Let's have a good drink today." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out unopened jars of liquor from the space and placed them on the ground. Everyone took a jar for themselves and then took out a cup from their spatial items. After pouring themselves a cup, they all looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also has a cup filled with wine in his hand. He raised his cup and said, "Everyone, I won't say much, but I will be waiting for you in the true spirit realm. When you all arrive, we will turn the true spirit realm upside down." Cheers. Cheers. Everyone said at the same time, but a lot of them had a trace of reluctance in their eyes. Speaking of which, the Freedom Alliance and the 9 super sects have sent almost an equal number of cultivators to the Soaring Dragon realm. Although the relationship between the two groups wasn't good in the great realm of cultivation, all of them were somewhat reluctant to part with Zhao Hai. After all, it was him who gave them the life they have today. In the past, their base wasn't very secure. If beasts were to discover their base, then they were finished. The losses they would suffer wouldn't be small. But now, they have 2 bases, and both bases were very safe. Moreover, their lives were much better compared to before. They couldn't even drink wine back then. Now they could afford to drink every day. All of these were given to them by Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai didn't stay for long in the Soaring Dragon realm, the matters that he solved weren't few. So upon hearing that Zhao Hai was about to enter the true spirit realm, some people couldn't help but feel reluctant. After drinking a cup of wine, Zhao Hai poured another one for himself. To be honest, he was also a bit reluctant, but he was also aware that this was a process he had to go through. He wanted to live longer and pursue the Tao, so he has no choice but to continue moving forward. Zhao Hai held his cup up once more. He looked at everyone and then said, "Some of you are from the Freedom Alliance while some are from the 9 super sects. No matter where you come from, everyone is representing the great realm of cultivation. I hope that you can keep being united in the future, help the great realm of cultivation develop and expand." Everyone followed Zhao Hai and downed their cups. After that, Zhang Feng offered a toast, leading everyone to give messages to Zhao Hai one by one. A day passed as Zhao Hai and the others drank 1,000 liquor jars. After saying his goodbyes to everyone once more, Zhao Hai returned to Hangdao City. Although the people of the great realm of cultivation were reluctant, they knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to stay. Perhaps, from now on, Zhao Hai and them would no longer be in the same world. After returning to his courtyard in Hangdao City, Zhao Hai took a few deep breaths and adjusted his emotions. He knew that he was about to enter a new life, but he wasn't nervous. He has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Zhao Hai left his courtyard and went to the Tyrant Blade Sex branch hall. The Yin Yang elders were already waiting for him in the back courtyard. Dong Fengyu was still the person who opened the gate for Zhao Hai. Dong Fengyu was only an outer disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect, so his status was lower than Zhao Hai. So upon seeing Zhao Hai, Dong Fengyu immediately said, "I have seen senior brother Zhao." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Junior brother Dong Feng, there's no need to be so polite. We're already people on the same side." Dong Fengyu smiled and said, "It's tradition, I can't neglect it." "Senior brother, please come in." The two elders along with senior brother Lin and senior brother Xiang are already waiting for you. Zhao Hai nodded and walked in. Dong Fengyu didn't follow and could only look at Zhao Hai in envy. Dong Fengyu wasn't considered a talent in the true spirit realm. His present stage was at the lowest level of the rebirth stage. Because of this, he was stuck being an outer disciple. Seeing an unofficial disciple like Zhao Hai overtaking him into the inner sect, it was natural for Dong Fengyu to be jealous. Zhao Hai didn't mind Dong Fengyu's reactions. In the great realm of cultivation, nobody believed in pity. Nobody sympathized with the weak. Those with weak hearts wouldn't survive in the great realm of cultivation. After Zhao Hai knocked on the door, the Yin elder's voice was heard, "Come in." Zhao Hai complied and entered the room. The Yin Yang elders as well as Lin Ling and Xiang Ying were inside. Zhao Hai gave everyone a greeting. After that, the Yin elder asked, "Is everything settled?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Master. I just went to say goodbye to everyone." The Yin elder nodded. "Remember to adjust your mentality. When you enter the true spirit realm, it will be equivalent to getting a new life. You can help them when you have an opportunity. But you should stop treating yourself as someone from the great realm of cultivation, let alone a great savior of the realm. Don't look at the true spirit realm in the eyes of someone from the great realm of cultivation. Otherwise, you won't be able to thrive." Zhao Hai replied, "Master can rest assured. There's no need to worry, I can adjust my thinking." The Yang elder nodded. "Zhao Hai, you're the most talented lower realm cultivator that we have seen. I hope that you can reach a higher level." There are a lot of lower realm cultivators in the true spirit realm who weren't able to adjust their mentality, so they became stuck at the lowest level. "I hope you don't follow in their footsteps." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Master, thank you for the reminder. I won't disappoint you." The Yin elder gave a nod. Then he said, "Rest well. Tomorrow we're returning to the true spirit realm. I hope that you can adapt to the realm's environment as soon as possible. You can just rest here and tomorrow we're going to leave." Zhao Hai complied and then sat down beside the Yin elder. Lin Ling and Xiang Ying couldn't help but smile as they looked at Zhao Hai. It could be said that these two were among the first people from the true spirit realm that Zhao Hai knew. Naturally, their relationship with Zhao Hai wasn't average. Seeing that Zhao Hai was about to enter the true spirit realm, they were naturally very happy. Seeing that the two elders had no further intention of talking, Lin Ling opened his mouth and said, "Junior brother, it would take us some time before we're done with our duty, but once we're done we'll definitely be looking for you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right. Then I will invite senior brothers to drink." Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, "All right, then I'll wait for you to ask me to drink." "Junior brother Xiang, what about you?" Xiang Ying smiled faintly and said, "How can I miss drinking? We'll have a get-together then." Zhao Hai responded with a nod. The Yin Yang elders didn't mind the three youngsters conversing. In fact, they were happy with how Zhao Hai handled his relationships. It's impossible for a cultivator to have no friends. Lin Ling and Xiang Ying were good people. They would definitely benefit Zhao Hai in the future. To be honest, the Yin Yang elders were very satisfied with Zhao Hai. Not only was Zhao Hai very talented, he was also humble. Most importantly, he has a good mentality. Although the Yin Yang elders rarely mingled with the people in the Soaring Dragon realm, they have a certain understanding of lower realm cultivators. Despite being in the Soaring Dragon realm, The majority of these lower realm cultivators were still stuck with their mentality in the lower realms. They continued regarding themselves as big shots, but the more they thought like this, the more difficult it would be for them to adjust their mentality, and the more they would be stuck in the soaring dragon realm year after year. The true spirit realm was more complex compared to the soaring dragon realm. If the lower realm cultivators couldn't adjust their mentality, then they would have no place in the true spirit realm. But Zhao Hai was different. He was able to easily adjust his mentality. This was the thing that made the Yin Yang Elder favor Zhao Hai. Being their first disciple, they naturally hoped for him to go further. Chapter 1985, Rebirth. White light flashed as the figure of three people appeared. There were no welcoming flowers, applause, nor people to welcome them. Zhao Hai arrived in the true spirit realm in a quiet manner. As soon as he arrived in the true spirit realm, Zhao Hai immediately felt a huge pressure. The pressure was so great that he almost couldn't stand still. At this time, not to mention flying, he wasn't even sure if he could walk without struggling. Seeing Zhao Hai's situation, the Yin Elder waved his hand and covered Zhao Hai with a white light. Then he said, "Come with me." When Zhao Hai was covered by the white light, he immediately felt the pressure around him vanish. He quickly responded to the Yin Elder, "Yes." Then he hastily followed behind the Yin Yang Elders as he sized up the location he appeared in. They seemed to have appeared inside a courtyard. However, it was much larger compared to the courtyards he had seen. The courtyard was divided into the main room, east room, and west room. In the middle was a huge tree that looked like it had lived for a very long time. The tree trunk was around 10 meters in diameter. Its branches and leaves were full of vitality. What's surprising for Zhao Hai was that the courtyard didn't have a stone floor. Instead, the floor was dirt. But the dirt seemed to be frequently stepped on, making it dark and compact. Under the huge tree of the courtyard were two praying mats. The praying mats were faded, indicating that they had been used for a long time. However, it was clear that they had been cleaned frequently because they weren't covered in dust. Zhao Hai continued to follow the Yin Yang Elders as he inspected the surroundings. When they left the courtyard, Zhao Hai was stunned. He only paid attention to the courtyard and failed to notice where it was located. The courtyard was actually halfway up a mountain. Behind it was a mountain peak. Besides the courtyard, there wasn't anything else. On the side was a pathway that led down the mountain. The pathway wasn't wide and was carved out of the mountainside. There were weeds on both sides of the path, making it look abandoned. The Yin Yang Elders didn't lead Zhao Hai down the mountain. Instead, they walked along the outer wall of the courtyard until they reached the back area. After turning a corner, Zhao Hai discovered that there was a small cave on the mountain wall. The entrance to the cave was 2 meters wide and 3 meters high. The area inside the cave wasn't large, at about 100 square meters, but Zhao Hai could see that there was a spring and a pool inside. When the three entered the cave, Zhao Hai saw the entirety of it. Inside were 2 pools, one big and one small. In the middle of the small pool was a bubbling spring. The big pool was about 5 meters away from the spring. The cave was relatively low and it looked like it was excavated manually. The water flowed out of the small pool and into the big pool. There was also an outlet of water from the big pool. As for where the excess water went, Zhao Hai didn't know. At this time, the Yin Elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, take off your clothes and enter the big pool. Soak in it for 7 days before coming out." Although Zhao Hai was confused, he quickly complied and took off his clothes. He initially wanted to keep his underwear, but he was told by the Yin Elder to remove everything. He could only enter the big pool naked. Seeing Zhao Hai enter the pool, the Yin Yang Elders nodded before leaving. At this moment, Zhao Hai already closed his eyes and meditated. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the pool, he immediately felt a change. He found that the water in the pool transformed into strands of energy that penetrated his body. He wanted to use his spiritual chi to block it, but it was impossible. He used all kinds of techniques, but all of them were useless against this energy. It seemed to be invisible and shadowless. It easily invaded Zhao Hai's body. Not long after, Zhao Hai discovered that the energy that entered his body didn't stay. After revolving around his meridians, The energy exited his body. He didn't understand what was going on. He immediately closed his eyes to sense what was going on. Actually, Zhao Hai doesn't know that the laws in the true spirit realm were much stronger than the ones in the soaring dragon realm. Compared to the pressure in the soaring dragon realm, the pressure in the true spirit realm was multiple times more. This was the reason he struggled to walk when he arrived. The pool that Zhao Hai was bathing in was known as the cleansing pool. The true spirit realm was abundant in these pools. There were even cleansing pools so large that they were called cleansing lakes. Water in cleansing pools and cleansing lakes were no different compared to other fresh water. Even the people of the true spirit realm treat the water in cleansing pools as ordinary water. But to people who ascended from the soaring dragon realm, the water in cleansing pools was important. Cleansing pools can wash off toxins in their bodies and allow them to adapt quicker to the pressure of the true spirit realm. This was the same as a rebirth for their bodies. It was also because of this process that the first stage of cultivation in the true spirit realm was called the rebirth stage. The Yin Yang elders didn't say anything about cleansing pools to Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai became anxious when he felt the pool's energy invading his body. By this point, Zhao Hai was no longer nervous about the pool. He already confirmed that the pool wasn't doing harm to his body. Conversely, after the strands of energy entered his body, he could feel that his spiritual chi was being compressed. His spiritual force was also being compacted. By this point, the spiritual chi and spiritual force inside Zhao Hai's body has been compressed to a tenth of their original quantity. Although his spiritual chi has been cut to a tenth, Zhao Hai was aware that his strength didn't decrease at all. Most importantly, Zhao Hai discovered that the spiritual chi he could absorb from the pool seems to be the compressed version, which was different to the spiritual chi that he was used to. Although Zhao Hai was surprised, he didn't dwell on it for long. He knew that the water was conditioning his body to adapt to the environment of the true spirit realm as soon as possible. As he thought of this, Zhao Hai immediately took some water and sent it to the space. The moment it entered the space, a prompt was heard. High-level adapting water detected. Can be used to adjust materials to adapt to the laws of the true spirit realm. Hearing the prompt, Zhao Hai's heart jumped with joy. The prompt might be short, but the message it brought was very crucial. The water's ability to make things adapt to the laws of the true spirit realm might not be very useful to other people, but it was a great help for Zhao Hai. Other people would have no further need of this water since their bodies have already been cleansed. But for Zhao Hai, the water allowed him to adapt the materials in the space to be used in the true spirit realm. Zhao Hai worried that the materials in the space would be too low level for the true spirit realm. When he felt the pressure of the true spirit realm, he could feel that most of the materials in the space would never be able to survive. When he takes them out, they would be rejected by the laws and be turned to ash. As for the undead, there's no need to mention them. He couldn't even release undead below the immortal stage. But after obtaining this cleansing water, the space would be able to adjust. With this, Zhao Hai would be able to take things out of the space. While Zhao Hai was feeling happy about the prompt, another prompt was heard. High-level plane discovered. Adjusting water discovered. The space will update. The update will take 7 days. While the process is ongoing, the host can only use basic functions of the space. We apologize for the inconvenience. It was a prompt that Zhao Hai hadn't heard before. Zhao Hai didn't think that the space could level up in this way. Right after the prompt, a string of numbers appeared that counted down. Under the numbers was a progress bar that showed less than 1% of progress. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then he quickly called out with his thoughts, "Laura, Laura, can you hear me?" Because the space was undergoing its evolution, Zhao Hai was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get in contact with Laura and the others. If that was the case, Zhao Hai would be worried for the entire 7 days. Fortunately, a reply from Laura came. "Brother Hai, we can hear you. It seems like the space's upgrade doesn't have a great effect on us. You don't have to worry." Zhao Hai let out a sigh of relief as he replied, "That's good." Then after exchanging a few more words with Laura, he returned his focus on the cleansing pool. Time passed and Zhao Hai discovered that the water of the pool seemed to decrease. However, he wasn't worried about it. And on the 7th day, He almost couldn't feel the energy of the water. It seems like his transformation would finish soon. At this time, Zhao Hai heard footsteps heading towards him. From the sound of the footsteps, it seems to be the Yin Yang elders. But Zhao Hai didn't get out of the pool. He didn't know if it was time for him to come out or not. However, Zhao Hai still opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Zhao Hai saw the Yin Yang elders entering the cave. When the two saw the pool Zhao Hai was in, their expressions couldn't help but change. Then the Yin elder looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Little Hai, do you feel anything?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Master, I no longer feel anything. It feels like I'm only soaking in ordinary water." The Yang elder quickly asked, "How about before this? Did you feel anything?" Zhao Hai paused for a moment and said, "I feel strands of energy in the water entering my body. I wanted to block it but I was not able to." As time passed, the strands seemed to become fewer and fewer. Then today I could no longer feel them. Hearing Zhao Hai's explanation, the faces of the Yin Yang elders relaxed. Then all of a sudden, their expression turned serious. As they looked at Zhao Hai, four characters suddenly appeared in their minds. Innate Tao body. Cultivators pay great attention to their spiritual roots. Spirit roots were divided into three types: heaven, earth, and mortal. Heaven grade spiritual roots were the highest, followed by earth grade, and then mortal grade was the worst. Spiritual roots don't follow the rule of the less the better. On the contrary, having a single spiritual root would cause an imbalance of the yin yang and five elements inside the body. In this case, the person would not be able to live for a long time. Even if they cultivated, they wouldn't have a lot of success. To a cultivator, a lack of spiritual roots was akin to malnutrition. Not only would it be detrimental to the body, it would also cause the body to accumulate excessive spiritual qi, causing the person to burn their life force. For a cultivator in the true spirit realm, having a certain spiritual root doesn't mean that they only have that one spiritual root. Instead, it meant that their body was most suitable for that certain element of spiritual root. For example, you have metal, wood, water, fire, and earth spiritual roots, but if your body was very close to the earth element, then your progress in earth element techniques would be greater. Naturally, this doesn't mean that you need to stop practicing other elements. If you fall into a situation where the elements in your body become imbalanced, then you would become crazy. Even if you survived, there would be backlash from the earth element. There was even a possibility where the earth element overflows, which would turn you into stone. The level of the spiritual root is related to the cultivator's compatibility with it. If you only have one or two compatible spiritual roots, then this means that you have mortal grade spiritual roots, and because you only have one or two spiritual roots that you specialize in, your future progress would be greatly affected. If you're compatible with four spiritual roots, then you would have earth grade spiritual roots. Compared to those with mortal grade spiritual roots, cultivators with earth grade spiritual roots would have greater progress in cultivation. Having more than 5 and below 7 spiritual roots meant that you would have heaven grade spiritual roots. Such people were extremely rare. They were referred to as geniuses in the true spirit realm. Why would people with more spiritual roots be geniuses? Shouldn't they be too distracted with too many elements and end up mastering nothing? This was a misunderstanding that most people have. The more compatible spiritual roots you have, the better your future would be. Cultivators live longer compared to mortals. This longevity is also related to how many spiritual roots a cultivator is compatible with. Chapter 1986, Servant Clans. Spiritual root compatibility was somewhat related to a cultivator's lifespan. If a cultivator was compatible with only one spiritual root, then they would not be able to live beyond 5,000 years after reaching the immortal stage. If they're compatible with 2, then they might live to 6,000. Those compatible with 5 spiritual roots could live up to 10,000 years. For 7 spiritual roots, then they would live more than 10,000 years upon reaching the immortal stage. Some were even able to reach 15,000 years old. Immortal experts that could reach 15,000 years were almost always those who have heaven-grade spiritual roots. Only very few beasts could compare to the lifespan of a person with heaven-grade spiritual roots. However, There was a grade above the heaven grade spiritual roots. It was the dream of all cultivators and sects, and that was the innate Tao body. The innate Tao body was a very unusual physique which was higher than heaven grade spiritual roots. People with this constitution could maintain innate Qi. This spiritual Qi was different from normal spiritual Qi. Innate Qi was a higher grade of spiritual Qi. This was also the reason bodies who could maintain it were called innate Tao bodies. Innate Qi wouldn't disappear through time. People with innate Tao bodies can practice whatever cultivation method they want. They were cultivators who were compatible with all spiritual roots. Moreover, cultivators with innate Tao bodies have no toxins in their bodies. This made cultivators with innate Tao bodies terrifying. However, even if a person has an innate Tao body, this doesn't mean that they could live forever if they don't cultivate. At most, they could live longer than normal people and they wouldn't suffer from diseases in their life. Cultivators with innate Tao bodies were highly sought after by the sects. If an innate Tao body cultivator was found, a sect would do their best to hide them. This was because opposing sects would do their best to get rid of this person. All lower realm cultivators who enter the true spirit realm would need to enter the cleansing pool. This was to remove any toxins they acquired in the lower realms. The fewer toxins they have, the greater their talent. But no matter what, toxins would still be drawn out of their bodies. If the cleansing pool was as big as a lake, then these toxins might not be seen. But in a smaller pool like the one inside the cave, the pool would be visibly darker. Even if new water was added in the pool during the 7 days, toxins should still be seen in the pool. However, the pool that Zhao Hai was in had no changes to it. This was the first time that the Yin-Yang elders saw this situation in their life. The cleansing pool was very clean with no traces of black toxins. This only meant that Zhao Hai's body had no toxins to begin with. Only people with innate Tao bodies have no toxins in their body. This was why the two elders immediately thought of it when they saw Zhao Hai's pool. The two looked at each other but didn't say anything. They didn't want to spread this matter since it wouldn't give any advantage to the Tyrant Blade sect. They also didn't want to inform Zhao Hai about it since it would only increase the pressure he would feel. The two could only show an ecstatic glint in their eyes that they couldn't conceal. After a while, the mood of the two returned to normal. Then the Yin elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, good job. You can get out of the pool." Zhao Hai complied and then got out of the pool before taking his clothes out of the space and wearing them. Once Zhao Hai finished clothing himself, the two elders led him out of the cave and back inside the courtyard. When they entered, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. Back when he arrived, there was nobody inside the courtyard, but now there was a person cleaning it. It was an old man. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that there were no spiritual chi fluctuations from the old man's body. He seems to be an ordinary person who never cultivated. Hearing footsteps, the old man immediately turned his head. Then he quickly kowtowed towards the Yin-Yang elders and said, "Caillou Zhen has seen the two elders." The Yin elder stopped, then he chuckled and said, "Little Caillou, get up. You have been with these two old men your whole life. We've seen you since you were a kid and now you're an old man. There's no need to be too polite. By the way, I heard that your grandson is now 5 years old. How is he? Have you checked his spiritual roots?" The old man named Caillou Zhen got up and then cupped his fist before replying to the elder. "That kid Caillou Tai is indeed 5 years old. I haven't checked his spiritual roots yet, but from what I can see, he doesn't have any talent. Even if he has compatible spiritual roots, it should only be 1 or 2. So I don't plan to have him cultivate." The Yin elder shook his head and said, "If he could cultivate, then he should cultivate. At the very least his lifespan would be extended. How about you bring him over tomorrow?" "This is Zhao Hai, a disciple that old Yang and I took in. We'll have your grandson take care of him in the future." Hearing the Yin elder, Caillou Zhen had a surprised look on his face before he immediately knelt down and said, "Thank you, elder. Thank you very much. I'll bring little Tai over tomorrow." The Yin elder waved his hand. Then he led Zhao Hai and the Yang elder to the main room of the courtyard. After the elders sat down, the Yin elder waved his hand, asking Zhao Hai to sit down as well. Zhao Hai said thanks and sat down. Then the Yin elder looked at him and said, Little Hai, you're now an inner disciple of the sect. That's why I asked Kaiyu Zen's grandson to serve you. The Kaiyu clan has been a servant clan of the Tyrant Blade sect for generations. Although there are people with compatible spiritual roots in their clan, they don't have a lot of talented individuals. But because the Tyrant Blade sect has always been good to its servant clans, the Kaiyu clan also has members among the sect's disciples. The Kaiyu clan has been serving the Tyrant Blade sect for a very long time, so they're very familiar with everything in the sect. Members of the Kaiyu clan receive servant education when they reach 3 years old and can serve when they reach 5. It just so happens that Kaiyu Tai is 5, so he'll be your servant. If you have anything to ask about the sect, you can ask him. With an educated servant like him, you will save a lot of time in the future. Zhao Hai didn't expect clans who specialize in serving people to exist in the Tyrant Blade sect. But since this is the Yin Elders arrangement, he couldn't say anything. He just nodded and said, I understand, Master. If Kaiyu Tai has compatible spiritual roots or other talents, can I teach him? Hearing Zhao Hai, the Yin Elder smiled and said, of course you can. Despite being a servant clan, the Kaiyu clan's position in the Tyrant Blade sect isn't low. There's no such thing as effort without merit. So despite having no talents, Kaiyu clan juniors also cultivate in the sect. If you decide to teach cultivation to your servant, then nobody will stop you. Zhao Hai nodded. Then the Yang elder looked at him and said, because our killing aura is too heavy, we normally live here in seclusion. However, you can't stay here. After Kaiyu Tai comes over tomorrow, you will descend the mountain with him to understand the situation of the Tyrant Blade sect. Your accommodation has also been arranged. Get in touch with the sect's disciples. Make sure to follow the sect's rules. When you descend, someone will tell you to go to the Blade Pavilion and select a blade technique to practice. You can ask us if you have something you don't understand. As for cultivation methods, you can select whatever you want. But if you prefer your lower realm cultivation method, that's fine as well. Zhao Hai complied. He felt that the learning methods of the Tyrant Blade sect were quite strange. Most sects would give priority to cultivation methods. Meanwhile, the Tyrant Blade sect preferred its disciples to comprehend the blade first. As for cultivating spiritual chi, it was placed second. Noticing that Zhao Hai was confused, the Yin elder said, what's wrong? Are you confused? Ha ha ha. Spiritual chi is important, but for a cultivator, the amount of spiritual chi isn't everything. As long as your insights into the Tao are deep enough, no matter how low your cultivation is, you would still become strong. Alright, go select a room in the courtyard and take a rest. Zhao Hai complied and then left the room. Although the courtyard was big, it wasn't enormous. There were plenty of empty rooms inside. Before long, Zhao Hai picked a room on the left side of the courtyard. Just as he entered the room, Zhao Hai heard several knocks on the door. Zhao Hai quickly opened the room and saw Kaiyu Zen outside. Kaiyu Zen bowed and said, I have seen the young master. Forgive this old man from disturbing your rest, but I have something to inquire about. I'll be serving your 3 meals of the day. I want to ask if you have anything in particular you want to eat. Zhao Hai stared, then he waved his hand and said, there's no need. I still have some food on me. Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Zen. Kaiyu Zen immediately replied, I won't dare accept being called Uncle Zen. Young master, just call me Old Kaiyu. Do you need anything for your room? If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Uncle Zen, there's no need to trouble yourself. Master said that I'll descend the mountain tomorrow. I won't stay here for long, so there's no need to prepare anything. If Uncle Zen is finished, you can take a rest. There's no need to worry about me. Kaiyu Zen nodded and said, then this old man will ask to be excused. Tomorrow, this old man will bring his grandson over. After saying that, Kaiyu Zen bowed to Zhao Hai and then left. Looking at Kaiyu Zen, Zhao Hai sighed as he shook his head. He closed his door and sat down. Although he could no longer feel any pressure from the true spirit realm, he knew that he was still unable to fly. At the same time, the space has been suppressed. The detection range of the space has been reduced to less than a kilometer around him. Fortunately, when Zhao Hai exited the pool, the space also finished upgrading. Now, the density of spiritual chi inside the space was similar to the true spirit realm. Moreover, due to the cleansing pool's water, the things inside the space could be taken out in the true spirit realm. Chapter 1987, Caillou's Ends Review. The night quietly passed by. The next morning, Zhao Hai got up early and walked out of his room. Although his spiritual force has been compressed, his practice hasn't changed. He continued to practice like he always did. Like a tree, he absorbed the spiritual chi through his pores and then expelling it. In the process, he increased the spiritual chi in his body. Also, Zhao Hai discovered that even if he sat down and practiced, his cultivation speed wouldn't become faster than his current method. Therefore, Zhao Hai no longer deliberately practiced. What he needed to do now was to practice his blade skills. Speaking of which, Zhao Hai no longer has any idea what level his stellar transformations yin-yang art has reached. He has been practicing it since he was in the lower realms, but until now, he could still use this cultivation method. The method seems to be able to upgrade itself. Even if Zhao Hai obtains higher level cultivation methods, the stellar transformations yin-yang art would absorb them. In the end, the spiritual chi inside Zhao Hai would still be from the stellar transformations yin-yang art. Zhao Hai hasn't heard of this kind of cultivation before. Whether it was the great realm of cultivation or the true spirit realm, it seems to be unique to him. Also, Zhao Hai knew that he had no need for a new cultivation method. There was no need to upgrade the stellar transformations yin-yang art. His body was now a natural spiritual chi sponge. He doesn't need to use a cultivation method. However, he still wants to take a look at the cultivation methods of the true spirit realm. The reason for this was because he wanted to know how the cultivators of the true spirit realm practiced. Currently, Zhao Hai's main focus was on practicing the blade. He's a layman with regards to the Tao of the blade. The Tyrant Blade sect relied on the blade to become one of the top sects in the true spirit realm. It can be seen how powerful its Tao of the blade is. Zhao Hai still couldn't fly in the true spirit realm, so he belonged to the lowest group of cultivators. His only path right now was to study the Tao of the blade. Zhao Hai stood in the yard. He pulled his blade and gave it a gentle stroke. His two eyes had the look of clarity. Then he moved his body with the blade, performing the 9 linked blade movements. The 9 linked blade movements was used to test one's mastery of the 9 basic blade movements. It wasn't a very powerful technique, but it could deepen one's understanding of the basic blade movements. Zhao Hai's consciousness has already completely integrated with the thinking of the 9 basic blade movements. Zhao Hai discovered that the combination movements have their own bigger consciousness. If Zhao Hai can perform the movements perfectly, then he would be able to get first contact with this consciousness. And once he completely communicates with it, he would attain the highest level of enlightenment regarding the technique. The technique would become instinct to him and he would be able to change movements without delay. Moreover, the strength he could exert with the technique would increase by a lot. However, Zhao Hai has yet to reach perfection with the 9 linked blade movements. He was currently at the boundary to perfection, but when he was about to combine 9 blades into one, he suddenly hit a wall. Whenever he tried to combine the 9 blades, he found that it wasn't perfect. Because of this, Zhao Hai was working hard to practice the 9 linked blade movements. The 9 linked blade movements was also called the 9 test blades in the Tyrant Blade sect. Almost all sect disciples can perform these 9 combined movements. However, not many people have practiced it to the point that Zhao Hai did. Zhao Hai was completely immersed in his practice. He completely forgot about everything else as he felt the sensation of the blade. Because of this, he didn't notice the yin-yang elders entering the yard. The two looked at Zhao Hai's practice with a smile on their face. At this time, 2 figures, one big and one small, came in from outside the courtyard. When they saw that someone was practicing, they immediately turned around and went out. At this moment, Zhao Hai received his blade and then exhaled. He turned to the yin-yang elders and said, "Masters, did disciple disturb you?" The yin-yang elders shook their heads. Then the yang elder said, "Not at all. Little Hai, you're doing very well. Remember this, cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't strive to move forward, you will inevitably lag behind. Being able to practice early in the day makes us happy. Little Caillou, you can come in too. Caillou Zen outside the door responded and then led a child in. In the Tyrant Blade sect, servants like Caillou Zen couldn't peek at people practicing unless they were given permission. They might be punished if they were found out. Therefore, when Caillou Zen saw Zhao Hai practicing, he immediately turned around and left. Caillou Zen was still dressed as a servant. The child he had with him dressed the same. The child looked about 6 or 7 years old. His body looked strong. He had short hair and big round eyes. Zhao Hai knew that this child was Caillou Tai. Instead of being 6 or 7 years old, he was actually 5. It was only because he was tall that he could be mistaken for a 6 or 7-year-old child. After Caillou Zen entered the courtyard, he kneeled down to pay respects to the Yin Yang elders. But before he could fully kneel, the Yin elder waved his hand and stopped him with his spiritual force. Then he said, "All right, little Caillou, you're not young anymore, so stop kneeling. This little kid is your grandson, right?" Seeing that he's unable to kneel, Caillou Zen didn't force it. He quickly replied, "Two elders, young master, this is this old man's grandson, Caillou Tai." Little Tai, kneel down and pay respects. Caillou Tai obediently knelt down and kowtowed towards the Yin Yang elders and Zhao Hai. Then he said, "Caillou Tai has seen the Yin elder, Caillou Tai has seen the Yang elder, Caillou Tai has seen the young master." The Yin elder waved his hand, then he smiled and said, "Good little fellow. Get up." Little Hai, from now on little Tai will be with you. Take good care of him. Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at Caillou Tai who already stood up and looked at him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your name is Caillou Tai, right? You're going to follow me from now on. Just call me young master." Caillou Tai complied, "Yes, young master." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head to the Yin elder and said, "Master, I'll head down to see the sect. When I settle down, I'll come over to ask for advice." The Yin elder waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go. You don't have to come over every day. We also like the quiet. Just remember to keep practicing. There's a training ground below where other disciples practice. Get in touch with them and make friends. Our Tyrant Blade sect is very united. Don't isolate yourself." Hearing the Yin elder, Zhao Hai immediately understood. The Tyrant Blade sect was famous for its unity. If Zhao Hai doesn't get in touch with the other disciples, then he would find it very hard to get along with them in the future. If he gets isolated, then his future would be troublesome. Therefore, the Yin elder urged Zhao Hai to integrate with the Tyrant Blade sect. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Yes, this disciple understands. Masters can rest assured." Then he led Caillou Tai out of the courtyard. Seeing Zhao Hai leave, the Yin elder looked at Caillou Zen and said, "Little Caillou, what do you think about our disciple?" His entire life, Caillou Zen has been taking care of the Yin Yang elders. This caused him to be deeply trusted by the two. The relationship between them was more like friends than masters and servant. But since Caillou Zen has always been a servant, courtesy was ingrained in his bones. This was the reason why he always kneeled whenever he saw the Yin Yang elders. But when the Yin Yang elders have something, they would always ask Caillou Zen about his opinion. The Yin Yang elders have always been regarded as a pair of geniuses in the Tyrant Blade sect. The things they get in contact with were different to the majority of people. Their battles were also always resolved with force. So when it came to life experience, Caillou Zen wasn't far off from them. The Caillou clan wasn't the only servant family in the Tyrant Blade sect, and these servant clans would also fight among each other for the spot of serving a powerful person. Because they weren't cultivators, these servants fought in the dark, using all kinds of insidious tricks to achieve their goal. So in terms of reading people, Caillou Zen might even be better than the two elders. Hearing the Yin Yang elders, Caillou Zen bowed and said, replying to the elders, "This old man hasn't observed the young master for a long time, but I can see that the young master is a righteous person. Moreover, the young master is talented and hardworking. He will definitely reach very far in the future." The Yin elder looked at Caillou Zen and asked, "Little Caillou, it's been a short time, but you already have a high evaluation of Little Hai. You even say that he's righteous and hardworking. Why is that? Kaiyu Zhen smiled faintly and said, replying to the two elders, this old servant exchanged a few words with young Master Zhao Hai yesterday. He called me Uncle Kaiyu. This shows that he is a person who knows how to show respect. Such a person wouldn't be bad. Today, when he was practicing his blade, we interrupted him, but he didn't get angry at all. Instead, he asked if he disturbed you. This shows that he respects you very much. This old man has served you for many years and has seen many geniuses of the Tyrant Blade sect. Throughout my years, I have gained some understanding of the blade. This is the first time this old servant has seen someone using the 9-linked blade movements to such a high level. And despite reaching a high level of mastery, the young master continued to practice. This means that he's not only talented, he's also hard-working, so this old man thinks that the young master will attain a very high level in the future. Chapter 1988, Kaiyu Tai. Naturally, Zhao Hai was unaware of Kaiyu Zhen's evaluation of him. He was currently leading Kaiyu Tai out of the courtyard and towards the path down the mountain. As they were walking, he looked at Kaiyu Tai and said, Little Tai, I just arrived from the Soaring Dragon Realm. There's a lot of things I don't know. Can you introduce me to the Tyrant Blade sect? Kaiyu Tai's small face became serious as he said, Young Master, our Tyrant Blade sect is one of the 81 top sects of the True Spirit Realm. It rules over tens of millions of kilometers of land. Our Tyrant Blade sect has a long history and proud traditions. It was clear that Kaiyu Tai recited this string of words countless times. He was able to recite it without any pause. The amount of words coming out of the kid's mouth caused Zhao Hai to be dumbfounded. After some time, Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and then waved his hand. Alright, I'll get to understanding the history of the Tyrant Blade sect in the future. Tell me about what I should pay attention to at this time. Hearing Zhao Hai, Kaiyu Tai's small face blushed and said, Young Master, I don't know much about what inner disciples pay attention to, but as you head down to your residence, the sect will give you a jade slip. Inside the jade slip will be things you need to pay attention to as well as the rules of the sect. You will know everything after reading that. We servants aren't given the jade slip. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, do the inner disciples and outer disciples of the Tyrant Blade sect live together? Kaiyu Tai shook his head and replied, they don't. The Tyrant Blade sect is divided into 310 outer peaks, 72 inner peaks, and 36 core peaks. Outer disciples live on the 310 outer peaks, inner disciples live on the 72 inner peaks, and core disciples live on the 36 core peaks. Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, so many mountains, how many people occupy each peak? Kaiyu Tai replied, the population on the 310 outer peaks and 72 inner peaks isn't fixed, but on the 36 core peaks, one core disciple lives on each mountain. Zhao Hai nodded. He now has a new understanding of the Tyrant Blade sect. He didn't expect the sect to have so many people. There are actually 310 mountains just for outer disciples and 72 mountains for inner disciples. Then Zhao Hai suddenly raised his brow as he asked, are there only 36 core disciples? If someone gets promoted and becomes a core disciple, what happens to the original core disciples? Kaiyu Tai replied, there are more than 36 core disciples. The core disciples occupying a peak act like guardians to the core sect. If you want to become a core disciple, then you need to be better than the ones guarding the core peaks. If one guarded the core peak for 1,000 years, they will step down from the peak and become a permanent core disciple. Then the core peak that they originally guarded will be occupied by someone else. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he continued, then what about true disciples? Do true disciples exist? Kaiyu Tai replied, true disciples are inner disciples. A lot of true disciples live on the mountain their masters occupy, and only true disciples can challenge core disciples. Ordinary inner disciples aren't qualified to challenge the core disciples. Zhao Hai was silent. The Tyrant Blade sect's division of disciples was very detailed. Moreover, Its population exceeded his expectations, and there were 81 sects of its caliber in the True Spirit realm. One could imagine how big and strong the True Spirit realm is. However, these revelations didn't frighten Zhao Hai. Instead, it caused Zhao Hai to be more excited. The True Spirit realm was a higher realm compared to the great realm of cultivation. This was the place Zhao Hai would undergo his new trial. While Kaiyotai was speaking, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. When they arrived, Zhao Hai saw a small stone tablet with the words Yin Yang Peak on it. Zhao Hai looked at Kaiyotai and said, "Kaiyotai, this mountain is called the Yin Yang Peak. Is it because my masters live here, so it has this name?" Kaiyotai nodded and said, "The mountain is named the Yin Yang Peak because the Yin Yang elders cultivate here. Nobody knows the mountain's previous name. This mountain was originally under the control of the sect's main hall, the Heaven Executioner's Peak. The Heaven Executioner's Peak is the core mountain of the sect." Zhao Hai nodded. He was very satisfied with Kaiyotai. Although he was still a child, he was well informed about the sect's matters. Most importantly, he spoke well. Not like a 5-year-old child at all. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that because of the spiritual chi density of the True Spirit realm, children reach mental maturity at a very early age. When they reach 3 years old, children in the True Spirit realm were already as smart as 10-year-old kids in the lower realms. It was also at that age that children like Kaiyotai began their servant training. Information about the Tyrant Blade sect was gradually ingrained in their minds. By the time they reach 5 years old, they should have learned all public information about the sect, enough for them to serve an inner disciple. Turning his head away from Yin Yang Peak, Zhao Hai said, "Kaiyotai, where should we go now?" Kaiyotai replied, "Young master, we should go to the miscellaneous hall. There we will meet the people who will assign you your residence. At the same time, you'll receive your standard inner disciple equipment." Zhao Hai nodded. "So we'll go to the miscellaneous hall. Shall we walk there?" Kaiyotai nodded and said, "Yes, we can go there on foot. If young master has his own beast mount, you can also ride it." The miscellaneous hall has a lot of branches throughout the sect. The closest one is at Wu Mountain. If we walk, it would take us a month. But if we walk 10 kilometers east, we will reach an official highway of the sect. We can ride a sect carriage there to reach the serving hall and then ride another carriage towards the miscellaneous hall. Each carriage needs a jade essence. No matter how far you go, a jade essence is needed. Hearing Kaiyotai, Zhao Hai stared. Then he smiled faintly and said, "That looks interesting. So do you know where the miscellaneous hall is located exactly?" Kaiyotai nodded. "I do. I know every miscellaneous hall branch in the entire sect." As he told this, a proud expression could be seen on Kaiotai's small face. Looking at Kaiotai's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. It was only at this time that Kaiyotai looked like a child. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, since you know where it is, let's just go there directly." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out 2 winged horses. The winged horses were 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. On its sides were gigantic wings that had a wingspan of at least 10 meters. Naturally, the level of the winged horses wasn't very high. Currently, they were equivalent to core formation cultivators. It was originally impossible for these beasts to appear in the True Spirit realm. But after the space evolved due to the cleansing water, the beasts in the space were able to adapt to the pressure of the True Spirit realm. Although their fighting strength stayed the same, they can fly just like in the lower realms. Seeing the enormous winged horses, Kaiotai's small face turned red with excitement. His eyes were almost glowing. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he picked Kaiyotai up and hoisted him onto one of the horses. Zhao Hai also got on the other horse. With a pat on the side, the 2 horses neighed and flapped their wings before soaring to the sky. Kaiyotai let out an excited yelp. Seeing Kaiotai's appearance, Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Don't forget to lead the way." Kaiyotai recovered. Then he looked at Zhao Hai, embarrassed. But seeing that Zhao Hai wasn't angry, Kaiyotai stuck out his tongue and then pointed to one direction before saying, "Right there, Wu Mountain." Zhao Hai nodded and controlled the horses to fly towards the direction Kaiutai pointed at. After flying straight for about 50 kilometers, Zhao Hai saw a wide road below. It was located on a flat area of a mountain and it seems to be compacted. It was about 20 meters wide. Zhao Hai knew that they weren't flying eastward, so this shouldn't be the road that Kaiutai talked about. It seems like cultivators really lived like mortals in the true spirit realm. Low-level cultivators could only travel on the ground unless they had the means to fly. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. This was because he found that there was a large carriage below. The carriage was 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. It had 6 wheels underneath and was pulled by 5 beasts that looked like horses. The people in the carriage seemed to have noticed Zhao Hai and Kaiutai as well. Zhao Hai saw heads protruding out on both sides of the carriage. There were about 20 people looking at him. Zhao Hai just laughed. He didn't have any intention of going down to greet them. He just ordered his winged horses to fly faster. With Zhao Hai's present strength, it was impossible for him to release his spiritual chi outside his body. Afraid that Kaiutai might be frozen by the cold winds, Zhao Hai took out liquid silver and coated the two of them inside. Naturally, liquid silver also changed its form to be invisible. Kaiutai was very excited to fly. He looked around him constantly. His small face was red with excitement and his eyes were very bright. Zhao Hai just smiled and didn't mind him. A kid of Kaiutai's age should be playing and causing trouble. But in the true spirit realm, kids like Kaiutai were already working. Wu Mountain wasn't near, but the winged horses were fast. After an hour of flying, Zhao Hai could already see the peak of Wu Mountain. The mountain wasn't anything special, but it was completely different compared to Yin Yang Peak. Wu Mountain was very lively. Cultivators could be seen arriving and departing from the mountain. There were cultivators flying into the mountain, but the majority were on the roads climbing up the mountain. From the distance, Zhao Hai could see a tall building. The building was around 100 meters high. Looking at the windows, Zhao Hai judged that the building had 20 floors. Kaiutai pointed towards the tall building and said, "Young master, that is the miscellaneous hall branch. We can land at the square inches front of the building." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Kaiutai and said, "How do you know of these places?" Kaiutai smiled and said, "Grandfather brought me here before. Grandfather has a portable transmission formation. He can bring me to any place in the Tyrant Blade sect. It's amazing." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then he said, "I also have a portable transmission formation. Next time, we'll use it to come here." Kaiutai looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, did you obtain your portable transmission formation in the Soaring Dragon Realm?" Portable transmission formations from the Soaring Dragon Realm can't be used in the True Spirit Realm. You need to buy a new portable transmission formation. However, portable transmission formations are very expensive. Not only do you need money, you also need contribution points. Grandfather's portable transmission formation was given to him by the 2 elders. Our clan wouldn't be able to afford one otherwise. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect that portable transmission formations in the Soaring Dragon Realm were different from the ones in the True Spirit Realm, but he soon understood. The True Spirit Realm was a higher level realm compared to the Soaring Dragon Realm. It's normal for its portable transmission to be different. While they were talking, they were getting really close to the miscellaneous hall. Zhao Hai could see an expansive square inches front of the miscellaneous hall building. There were a lot of beasts in the square. Some of the beasts were dragging carriages while some had saddles. Some beasts have wings while some don't. The beasts came in all shapes and sizes. Some looked like lions and tigers and had extraordinary offensive strength. There were also beasts that looked like pigs, horses, cattle, and sheep which looked docile. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that there were beasts that looked like domestic chickens. However, these chickens were huge, almost the same size as Zhao Hai's winged horses. They had fiery red crowns on their heads and shiny feathers. This caused Zhao Hai to raise his brows. He didn't expect to see a bizarre beast in the True Spirit Realm. Zhao Hai commanded his winged horses to fly down to the square. He also found that the square was divided into grids. Beasts stayed obediently inside these grids, like cars in a parking lot. It was clear that the beasts have undergone strict training. After parking his winged horses onto the grids, Zhao Hai took Coyote down from the winged horse and then led him into the building. At this time, Coyote looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, we need to pay if we park in the square. 2 jade essences per hour." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that he would still pay here. At this time, a person in servant clothing walked over. Then he bowed and said, "I have seen Mr. How long does Mr. plan for his beasts to wait?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know how long I'll take." Hearing Zhao Hai, the servant took out a wood token and then said, "If Mr. doesn't know, then please allow this servant to hang this wood token on your beast. Then when you return, we'll calculate how much you'll pay." Zhao Hai looked at the wooden token and then nodded. "All right." The servant took out a string and then carefully tied it to the forelegs of the winged horses. It seems like he was used to these things. Then the servant looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, mister, we're good here. Also, does your beasts need to be fed? What do they eat?" Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need." After saying that, he led Coyote towards the miscellaneous halls building. Chapter 1989, Farming for 3 years. Hundreds of beasts were parked on the square inches front of the miscellaneous hall. Because of this, Zhao Hai's winged horses didn't attract any attention. On the other hand, people couldn't help but turn their heads when they saw Zhao Hai. This was because they knew that there were only 2 situations where someone would have a child as a servant. It was either they just became an inner disciple, or their old servant died. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, it didn't seem like his original servant died. In other words, he was a new inner disciple. This was enough to grab people's attention. Zhao Hai didn't care about the gazes directed at him. He continued to lead Coyote towards the huge building in front of him. Before long, the 2 entered the building. Surprisingly, the first floor was the mission hall. It was no different to the Tyrant Blade Sex branch hall in the Soaring Dragon realm, just a bit bigger. But after thinking it through, Zhao Hai understood. The Soaring Dragon realm's purpose was to familiarize the cultivators of the lower realm to the customs of the True Spirit realm. Therefore, it wouldn't be strange if some buildings have the same layout. There was a staircase leading upstairs on the side of the hall. After Coyote followed Zhao Hai into the hall, he immediately said, "Young master, let's use the stairs to go up. Your equipment and your residence will be given to you on the 2nd floor." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he went to the 2nd floor with Coyote. Before long, the 2 arrived at the 2nd floor. The layout of the 2nd floor was similar to the 1st floor. However, it was quieter and had significantly less people. There were several counters on the floor with people inside. Seeing Zhao Hai, the female on one counter stood up and gave a bow before saying, "Senior brother, welcome. What can I do for you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Hello, I am Zhao Hai. I came here to ask for my inner disciple equipment and my residence." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a blade-shaped token and handed it over. Hearing Zhao Hai, the female cultivator couldn't help but stare. Then she immediately received Zhao Hai's blade token and looked at it. After inspecting the token, the female cultivator handed it back to Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother, please wait for a moment." The female cultivator sat down and then took out a jade slip as though she was checking something. After some time, the female cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai joined the Tyrant Blade sect a year ago but stayed in the Soaring Dragon realm for a year to practice. And you just arrived in the Tyrant Blade sect. Senior brother, you have been assigned to Resident Complex 52 in Lower Earth Mountain. Since you just joined the Tyrant Blade sect, you need to farm for 3 years. A field will also be assigned to you. This field is just on the foot of Lower Earth Mountain. The area is 10 acres. The sect doesn't care what you plant there. If you plant grain, you need to give 10,000 kilograms of grain every day. If you grow vegetables, the amount you need to hand over depends on what vegetable you grow. You can undertake missions in these 3 years, but you cannot skip on your daily requirements. Failure in submitting the required yields will cause you to be punished. This is your equipment. Please receive it." As she said that, The female cultivator took out a spatial bag and gave it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the spatial bag. Then he looked at the female cultivator and said, "Can I go to the Blade Pavilion to get secret books to study?" The female cultivator nodded and said, "Yes, senior brother, with your strength, you can receive 5 secret books every year for free as long as they're on the bottom 3 floors of the Blade Pavilion." Senior brother only needs to show his identity token to the person in charge. Right, since senior brother is going to farm, you can buy seeds on the 3rd floor. You can also hire servants to take care of your farm. Everything you need is on the 3rd floor. Zhao Hai expressed his thanks to the female cultivator. Then as they walked out of the counter, Zhao Hai looked at Kaiyotai and said, "Kaiyotai, do all cultivators from the Soaring Dragon Realm need to farm for 3 years upon arriving?" Kaiyotai nodded. "Yes, this is the sex rule." Grandfather said that this would allow disciples from the Soaring Dragon Realm to quickly adapt to the True Spirit Realm. But this should be the first time an inner disciple went farming. Past disciples who came from the Soaring Dragon Realm were serving disciples or outer disciples. Nobody was directly admitted to the inner sect. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he searched the spatial bag using his spiritual force. Inside he saw 4 things: a long blade, 2 jade slips, and 100 jade essences. Zhao Hai took the blade out and gave it a look. The blade was an ordinary blade with a sheath. It was 3 feet long and an inch wide. The sheath was made of animal skin. It was very simple. Zhao Hai held the blade and pulled it out. The blade was as bright as snow with blood grooves along its body. Engraved near the handle was the character for Tyrant. The character let out an aura of madness and aggression. Zhao Hai returned the blade to its sheath and then sent it to the space. After that he took one of the 2 jade slips and probed it with his spiritual force. Inside was a set of the Tyrant Blade's sex rules. The rules were very detailed. The very first rule indicated that those who kill a fellow disciple would be killed. The Tyrant Blade sect didn't have a lot of rules. Besides the sex rules, the Jade Slip also described the allowance of inner disciples. The Tyrant Blade sect's inner disciples would receive 100 jade essences every month. At the same time, they can receive 5 books from the lowest 3 floors of the Blade Pavilion. The sect would also not force inner disciples to take missions. From this point of view, one could see that the sect treats its inner disciples neither good nor bad. However, Zhao Hai wasn't complacent. He knew that the sect did this to have inner disciples take missions on their own. Although the sect didn't force them to take tasks, inner disciples would have to take missions if they want to live a better life. Missions would award contribution points in addition to jade essence. Contribution points can be used to get servants, beasts, books, and pills. With enough contribution points, one could get anything they want from the sect. The sect did this to make its disciple desire to do better. Disciples would have a sense of urgency, pushing them to progress. Besides these things, a map was also included in the Jade Slip. The map was an overall view of the territory the Tyrant Blade sect controlled. With this map, Zhao Hai wouldn't be lost in the sect. Zhao Hai stored the Jade Slip and took out the other one. Inside was actually a blade technique. The name of the technique was the 8 Gates Golden Lock Blade. The 8 Gates Golden Lock Blade was a medium-level blade technique. It was a blade technique that was heavily focused on defense. Its offense wasn't very powerful. It seems like the technique was one of the benefits that inner disciples receive. Zhao Hai didn't dwell too much on comprehending the blade technique. It wasn't the time and place for him to practice. After receiving the Jade Slip, he looked at Kaiyotai and said, "Let's go to the 3rd floor and take a look." Kaiyotai complied and then walked to the 3rd floor with Zhao Hai. While walking towards the 3rd floor, Zhao Hai asked, "Kaiyotai, what's on the 3rd floor?" Kaiyotai replied, "The 3rd floor is the trading floor. You can purchase things with your own money there. You can also sell materials. You can even employ people." Zhao Hai nodded and then proceeded to walk towards the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was quite big, but unlike the 1st floor, the 3rd floor was divided into several sections. One section was dedicated to shopping. There were jade slips, weapons, pills, and various materials placed on shelves. Marked below the items are their prices. Another section was dedicated to purchasing. There were counters designed for cultivators to sell items to. Another section was also for employment. Naturally, it was used for hiring people. Outside each section was a sign explicitly showing which section was which. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. Then he led Kaiyu Tai towards the section selling items. Outside this section were the words shopping section. The first thing Zhao Hai saw when he entered were 5 shelves of weapons. The first shelf had blades sitting upright. Zhao Hai just swept the weapons with his eyes. Next to the weapons were pill shelves. All pills were placed inside jade bottles. Below each bottle was the price of the pills. Zhao Hai looked and saw that the pills required contribution points to buy. He didn't have any contribution points right now, so he couldn't afford any of these things. Finally, Zhao Hai arrived at the section with jade slips. There were also 5 shelves for jade slips. Above each jade slip was a simple introduction of what was inside. After scanning the shelves, Zhao Hai found that the contents of the jade slips were mixed. There were jade slips describing beasts, jade slips with introduction to medicine, and so on. There were no jade slips with cultivation methods inside. Moreover, these jade slips don't need contribution points to purchase. They only need jade essences. Each jade slip wasn't cheap. A jade slip costs 1,000 jade essences at minimum. Seeing Zhao Hai scanning the shelves, a female cultivator walked over. She first saw Kaiyu Tai beside Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Kaiyu Tai, the eyes of the female disciple lit up. She gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Senior brother, is there something I can do to help?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Hello, I want these jade slips." Then he referred to 4 jade slips on the shelves. The female disciple turned her head towards the jade slips that Zhao Hai referred to and became more certain about Zhao Hai's status. She immediately took the jade slips and handed them over to Zhao Hai. These jade slips include a brief history of the true spirit realm and travel notes of a tyrant blade sect elder. This elder enjoyed the beauty of nature and would sometimes write notes about his travels. Inside the jade slip was the record of his journey around the true spirit realm. The other 2 jade slips that Zhao Hai chose were about beasts and medicinal plants. Each were titled the Comprehensive Beast Guide and the Comprehensive Medicinal Herbs Guide, respectively. The female disciple had been working here for a long time. Seeing the jade slips that Zhao Hai bought, she knew that Zhao Hai must be a new disciple. And seeing Kaiyu Tai, she was more certain about her suspicions. Chapter 1990. Identity. The reason this female cultivator knew Zhao Hai's identity was because she was from the Kaiyu clan. The Kaiyu clan was a respected servant clan in the Tyrant Blade sect. As long as a member of the clan was discovered to have compatibility with spiritual roots, they could join the sect as disciples. They might not become inner disciples, but they won't be serving disciples either. Instead, they would enter the outer sect immediately. This female disciple was one of such people. Because of her spiritual roots, she entered the Tyrant Blade sect and became an outer disciple. Some people might find it strange that the Tyrant Blade sect has both servant clans and serving disciples. Would they overlap? Actually, they won't. Servant clans and serving disciples were responsible for different areas. Serving disciples generally won't serve a person. They also practice in hopes of being promoted to the outer sect, or even the inner sect and the core sect. As long as they show their outstanding talent, they can claim a piece of the Tyrant Blade sect's sky for themselves. On the other hand, the majority of people in servant clans cannot cultivate. Even if the people they serve teach them cultivation, their status as servants wouldn't disappear. Because of this, there was no overlap between servant clans and serving disciples. Although the female disciple was from the Kaiyu clan and received servant training when she was young, she was found to have compatible spiritual roots when she reached 5. Because of this, the Kaiyu clan didn't let her follow an inner disciple and instead let her join the Tyrant Blade sect as a disciple of the outer sect. This was also one of the strategies of the Kaiyu clan. There were quite a few Kaiyu clan members among the disciples of the Tyrant Blade sect. This allowed the Kaiyu clan to have a louder voice in the sect. As to why Kaiyu Tai became Zhao Hai's disciple, It was because of the Yin Yang Elders. The Yin Yang Elders held a special status in the Tyrant Blade sect. Caillou Zhen could see clearly how much the Yin Yang Elders regarded Zhao Hai. The two elders didn't treat Zhao Hai like an ordinary disciple, but more like a legacy disciple. If the Yin Yang Elders really plan on making Zhao Hai inherit their legacy, then Zhao Hai's status wouldn't be low in the future. Therefore, Caillou Zhen decided to have Caillou Tai follow behind Zhao Hai. Although Caillou Tai would always be a servant because of this, his life would be better than ordinary disciples in the future. Caillou Zhen followed the Yin Yang Elders for his entire life. He was aware of the temperament of the two. If the elders didn't attach any importance to Zhao Hai, they simply wouldn't allow him to stay in Yin Yang Peak. The personality of the elders was as famous as their blade skills. Caillou Zhen's position in the Caillou clan wasn't low. Although he wasn't the patriarch, he was a highly regarded elder due to how much favor the Yin Yang elders gave him. With Caillou Tai becoming Zhao Hai's servant, Caillou Zhen also informed the Caillou clan about his status. So when a person from the Caillou clan meets Zhao Hai, they would make sure that they never offended him. Because of this, when the female disciple saw Caillou Tai, she could immediately recognize who Zhao Hai was, and looking at the items that Zhao Hai bought, her suspicions were confirmed. Seeing that there were no issues with the 4 jade slips, Zhao Hai waved his hand and handed a spatial bag to the female disciple before saying, "Please confirm, there are 20,000 jade essences inside." The 4 jade slips totaled to 20,000 jade essences. The price wasn't cheap, but to Zhao Hai, this was crucial information. The space could create as many jade essences he wanted, so he could buy everything he wanted. The female disciple received the spatial bag and scanned it with her spiritual force. Then she nodded and said, "The quantity is correct. Does senior brother want anything else?" Zhao Hai didn't immediately read the jade slips after buying them. Instead, he led Caillou Tai to the row of shelves next to the jade slips. There were a lot of miscellaneous items on the shelves. After looking around, Zhao Hai saw that there were indeed seeds in here. There were vegetable seeds, fruit tree seeds, grain seeds, and so on. The female disciple followed behind Zhao Hai. After looking through the seeds, Zhao Hai said, "I want these seeds. I want a mu's worth of seed each." The female cultivator immediately replied, "Please wait for a moment while I take care of it." After she said that, she walked to the counter. In addition to seeds, the miscellaneous shelves also have beast bones, ores and other items. There were more shelves for these miscellaneous items compared to other items. The shelves for seeds alone numbered 5. Zhao Hai continued to browse through various items on the shelves. To be honest, Zhao Hai was more interested in these random item shelves compared to the shelves with blades. Moreover, these random items could be purchased with jade essences. This made Zhao Hai want to buy all of them. The ores and seeds can enrich the space. Moreover, these items don't need contribution points. Zhao Hai can afford to buy them. Despite wanting to buy all the miscellaneous items, Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't. He just arrived in the Tyrant Blade sect. He didn't want to make a lot of noise this early. While Zhao Hai was observing the miscellaneous items, the female disciple returned. She cupped her fist and said, "Senior brother, I've calculated everything. There are 438 seeds in total. Grain seeds account for 120 seeds. There are also 138 fruit tree seeds and 180 vegetable seeds. Senior brother, do you want all of them?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I want them all. I want a mu of land's worth of seeds each. Please prepare everything for me. By the way, do you have any medicinal herb seeds for sale here?" The female cultivator shook her head and said, "We don't have any medicinal herb seeds. Only the medicinal hall has them. Moreover, medicinal herb seeds require contribution points to purchase. You can't buy them with jade essence." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the female disciple curiously and asked, "You seem to know about my situation. Do you know me?" The female disciple smiled faintly and said, "I don't know who senior brother is, but I know him." "Little Tai, why didn't you call me when you arrived?" Caillou Tai made an ugly face at the female disciple as he replied, "Cousin, don't act like you don't know. We can't greet people casually." Hearing Caillou Tai, Zhao Hai immediately understood. So you're Little Tai's cousin, no wonder. Please give me all the seeds. Right. How much jade essence do I owe? The female disciple smiled faintly and said, Senior brother is too polite. My name is Caillou Lingdang. If you need anything later on, don't hesitate to call me. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'll have to thank you in advance, junior sister. Caillou Lingdang smiled and then handed Zhao Hai a spatial bag. Inside were all the seeds that Zhao Hai purchased. Upon receiving the bag, Zhao Hai asked, How much? Caillou Lingdang replied, It's not much, 219 jade essences. These seeds are sold at a uniform price. All seeds are also the highest quality. There's no need for senior brother to worry. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he handed a spatial bag to Caillou Lingdang and said, Junior sister, please check. Caillou Lingdang checked the spatial bag and nodded. It's correct. Does senior brother need anything else? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, There's nothing else. Thanks a lot, junior sister. Goodbye. Then he took Caillou Tai and left. Seeing that there's nothing else he needs in the shop, Zhao Hai left. Then he led Caillou Tai to leave the third floor. As they walked out, Zhao Hai looked at Caillou Tai and asked, Little Tai, what's on the fourth floor? Caillou Tai replied, The fourth floor is for pills. If you need a pill made, you can go to the fourth floor. The fifth floor is for refining items. Zhao Hai nodded. Alright, we don't need those things right now. Let's go and see my residence as well as the field I need to farm. It's been some time since I planted something. Haha. While the two walked down from the third floor, female disciples approached Caillou Lingdang's side. Then a round-faced female disciple asked, Lingdang, who was that? He looks like a newcomer. But how can newcomers have servants? Is he from the Caillou clan? But only inner disciples can have servants. Why would inner disciples need to farm? Caillou Lingdang looked at the round-faced cultivator and replied, That person is unique. He just arrived from the Soaring Dragon realm, so he naturally needs to farm. But he's also an inner disciple, so he can have a servant. Hearing this, the others were confused. The round-faced female replied, That's impossible. How could someone from the Soaring Dragon realm immediately enter the inner sect? Our Tyrant Blade sect doesn't have someone like that. Caillou Lingdang looked at her fellow disciple and said, You can choose to believe me or not. I heard this information from an elder in our clan, someone who serves the Yin Yang elders. How could information coming from him be false? Upon hearing Caillou Lingdang, everyone began to discuss Zhao Hai's status. Someone who just arrived from the Soaring Dragon realm was immediately admitted to the inner sect. It was something that never happened before. It was impossible for Caillou Lingdang to tell the full story to everyone. Otherwise, she might annoy some people. Because of this, her replies were quite vague. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai took Caillou Tai back to the winged horses. As they were walking, Zhao Hai asked, Little Tai, do you know anything about Lower Earth Mountain? From what I can see, it's very far from here. It's near Black Dragon Mountain. Caillou Tai nodded. Right. Lower Earth Mountain is very close to Black Dragon Mountain. Because of this, inner disciples rarely go there. Once in a while, beasts from Black Dragon Mountain would go down and attack anyone they see. Chapter 1991. Choosing manuals from the Blade Pavilion. Black Dragon Mountain was an unusual region in the Tyrant Blade sect. This was because Black Dragon Mountain was a place that the sect couldn't control. The Tyrant Blade sect was among the strongest sects in the True Spirit realm, so why can't they control a region in their territory? What makes Black Dragon Mountain special? Actually, the reason was very simple. Black Dragon Mountain was too big. Black Dragon Mountain was one of the largest mountains in the True Spirit realm. At the same time, it was a region infested with powerful beasts. There were even rumors that the strongest beasts in the mountain aren't any weaker than the strongest cultivators in the realm. Because of these powerful beasts, Black Dragon Mountain became a famous spot for trials in the True Spirit realm. The mountain had an inexhaustible amount of beasts, herbs, and other resources. Cultivators in the True Spirit realm were always seen swarming into the mountain. The entire Black Dragon Mountain was nearly 10 million kilometers long, passing through dozens of sects. The Tyrant Blade sect contains the tail end of the Black Dragon Mountain. From time to time, the beasts from the mountain would come down and attack the cultivators of the Tyrant Blade sect, which was a headache for the sect. It must be said that it wouldn't be impossible for the Tyrant Blade sect to clean up the section of the Black Tiger Mountain that was inside their territory. The sect can send experts to completely wipe out the section, making the surroundings safer. However, this action would also risk offending the powerful beasts in the Black Dragon Mountain. If the powerful beasts retaliated, the Tyrant Blade sect would suffer huge losses. Because of this, the Tyrant Blade sect left the mountain be. Additionally, the surroundings of the mountain has become a trial ground for Tyrant Blade sect disciples, so the sect allowed the beasts in the mountain to exist. Meanwhile, it was unfortunate that Lower Earth Mountain happened to be the closest mountain to Black Dragon Mountain. It used to be the residence of the inner disciples of the Tyrant Blade sect, but now, it has been slowly abandoned due to the increasing beasts of the Black Dragon Mountain. Now, only disciples who trained in Black Dragon Mountain settled down on Lower Earth Mountain. Hearing Kaiutai's introduction, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown as he said, "So there's almost nobody in Lower Earth Mountain? I'm going to live there alone?" Kaiutai shook his head and said, "There are still people living in Lower Earth Mountain. In fact, they're very famous. They're called the 12 Lower Earth Eccentrics. I heard that they're experts even among inner disciples. The reason they live in Lower Earth Mountain is because it is easier to enter Black Dragon Mountain from there." "Young master, with your current strength, it's not suitable for you to live in Lower Earth Mountain. Do you want to tell the two elders about this? They might be able to transfer you to another place." Zhao Hai shook his head and declined. He has a general awareness of his situation. He was even suspecting that this was an arrangement of the Yin Yang elders for the purpose of testing him, so Zhao Hai didn't bother. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was surprised by Kaiutai. There's no need to mention the kid's basic knowledge of the Tyrant Blade sect, and when Zhao Hai was about to understand the extent of Kaiutai's knowledge, he would find that the kid knew even more. This wasn't something a 5-year-old could achieve. Zhao Hai looked at Kaiutai and said, "Little Tai, how do you know these things?" Kaiutai proudly replied, "I read about these things in the clan. My grandfather said a long time ago that as a servant, everything we do must be done for our master. Everything has to be done in consideration of our master, and if there was any danger, we need to remind the master immediately. This is the responsibility of a servant." Zhao Hai was stunned, then he smiled bitterly. He didn't expect the Kaiyu clan's education to be this strict. At this time, the two arrived before the winged horses. The person who was there before bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you leaving?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes. How much do I need to pay?" The servant replied, "You've been gone less than an hour. Mister only needs to pay 1 jade essence." Zhao Hai nodded and then took out 1 jade essence and gave it to the servant. After placing Kaiutai on one of the winged horses, Zhao Hai rode his own winged horse and then left the miscellaneous hall. The winged horses flew towards the northeast side of the miscellaneous hall. Kaiutai looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Master, Lower Earth Mountain isn't in this direction." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I know, but we're not going to Lower Earth Mountain yet. I want to go to the Blade Pavilion and get my 5 secret manuals." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kaiutai nodded and no longer said anything. Now that Zhao Hai has obtained a map of the Tyrant Blade sect, he naturally no longer needs to ask Kaiutai for directions. The Blade Pavilion was a very important place for the Tyrant Blade sect. It was located on an extremely steep mountain. It was said that if one man blocks the path upwards the mountain, then nobody would be able to pass them. The Blade Pavilion was the sole building on the mountain. It was 9 floors high, 6 of which were open to the disciples. Serving disciples could only enter the first floor of the pavilion. Outer disciples can enter up to the second floor, Inner disciples can enter the third floor. True disciples can enter the fourth floor and core disciples can enter the fifth and sixth floor. The top 3 floors couldn't be accessed by disciples. Nobody knows how many people were guarding the Blade Pavilion. The only thing everyone knows was that the guards of the pavilion were powerful experts. The pavilion not only has experts, it also has a formidable defensive formation. It was said that it would be easier to attack the Tyrant Blade Sect's main hall than its Blade Pavilion. In front of the Blade Pavilion was a stretch of open area. Zhao Hai had his winged horses land on that area. Similar to the miscellaneous hall, a servant was present to collect parking fees. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but bitterly smile. It seems like you need to spend money everywhere in the Tyrant Blade sect. If someone couldn't make money, they would find it very hard to survive in the sect. After parking the winged horses, Zhao Hai led Kaiyu Tai to the Blade Pavilion. The entrance to the pavilion wasn't big and there weren't many people inside. There was a counter near the entrance and a female disciple sitting on the other side. She was looking down as she was reading through a jade slip. Zhao Hai arrived at a counter and cupped his fist as he said, "Senior sister, I am here to receive this year's secret manuals." The female disciple looked up at Zhao Hai and nodded as she said, "Identity token." Zhao took his identity token out and handed it over to the female disciple. The female disciple inspected the identity token and nodded. Then she said, "You can select books on the lower 3 floors. Once you've chosen, bring them back to me so that I could record them to a blank jade slip. If you want more, you can use 100 jade essences to record manuals from the first floor. The second floor requires contribution points. Each manual on the second floor needs 10 contribution points to record. Third floor manuals need 50 contribution points." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he asked, "Senior sister, are there handwritten books I could borrow?" The female cultivator nodded. The third floor has handwritten books, but they're not included in the free allocation. If you want to borrow one, you need 100 contribution points and it's only for 10 days. If you don't return it after 10 days, 10 contribution points will be added to your balance every day. Zhao Hai paused for a moment. He didn't think that the Tyrant Blade sect would have this book borrowing system, but he soon nodded and then walked into the building. He wasn't in a hurry to go to the third floor. Instead, he browsed the manuals on the first floor. The first floor had plenty of shelves with jade slips on them. Looking around, Zhao Hai could estimate that there were no less than 10 million jade slips inside. Fortunately, a classification was shown on the top of the shelves. There were shelves for cultivation methods, blade techniques, movement techniques, and so on. Zhao Hai gave an approving nod. The management of the Tyrant Blade sect was very formal. As he walked through the first floor, Zhao Hai arrived on a shelf with cultivation methods written on top of it. Zhao Hai took one jade slip and probed it with his spiritual force. A line immediately appeared in his mind. Primordial Chaos Manual, Foundational Cultivation Method, suits Earth Element cultivators. After comprehending, the user's chi would embody the beginning of the universe. The user's defensive strength would also be increased. For more detailed content, please head to the entrance to unblock the restriction. Seeing this, Zhao Hai understood that the jade slips placed on the shelves only revealed an introductory part of the manual. Unless the restriction was lifted, the real contents wouldn't be seen. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai took the jade slip. Although the Primordial Chaos Manual was the lowest grade of cultivation method in the Tyrant Blade sect, Zhao Hai wanted to go through this manual to see how it differed to the cultivation methods of the Great Realm of Cultivation. Now that he has selected the Primordial Chaos method, Zhao Hai went to the shelves for movement techniques. He took a jade slip and read its summary. Windborne Movement Technique, Intermediate Movement Technique, suitable for wind element spirit roots. After comprehending, the user's body would be as agile as a falling leaf. For more detailed content, please head to the entrance to unblock the restriction. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and took the jade slip. Then he went to the shelves for blade techniques. He took a jade slip and read its summary. It was a technique known as rapid blades, a foundational blade technique. It would cause the user's blade techniques to be quick. Zhao Hai placed the jade slip back on the shelf. He wasn't looking for these types of blade techniques. He wanted to look for a blade technique that has an attribute. Zhao Hai has no need for techniques like this one. Before long, Zhao Hai took a jade slip and read that it was an earth element blade technique named the Sealing Blade. Although Zhao Hai already has the 8 Gates Golden Lock technique as a defensive technique, he wants to see how the two techniques differed. Zhao Hai looked around again and found that there were shelves that were for fist techniques, kicking techniques, and palm techniques. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be curious. He walked and took a jade slip for a fist technique. It was a foundation fist technique called the Beating Waves fist technique. Although it was a water element technique, Zhao Hai still took it. Then on the shelves for kicking techniques, Zhao Hai took a jade slip with a technique called the Crumbling Mountain kicking technique. In this manner, Zhao Hai chose 5 jade slips. Then he didn't take more. He sent the jade slips to the space and then led Coyote upstairs. He didn't stop on the 2nd floor and went directly to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor had significantly less shelves than the 1st floor. However, there were shelves that looked different than the rest. These shelves were filled with books instead of jade slips. Zhao Hai walked over and curiously picked a book and read it. The title of the book was Thunder Rush Blade Insights followed by Leizhu. Zhao Hai wanted to read further but he discovered that the pages were stuck. He knew that this should be the restriction on the book. He placed the book back on the shelf and looked at another one. He found that the books were mostly about insights. Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at the other shelves on the 3rd floor. The shelves on the 3rd floor were divided into 6 categories: cultivation methods, movement techniques, blade techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, and kicking techniques. Zhao Hai found that the Tyrant Blade sect doesn't have manuals for other weapons. All techniques were for the blade. It seems like this was intentional on the part of the Tyrant Blade sect. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate and went to the shelves with blade techniques and picked up a jade slip. The jade slip was for a technique called the Rolling Rock Blade. It was an offensive earth element technique that was rated intermediate. Zhao Hai stored the blade technique and took other blade techniques. Zhao Hai chose a metal element blade technique called the Golden Deep Blade, a wood element blade technique called the Fallen Leaves Blade, another wood element blade technique called the Wisteria Blade, and a water element technique called the Ice Cold Blade. All techniques were graded intermediate. After choosing these techniques, Zhao Hai took Coyote back downstairs. Upon arriving at the entrance, Zhao Hai took 10 jade slips out and handed them over to the female cultivator while saying, "Senior sister, I want to record these 10 jade slips. The 5 jade slips from the 3rd floor will be taken from my free manuals. I will pay for the other 5. Hearing Zhao Hai, the female cultivator couldn't help but pause. Then she nodded and said, "All right." After that, she examined the 10 jade slips and recorded their names. Then she took out 10 blank jade slips and recorded the contents of the jade slips inside. After recording, she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother, please have a look." The jade slips recorded are Windborne Movement Technique, Primordial Chaos Manual, Sealing Blade, Beating Waves Fist Technique, Crumbling Mountain Kicking Technique, Rolling Rocks Blade, Golden Deep Blade, Fallen Leaves Blade, Wisteria Blade, and Ice Cold Blade. If everything is correct, then I'll ask Junior brother to pay 500 jade essences. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Everything's correct. Thank you very much, senior sister." After he said that, he took out a spatial bag and handed it to the female disciple. Upon receiving the spatial bag and confirming the 500 jade essences, the female disciple nodded and said, "It's the exact amount. Junior brother can go now." Zhao Hai cupped his fist and then received the jade slips before leaving. Looking at Zhao Hai's back, the female disciple couldn't help but have a look of confusion on her face. Chapter 1992, Lower Earth Mountain. Nobody can blame the female disciple for being confused. Zhao Hai's selection of jade slips was very mixed. There was earth element, metal element, wind element, water element, and wood element jade slips. Seeing so many elements in a cultivator's selection, It was normal for anyone to be confused. Most people in the Tyrant Blade sect have Earth grade and Mortal grade spirit roots. There were almost no Heaven grade spirit roots. If there were, the sect would certainly train them in secret and they wouldn't come to the Blade Pavilion. Besides cultivators with Heaven grade spirit roots, cultivators wouldn't practice so many elements. However, Zhao Hai strangely bought a mixed bag of jade slips. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai didn't think about it too much. He left the Blade Pavilion with Kaiyu Tai, paid the parking fee, and then flew towards Lower Earth Mountain. Lower Earth Mountain was east of the Blade Pavilion. Zhao Hai commanded his winged horses to fly directly to the mountain. Since the Lower Earth Mountain was very far, it took Zhao Hai and Kaiyu Tai 5 hours of flying before seeing the mountain. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to see that Lower Earth Mountain wasn't in a good location. The closer Zhao Hai flew to Lower Earth Mountain, the less people he saw. He even began to see beasts in some places, which surprised him. Lower Earth Mountain wasn't very tall. It was only about 20 kilometers above sea level. The mountain was quite steep and it occupied a large area. It was 150 kilometers from north to south and it had 21 peaks in total. There were all kinds of trees growing on the mountain. Zhao Hai made the winged horses circle around Lower Earth Mountain. The mountain itself was good, but because of how steep it was, there were only 2 roads leading up to it. Courtyards were built on the 21 peaks of the mountain, but naturally, most of these courtyards have been abandoned. They were infested with weeds. When Zhao Hai saw signs of activity on one of the main peaks, he directed his winged horses to fly towards it. At the same time, the people on the mountain could see someone coming. They stood up and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai counted and there were 12 individuals. It seems like they are the 12 eccentrics that Kaiyu Tai mentioned. At this moment, the winged horses landed on the ground. Zhao Hai took Kaiyu Tai down from the winged horse and then the two headed towards the 12 individuals. After arriving with Kaiyu Tai, Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the 12 people and said, Zhao Hai has met senior brothers. I was assigned resident complex number 52 of Lower Earth Mountain by the miscellaneous hall. I just arrived here. Does senior brothers know where my residence is? As he said that, Zhao Hai inspected the 12 cultivators. These 12 individuals really deserved to be called the 12 eccentrics. Although they wore cultivator clothing, their clothes were too colorful. It was as if they took different colored robes and then threw them all inside a washing machine. As a result, the colors faded and mixed with every robe, turning the robes into a mess of colors. The hair of these 12 people were also a mess. Their beards were very long and ungroomed. They looked more like crazy people than cultivators. At the same time, the 12 eccentrics were also inspecting Zhao Hai. They sized Zhao Hai up with a strange gaze. Their gazes were a bit inquisitive, but it was mostly curiosity. Seeing that the 12 didn't respond, Zhao Hai scanned through the area. He discovered that it was a huge architectural complex. Zhao Hai moved towards the front of the gate and saw written on it were 3 characters for 52. When he saw these 3 characters, Zhao Hai couldn't help but chuckle. Then he returned to the courtyard and greeted the 12 eccentrics once more. I've made senior brothers laugh. I didn't know that this was resident complex number 52. May I choose any room here? Like before, the 12 eccentrics didn't say anything. They just looked at Zhao Hai in silence. After waiting for a while and receiving no reply, Zhao Hai looked around and found the rooms where the 12 lived. Their rooms were right beside each other. They took up an entire courtyard block. However, there were paths leading to other courtyard blocks right beside theirs. It seems like the 12 eccentrics lived in just one courtyard block. Seeing that there was no response, Zhao Hai shrugged and led Kaiyu Tai towards the path towards the unoccupied courtyards. Zhao Hai shoved the gate of one courtyard block open and saw that it was bigger than the previous one. The courtyard had 20 rooms altogether. There was even a training ground. Spread throughout the floor were slates of cyan stones. Since the courtyard hasn't been used for a long time, weeds have drilled themselves into every crevice. There was a huge locust tree in the center, providing an umbrella to the whole block. On the east side of the courtyard was a well that was constructed from stone. It looks to be the only water source for the residents. The rooms in the courtyard were made of wood and stone. There should be a layer of red paint on the walls, but it had already fallen off. However, the body of the residence was still complete and strong, but with the fallen leaves and weeds everywhere, it looked very desolate. Coyote was still a child, all things considered, so when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but move to Zhao Hai's side in fear. Seeing Coyote's expression, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'll have someone clean it up in no time." Coyote looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. He didn't understand what Zhao Hai was talking about. They didn't employ anyone from the miscellaneous hall, so who was going to clean the courtyard? Zhao Hai waved his hand and released a group of robots. It must be said that although the true spirit realm doesn't allow beings from the space to come out, the robots could still appear. Robots have no life in them and could be regarded as tools. They wouldn't be repelled by the realm's laws, but at the same time, Zhao Hai's robots don't have any significant strength. They were only strong enough to do menial tasks that Zhao Hai needed to be done, like cleaning and housework. Zhao Hai released 30 robots all in all. After all robots appeared, Zhao Hai ordered, "Remove all the weeds in the courtyard and place the furniture inside the residence. Also, listen to what he has to say from now on." As he said that, Zhao Hai pointed towards Coyote. Coyote was now very curious about the robots. The robots were fully metallic and weren't covered by biochemical skin. Because of this, Coyote immediately understood that it was a machine. But this was also the cause for Coyote's curiosity. Puppets were also present in the true spirit realm. Moreover, it was very common. The Tyrant Blade sect even has a place specifically for researching puppets. There were also cultivators in the sect that used puppets. Cultivators in the Tyrant Blade sect used puppets for combat. Nobody would use their puppet to do housework. That was a job for servants, and puppets needed contribution points to buy. Nobody would waste their contribution points just for their puppet to do housework. A puppet would immediately be snagged the moment they appear on the market. With how rare they were, it was simply impossible for puppets to do housework. Naturally, there were no such things as servant puppets. The puppets that Coyote had seen before were only battle puppets. He hasn't seen puppets like the ones Zhao Hai took out. When the robots began to take tools out to do housework under Zhao Hai's order, Coyote's attention was immediately captured. Looking at Coyote's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Then he took out 2 chairs and a table. He sat down and he took out a bottle of wine and a bottle of juice. Then he called Coyote over and said, "Come, little Tai, drink some juice. The robots will take care of the courtyard from now on. If you need something done, you can order them. But I have to remind you that they can only do housework like cleaning and making meals. Nothing else." Coyote looked at Zhao Hai with a blank expression. He really couldn't understand what Zhao Hai was saying. He had never seen a cultivator carry these kinds of things with him. Thinking of this, Coyote turned his head and glanced at his side once again. There were piles of furniture including beds, tables, chairs, carpets, and daily necessities. There were even things that he hadn't seen before. Upon hearing that Zhao Hai wanted him to sit down, Coyote bowed and said, "I won't dare." "Young master, the sect has a rule that a servant cannot sit when the master is sitting." Zhao Hai was stunned. Then he asked, "You can't even sit even if I ask you to?" Coyote was silent for a moment. Then upon thinking for a while, he said, "I haven't heard that it wasn't allowed. But grandfather told me that even if the young master asks me to sit, I cannot sit down. Otherwise, there would be no division between master and servant." Hearing Coyote, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think about Caillou Zen. Recalling Caillou Zen's serious expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He knew that Coyote wouldn't sit down no matter how much he asked, so he didn't force Coyote. Instead, he gestured towards the bottle of juice and said, "Then at least take this juice. I took it out for you." This time, Coyote didn't decline. He bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, young master." Then he took the bottle of juice and took a sip. When he tasted the juice, Coyote's eyes couldn't help but light up. He didn't think juice could be this tasty. The Tyrant Blade sect also grew fruit trees, so fruits weren't rare in the sect. With the Caillou clan being one of the most prominent servant clans in the sect, they naturally have a good amount of resources. Coyote has eaten a lot of fruits in his life, but has never drank fruit juice. Upon tasting fruit juice, the sweet and sour taste immediately captivated Coyote. After all, he was still a child. Forgetting about being polite, Coyote focused on drinking the juice. Chapter 1993, Name Your Master. Looking at Coyote's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Alright, you should drink slowly. There's still a lot of juice. Come, eat these snacks. Then he took out a plate of snacks. The snack was beautifully made. It looked like a flower on a plate. Coyote couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He followed Zhao Hai for half a day and he was now famished. Seeing the snack, he couldn't help but feel hungry. But upon recalling the words of his grandfather, he didn't dare take some. Seeing Coyote hesitate, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Come and eat, this is an order." Coyote expressed his gratitude towards Zhao Hai and then took a small piece of the snack and ate it carefully. At this moment, Zhao Hai noticed that the 12 eccentrics next door were using their spiritual force to observe the robots, and like Coyote, the 12 eccentrics were surprised upon seeing Zhao Hai's robots. They didn't think Zhao Hai would have puppets that specialize in housework. Zhao Hai didn't mind them and continued to look at the robots' work. Although the courtyard was big, Zhao Hai took out 30 robots. Moreover, these were robots specifically made to do house chores. It didn't take long before the entire courtyard was showing signs of becoming clean. Then Zhao Hai had the robots move the furniture into the room. After that, he received the table and chairs that he temporarily took out and brought Coyote inside the residence. Zhao Hai chose a main room for himself as well as a separate bedroom and quiet room. There was also a room for servants outside the bedroom. Everything has been cleaned up and furnished. Zhao Hai and Coyote can now live in it. Zhao Hai sized up his room and gave a satisfied nod. Then he took Coyote to the servants' room and said, "Little Tai, you'll live here from now on. You can command the robots to clean and prepare food. They can do all the housework. There's no need for you to worry about this." Coyote complied. He was now beginning to feel how lucky he was to be Zhao Hai's servant. He doesn't have to do any hands-on chores and could even command a large group of puppets, which was very fun for a kid. Seeing that his room was set up properly, Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the courtyard and the 30 robots were still in the process of reorganizing and cleaning the courtyard. The moss on the walls were being scraped clean. The paint was also being reapplied. Zhao Hai turned his head to Coyote and said, "Little Tai, stay here and look after them. I'll go look at the land I'm going to farm." Coyote nodded. Then Zhao Hai rode his winged horse and shot up to the sky, flying towards the foot of Lower Earth Mountain. The piece of land assigned to Zhao Hai was clearly marked in the jade slip. It was in an open space facing the Tyrant Blade sect at the foot of Lower Earth Mountain. The area was quite large, at about 10 mu. As he rode his winged horse, Zhao Hai flew over the flat land and observed. He discovered that there was no less than 100,000 mu of arable land. Moreover, these lands should have been farmed before, judging by the empty villages dotted throughout the land. Naturally, all of these lands were left uncultivated for some time. Seeing such a huge piece of land waste like this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a bit of grief. After looking around, Zhao Hai found the area that was assigned to him. The piece of land was very good and wasn't very far from Lower Earth Mountain. But because it hasn't been cultivated for a long time, it already looked barren. If Zhao Hai wants to farm it, he would need to do a lot. At least the weeds should be removed and the land fertilized. Otherwise, nothing would grow on this land. Zhao Hai thought for a while and then waved his hand, releasing farming robots to work the land. With only 10 mu of land assigned to him, Zhao Hai didn't release too many robots. only 2 robots and several machines. The machines that Zhao Hai took out were high-tech products. The robots only need to press a few buttons to operate them. After the robots and machines were released, work immediately began. Firstly, the land needs to be deeply plowed. All weeds were also broken up and turned into fertilizer. Then the land was leveled. For those with machines, 10 mu wasn't a large piece of land. In less than 3 hours, the entire plot was ready for planting. Looking at the land, Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took out a bag of bamboo rice seeds and had the robot plant it. At the same time, he took out a sprinkler machine and filled it with water from the space. After commanding the robot to water the ground, his work was almost done. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't water the plants too much. If Zhao Hai planted the seeds today and they grew tomorrow, then people might grow suspicious. So even if he fertilized the land, he couldn't make his plants grow too fast. While Zhao Hai was farming, the 12 eccentrics went to his courtyard. At this moment, Coyote was commanding the robots to clean the courtyard. Even though Coyote was young, the training he received allowed him to flawlessly command the robots. As soon as he saw the 12 eccentrics, Coyote immediately greeted them with a bow and said, "I've seen seniors. May I know why you came here?" The 12 eccentrics couldn't help but be amused when they saw Coyote. One of them said, "Kid, let me ask you, is your master a disciple of an elder?" Hearing this, Coyote quickly replied, "I'll have to apologize to misters. Without the young master's permission, I cannot disclose any of his information. Please excuse me." As soon as they heard Coyote, the eccentrics couldn't help but frown. They also knew that this wasn't Coyote talking nonsense. It was true. Servants like Coyote couldn't easily disclose their master's status, otherwise they would be punished. And if their master's temperament wasn't good, the servants might even get killed. Coyote was still a child, and they weren't cruel enough to embarrass him. So the person who talked before said, "When will your master return?" Coyote shook his head and said, "This one doesn't know. The sect has given 10 mu of land to my master to farm for 3 years. Master went to see the land. As for when he'll come back, I can't say." When the lead eccentric heard this, he couldn't help but get stunned. Then he said, "Your master is going to farm for 3 years? Isn't that something that people from the Soaring Dragon Realm did?" "Is your master from the Soaring Dragon Realm?" Coyote has no need to hide this matter, so he nodded and said, "Right. My master just arrived from the Soaring Dragon Realm." The eccentric's expression changed as he said, "Nonsense. If your master arrived from the Soaring Dragon Realm, how could he be assigned to Lower Earth Mountain? This place is only for inner disciples." Coyote wasn't shaken by the eccentric's outburst. He calmly replied, replying to Senior, "My master is truly from the Soaring Dragon Realm, but he's also an inner disciple. He already registered in the miscellaneous hall. If you want, you can go there and check." Hearing Coyote, the 12 eccentrics were stunned. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. This was the first time they heard of this situation. They weren't sure if it was true or false. At this time, the flapping of wings were heard. Everyone looked up and saw Zhao Hai riding his winged horse. He was currently descending to the ground. Before long, the winged horse landed on the ground. Zhao Hai quickly jumped down and cupped his fist as he said, "Senior brothers, do you need something from this junior brother?" The lead eccentric looked at Zhao Hai with an electric gaze and said, "I heard that junior brother came from the Soaring Dragon Realm. But you're already an inner disciple. Is this true?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's true. Otherwise, this junior brother wouldn't be assigned here." "Senior brothers, now that we're neighbors, how about sharing a few cups with me?" The lead eccentric looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Junior brother, if you don't mind, can I see your identity token?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't mind." Then he turned his hand and took out his identity token before handing it over. The lead eccentric looked at Zhao Hai's identity token and looked at it carefully. Then he nodded as he gave it back to Zhao Hai. "I have offended junior brother. Please forgive me. This is the first time we've seen this situation, so we're very curious." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's really nothing. Back in the Soaring Dragon Realm, I was able to make a small contribution to the sect. So I was directly promoted to the inner sect. The lead eccentric nodded. May I know which elder junior brother follows? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's not really a secret, but I hope that senior brothers don't spread it around. Otherwise, I don't know what to say to my master. The eccentrics nodded. They have a feeling that Zhao Hai's status wasn't as simple as they thought. Looking at the eccentrics, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this junior brother follows two masters. As to what my master's real names are, I don't know. However, people in the sect call them the Yin Yang Elders. Hiss. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the eccentrics couldn't help but gasp. They knew too clearly what position the Yin Yang Elders held in the Tyrant Blade sect. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to take the two elders as his masters. The two elders haven't accepted a disciple all these years. Everyone thought that the two elders wouldn't take in a disciple. Now, without any fanfare, a disciple of the two suddenly appeared. Chapter 1994, The 12 Lower Earth Eccentrics. The eccentrics looked at Zhao Hai with weird expressions. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be the disciple of the Yin Yang Elders. In addition to their battle exploits, the two elders were also famous for not accepting disciples. In addition to having no intentions of getting disciples, the two elders also carry a very heavy killing aura. If they received a disciple, that disciple would also be affected by their aura. Once that disciple practices blade techniques, they might get overwhelmed by the killing aura and become a crazed murderer. But now, Zhao Hai was saying that he was the disciple of the two elders. It was no surprise that the eccentrics were stunned. The leader of the group looked at Zhao Hai and then cupped his fist as he said, so junior brother is the disciple of the Yin Yang Elders. Allow this Dao Shu to pay respects. Zhao Hai also cupped his fist and said, senior brother is too polite. Senior brothers, please come in, let's share a few cups. Then he invited them into the courtyard. The eccentrics also knew that it would be impolite to reject the invitation. At the same time, they wanted to know more about Zhao Hai, so Dao Shu accepted. Then we'll be disturbing junior brother. After saying that, Dao Shu led the eccentrics inside. Zhao Hai designated the left side of the courtyard block as a kitchen and dining room. He brought the eccentrics there. Upon entering the dining room, the group was met with a huge round table. The table was covered by a white tablecloth with tableware on top. There were also two robots standing on the sides. Zhao Hai turned to the robots and waved his hand as he said, bring us liquor, 10 vegetable dishes, and 6 meat dishes. The two robots turned and left without making a sound. After inviting the eccentrics to sit down, Zhao Hai turned to Kaiyu Tai and said, little Tai, tell the robots to heat a pot of tea first. If those fellows aren't told, they won't do it. Kaiyu Tai complied and immediately went to the kitchen through a nearby door. Then Zhao Hai turned his head towards Dao Shu and said, senior brother, I've made you laugh. Dao Shu smiled and said, it's nothing. Actually, we're envious. Although we have our own servants, Lower Earth Mountain isn't a good place. Because of this, we requested the sect to take our servants back. Now we don't have anyone serving us. This is why we look like such a mess. It's us who made junior brother laugh. Haha. Zhao Hai smiled and said, if senior brother agrees, I can send some robots to your courtyard once my place gets cleaned up. But these robots cannot fight. They can only do housework. Dao Shu smiled and said, then we won't decline. If junior brother needs help, don't hesitate to tell us. We'll help you if we're not busy. Right, junior brother, if possible, you should make your little servant leave. Lower Earth Mountain is too dangerous. Zhao Hai stared. Just as he was about to speak, Kaiyu Tai's voice was heard. I won't leave young master. Young master, don't drive me away. Otherwise, grandfather will kill me. Zhao Hai turned his head to see Kaiyu Tai who was already sobbing. Zhao Hai quickly shook his head and said, don't worry, I won't chase you away. Go and see if the tea is ready. Hearing Zhao Hai, Kaiyu Tai gave a bright smile before turning around and running. Zhao Hai turned his head towards Dao Shu and sighed, it seems like that won't happen. By the way, senior brother Shu, I don't know the names of the other senior brothers yet. I'll have to trouble you to introduce them to me. Hearing Zhao Hai, Dao Shu couldn't help but pat his head as he said, look at me, I actually forgot to introduce everyone. Alright, let me introduce you. These are my younger brothers. All of us came from the same mother. My father didn't expect to have so many children. Later on, when they saw that there's 12 of us, they changed our names. My name is Dao Shu. This is my second brother Dao Niu, my third brother Dao Hu, fourth brother Dao Tu, fifth brother Dao Long, sixth brother Dao Shi, seventh brother Dao Ma, eighth brother Dao Yang, ninth brother Dao Hu, 10th brother Dao Ji, 11th brother Dao G, and 12th brother Dao Shu. Zhao Hai looked at the 12 brothers and said polite words. He couldn't help but commend the father of the 12. He was courageous enough to change the name of his children to the 12 Chinese zodiacs. The 12 brothers don't think that their names lost them face. In fact, with how strange the names of people were in the true spirit realm, their names were actually common. After the introduction, Dao Shu opened his mouth and said, "Our Dao clan is a huge family from Flowing Flower City that the Tyrant Blade sect governs. Our ancestors once served as an elder in the Tyrant Blade sect. However, when he took the oath, there were no decent successors in the clan. Because of this, our relationship with the Tyrant Blade sect has been a bit distant. But when we 12 brothers became inner disciples of the sect, the clan's relationship with the Tyrant Blade sect became closer." Zhao Hai was aware that the Tyrant Blade sect governed no less than 10,000 large and small cities. Flowing Flower City was a mid-grade city located right by the Flowing Flower River. The city was famous for peach blossom wine and peach blossom perch. There are plenty of peach blossom trees on both sides of the river. Every year, when the peach blossoms fall, the petals would fall into the river, causing the river to smell like peach blossoms. Peach blossom wine was made from this river water. Peach blossom wine was mellow and soft with a tangy aroma. It's a famous wine in the true spirit realm. At the same time, perch fishes that live in the river would eat the fallen peach blossoms. Whenever they go back to the sea to mate, they would eat peach blossoms along the way. Because of this, the meat of the perch would have the aroma of peach blossoms. It was also tender and delicious, making it a rare delicacy. At this moment, Caillou Tai led a robot inside the dining room. The robot was holding a tray with a heated pot of tea as well as 2 rows of teacups. After placing the pot of tea on the table, the robot gave everyone their teacups and poured them tea. Once everyone was served tea, the robot went to the side. Zhao Hai held his teacup as he looked at the 12 eccentrics and said, "Senior brothers, me coming to Lower Earth Mountain should be fate. Let this junior brother offer you a cup of tea." Dao Shu smiled and said, "Then we'll taste brother's tea today." After saying that, he drank from his teacup and closed his eyes. Before long, Dao Shu nodded and said, "Good tea, the fragrance is mellow but not very strong." "Very good tea." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and took a sip from his teacup. To be honest, the tea made by the robot wasn't anything to him. This was because the tea made by the robot lacked the trace of spiritual qi, unlike tea made by hand. Dao Shu sipped from his teacup before putting it down. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother Zhao, you said that you made a contribution in the Soaring Dragon realm, which promoted you to the inner sect. Can you tell us what this contribution is?" Hearing Dao Shu, Zhao Hai replied, "I'm afraid I cannot tell you." Zhao Hai truly cannot inform Dao Shu about what he did. He told Dao Shu about his relationship with the Yin Yang elders because it wouldn't matter if word got out. If people heard about this, then they might only think that Zhao Hai was lucky. But if Zhao Hai told Dao Shu and the others that he has exterminated an entire realm, then troubles might appear in the Tyrant Blade sect. Hearing Zhao Hai, Dao Shu gave an awkward smile as he said, "I've overreached. I apologize." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's fine. My masters forbade me from talking about this, so I can't tell anyone." Dao Shu waved his hand and said, "All right, then let's forget it." At this time, the robots began bringing the liquor and the dishes. Then Zhao Hai got busy giving toasts to everyone at the table. The group drank until it was late. Then Dao Shu and his brothers returned to their residence. After Dao Shu and the others left, Zhao Hai commanded the robots to clean up the dining room before he went to rest. Zhao Hai entered his bedroom while Caillou Tai went to the servants' room. Although Zhao Hai went to bed and closed his eyes, He didn't actually sleep. Instead, he was monitoring Dao Shu and the others through the space. Dao Shu was too curious about Zhao Hai. When they first met, he didn't talk to him at all, but later on, it seemed like he wanted to know everything about Zhao Hai. Feeling that something was strange, Zhao Hai wanted to see what they were up to, and Zhao Hai didn't guess wrong. When Dao Shu and his brothers returned to their courtyard block, they didn't sleep immediately. Instead, they gathered around in their common room. Dao Ma looked at Dao Shu and said, "Brother, you shouldn't have asked all those questions. It's hard for a person to come here. If you scare Zhao Hai away, then we'll be left alone on this mountain." Dao Shu forced a smile and said, "I don't want to ask too much either, but I don't know anything else to talk about. With our reputation, nobody would reach out to us. Now, after seeing someone, I naturally want to talk to them more." Then Dao replied, "Brother, what should we do if Zhao Hai gets scared away by us? Master ordered us to make a friend. Otherwise, Master will expel us from the sect." Dao Shu became quiet and could only force a smile. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was happy when he heard this. He didn't expect to see such people here. Dao Shu and the others were naturally not very good at communicating with people. They were a group of cultivation addicts. Zhao Hai also noticed that although they were covered with beards, Dao Shu and the others weren't that old. They were also stronger than Lin Ling. The only thing they knew was to practice. So when it came to communicating with people, they would have certain problems. And then there's their strange appearances. No wonder they couldn't make any friends. Their master clearly noticed this point, so he threatened them with expulsion unless they made a friend. But with how long they have stayed in the desolate Lower Earth Mountain, communication became their greatest weakness. Upon finding that the 12 eccentrics had no ill intentions, Zhao Hai let the matter go. He took out a jade slip and read its contents. This jade slip wasn't from the Blade Pavilion but instead the jade slip he received from the miscellaneous hall. Inside was an introduction to the Tyrant Blade sect as well as the cultivation levels in the True Spirit realm. This information should have been learned when one was a serving disciple or an outer disciple, but now it was in the hands of an inner disciple. But there was no other way about it. Although Zhao Hai was an inner disciple, he was a newcomer to the True Spirit realm. Zhao Hai first memorized the rules of the Tyrant Blade sect. Before, he only looked through the rules to see the overall situation, but looking at it now, the Tyrant Blade sect seems to not have many rules. But there was one thing that must never be violated, and that was to kill fellow sect disciples. This rule was written at the very top. This showed how much importance the Tyrant Blade sect placed upon its disciples. After memorizing the sect's rules, Zhao Hai focused on the cultivation stages of the True Spirit realm. Before this, the only stage Zhao Hai was aware of was the lowest rebirth stage. He didn't know the succeeding stages. Now, there was a detailed introduction provided in the Jade Slip. In the True Spirit realm, cultivation was divided into 9 stages. The first stage was rebirth. This process actually refers to when a person from the Soaring Dragon realm enters the cleansing pool to rid their body of toxins. The second stage of cultivation was called Condensed Avatar. When immortal cultivators enter the True Spirit realm, they would find that the laws of the realm forbade their Dao avatars from coming out. On the second stage, one would need to condense their Dao avatar to fit the laws of the True Spirit realm. To enter the peak of the Condensed Avatar stage, a cultivator would need to condense a Dao avatar the same size as their body, and it must look like a person, to the point that people won't be able to tell that it was a Dao avatar. The third stage was called the Clone stage. The Clone stage was closely related to the second stage. The Clone stage refers to cultivating one's Dao avatar to the point where it would also be able to cultivate. It would essentially become a clone, thus the name of the stage. The fourth stage was called the Fusion stage. The description of the Fusion stage was very simple, and that was to fuse one's clone with their main body. One might think that it was going around in circles, but it was actually not. Once fusion between the clone and the main body was achieved, the cultivator would experience a very sharp increase in spiritual chi, spiritual force, and soul strength. At the same time, the cultivator's cultivation speed would increase, and during battles, the cultivator would be able to absorb spiritual chi while attacking the enemy due to the increase in soul strength. This meant that the cultivator would be more durable during battle. Chapter 1995, Dangerous Space Breaker. The fifth stage was called Earth Monarch. To reach this level, the cultivator needs to thoroughly understand the methods of soul fusion and practice it to the highest level. When a cultivator reaches this stage, dust won't even fall on their body. It was also at this stage that a cultivator could stop eating. The sixth stage was called teleportation. Just by looking at the name, one could immediately know what this stage was about. Reaching this stage, the cultivator would be able to make an instant movement over a short distance. It's also at this stage that the cultivator would be able to fly. The seventh stage is called Diamond Body. At this level, the body would undergo a transformation and become indestructible. Ordinary attacks would have no effect. As long as the body doesn't suffer fatal injuries, it can recover almost immediately. Even internal damage would be cured. The eighth stage is called Condensing Spirit. Condensing Spirit refers to the solidification of spiritual force. Once spiritual force becomes solid, the cultivator could condense their spiritual force to be as indestructible as diamond. At this stage, the cultivator would be able to achieve the state of mind beyond body. If a condensing spirit cultivator suffers an irrecoverable injury, they could separate their soul from their body to keep themselves alive. The ninth stage was called the Space Breaker. Space Breaker cultivators can break open the void to ascend, but this can only be done at its peak. Ordinary ninth stage cultivators could only break through the realm's space. That was to say that if Zhao Hai uses his divergent ability, a space breaker cultivator would be able to tear open the space and catch Zhao Hai. Naturally, this was only when Zhao Hai used an ordinary spatial divergent ability. If Zhao Hai uses the space itself, then it is still unknown if space breaker cultivators would be able to break through it. When Zhao Hai saw the description of the space breaker stage, his complexion couldn't help but change. The true spirit realm has people who can break open the void. This might mean that they can reach the space. If this was the case, how can Zhao Hai protect himself? The space was Zhao Hai's biggest secret as well as his biggest advantage. If the space was discovered, Zhao Hai's final ace would be exposed. When the time comes, he wouldn't have anywhere to hide. Everything that Zhao Hai saw would naturally be seen by Kair. Seeing this, Kair immediately said, "Young master, if there are really experts who can break through the void, then we would need to make preparations. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded. "We must prepare." Kair, go look and see if the space has any defensive measures. If there is, let's see if it has been upgraded as well. Kair complied. Then she closed her eyes and recalled the space's capabilities after the upgrade. After some time, Kair's expression lit up. She opened her eyes and looked at Zhao Hai. "Young master, there's actually a solution. Now that the space has upgraded, it has reached the standard of the true spirit realm. Therefore, it cannot be detected by the cultivators of the realm. The space's defensive measures have also been upgraded. Even if someone breaks open the void, without your permission, they wouldn't be able to get past the 5 elements killing formation and the stellar transformations killing formation. They would also be trapped by the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp. The two stamps have independent subspaces inside that have been developed by the space. The subspaces also have their own 5 elements killing formation and stellar transformations killing formation." When he heard Kair, Zhao Hai nodded. "Activate the formations all the time. We can't neglect this matter." Kair complied and left to prepare. Although Zhao Hai was lying on his bed, his heart couldn't calm itself down for some time. Knowing that there were people who could break open the void in the true spirit realm gave him a true sense of crisis. Before long, Kair returned to update Zhao Hai about the activation of the formations. It was only then that Zhao Hai relaxed. With the 5-element killing formation and the stellar transformations killing formation, the space would be safe. Zhao Hai has no intention to sleep. But he wasn't looking at Jade's lips. Instead, he practiced his spiritual chi. He knew that no matter which realm, only strength could provide absolute safety. As long as he's strong enough, it wouldn't matter if the space was revealed. Take the great realm of cultivation, for example. Even if Zhao Hai revealed that he has the space, Who would dare touch him? They won't have the guts. The night silently passed. The next morning, Coyote got up early. He wasn't like other kids who hated getting out of bed. Because he was trained since he was small, he knows that he has to wake up earlier than his master. Unfortunately for Coyote, Zhao Hai didn't need to sleep. Because of this, Zhao Hai was up much earlier than Coyote. When Coyote went to Zhao Hai's room, he discovered that Zhao Hai wasn't there. Coyote panicked and hastily ran outside to see Zhao Hai practicing in the courtyard. Upon knowing that techniques also have their own thinking, Zhao Hai decided to relearn all of his techniques so that he could communicate with them. Then he would practice the techniques to their pinnacle. What Zhao Hai was practicing right now was one of the 18 Buddhist techniques. The Crouching Tiger Fist technique. The Crouching Tiger Fist was a very powerful set of movements. By communicating with the technique, Zhao Hai discovered that his prior mastery of it was merely surface level. He hasn't learned the essence of the technique. After practicing for a while, Zhao Hai finally discovered Coyote. Zhao Hai reined in his fist chi and then turned his head. Coyote was in front of the door looking anxiously at him. Seeing Zhao Hai stop practicing, Coyote immediately knelt down and said while weeping, "I've offended the young master. I got up late. Please punish me." Looking at Coyote's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood what was going on. He smiled bitterly and said, "All right, little Tai, get up. There's so many robots in this place, so there's no need for you to take care of everything. Also, unlike me, you don't cultivate. I need less sleep than you. Naturally, it's impossible for you to wake up earlier than me. And don't kneel down all the time. Alright, go next door and ask Brother Dao and the others to come over and eat breakfast. Wash your face before you go. Nobody wants to see a crying child." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Coyote stood up and happily nodded. Then he ran to a nearby bathroom and quickly washed his face before leaving. The courtyard block was arranged according to Zhao Hai's preferences. In addition to the dining room, kitchen, and living room, there are also special bathrooms that conform to modern standards. It was very convenient to use. Seeing Coyote go over to the next door to call the eccentrics over, Zhao Hai couldn't help but chuckle. Then he cleaned himself up. Before long, Dao Shu and the others entered the courtyard along with Coyote. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Dao Shu and the others and said, "Senior brothers, you no longer have any servants." And unlike other mountains, Lower Earth Mountain doesn't have its own dining hall. So if you want to eat, you can come over and have the robots cook you some food. When Dao Shu heard Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't offended because of yesterday's matter. His heart couldn't help but relax. Then he quickly said, "Alright, we really hate preparing food. We'll have to impose ourselves on junior brother in the future." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "You're always welcome." "Right, senior brother, your hair and beards are so long, do you plan on keeping them? If you want, the robots can trim your beard and hair for you. By the way, if you don't mind, there are also clothes here that you can wear. If I may be blunt, the robes you're wearing right now don't look very comfortable." Zhao Hai wasn't worried that his impolite words would offend Dao Shu and the others. These eccentrics were too isolated that Zhao Hai might get misunderstood if he didn't get to the point. Sure enough, when they heard Zhao Hai, Dao Shu and the others weren't offended. Instead, Dao Shu happily replied, "That will be fantastic. We'll have to trouble junior brother." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's no trouble. The robots are built for these things." After he said that, Zhao Hai assigned 12 robots to the eccentrics. He also took out chairs for the eccentrics to sit on while the robots trimmed their hair and beard. Dao Shu and the others sat on the chairs, but they were somewhat nervous as they looked at the robots. From time to time, scissors, razors, and other things popped out of the hands of the robots. They busied themselves on the faces of the eccentrics for some time. Zhao Hai was at the side looking at all of this. Once the robots finished trimming the hair of the eccentrics, he couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect the 12 eccentrics to look so clean once their hair was trimmed. The 12 eccentrics were close to each other when it came to height. The lines of their faces were very clear, showing the face of fearless men. The robots trimmed their hair and beard to conform with the contour of their faces, making them look very fierce. Zhao Hai gave a satisfied nod. Then he waved his hand, causing 12 claws to appear in the hands of the robots. These claws were made out of leather. Then he looked at Dao Shu and the others and said, "Senior brothers, these are the clothes I have. Please try them on." Dao Shu and the others didn't decline. They went to the bathroom one by one and changed. The 12 looked very satisfied when they wore their new clothes. They could feel the kindness and sincerity in Zhao Hai's actions, which made them happy. Chapter 1996, Special Task. 12 big men with huge blades on their backs, wearing leather vests, leather trousers, leather boots, and hair trimmed to an inch long. They were the very definition of fierce. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Shu and the others who had basically transformed and showed a satisfied smile. Then he said, "Senior brothers, how is it? Are the clothes alright?" Dao Shu gave Zhao Hai a grateful look as he cupped his fist and said, "Junior brother, senior brother won't say much. After so many years, you're the only one who seriously treated us as friends. I won't thank you too much. But from now on you're our blood brother. As long as you need us, even if we go through a sea of fire, we won't frown." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He felt that he had swindled Dao Shu and the others, but he could feel the sincerity in Dao Shu's words, so he replied, "Senior brothers, you're too polite. Let's go eat a meal." Dao Shu and the others didn't decline and entered the dining room with Zhao Hai. Breakfast was already prepared on the table. The breakfast was very simple. They ate rice porridge with side dishes. After eating their meal, Zhao Hai looked at Dao Shu and the others and said, "Senior brothers, I'm going down the mountain, but I'll be back in a while. You can keep staying here if you want." As soon as they heard this, Dao Shu immediately asked, "Junior brother, do you need us to accompany you? The lands surrounding Lower Earth Mountain aren't safe. Beasts would wander here once in a while." Zhao Hai replied, "I'm fine. I just planted my seeds yesterday. Beasts shouldn't have found it, right? If there's no damage, I'll go to the miscellaneous hall. There's no need for you to accompany me." Dao Shu nodded and said, "All right, but be careful. If there's an emergency, you must send a signal. We'll immediately come over and help." Zhao Hai nodded and then took Kaiutai with him to the winged horses before flying down the mountain. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at his 10 mu of land. Seeing that there was no damage to the land, he didn't descend and instead changed directions and headed towards the miscellaneous hall. Zhao Hai wanted to go to the miscellaneous hall to discuss something with them. He wanted to see if they could give him all of the land under Lower Earth Mountain. This way, he could grow bamboo, rice and bread trees there. It's not that Zhao Hai wanted to have a large tract of land. Instead, he wants to use this method to attract more people to Lower Earth Mountain. The more people there are, the safer the mountain would be. Then he would be able to practice with a peace of mind. Zhao Hai knew that for the beasts of Black Dragon Mountain to drive the cultivators away from Lower Earth Mountain, they would have to be strong beasts. Zhao Hai needs to spend a period of time to adapt to the true spirit realm. At the same time, he wants to use this time to practice. But if those beasts always came to cause trouble, then he wouldn't be able to cultivate in peace. Therefore, Zhao Hai thought that if he could improve the environment around Lower Earth Mountain, then people might return. When the time comes, even if the beasts attack, Zhao Hai wouldn't need to worry. These people would help him block the beasts. Also, seeing a large empty land made Zhao Hai uncomfortable, so he thought of going to the miscellaneous hall to ask if he could farm the entire land. Although Kaiutai wasn't aware of what Zhao Hai wanted to do, he didn't ask. In the end, he was still a child. It's impossible for him to guess what was inside Zhao Hai's mind. After flying non-stop for 5 hours, Zhao Hai finally arrived at the miscellaneous hall. He parked his winged horses on the square and allowed the servant to hang a wooden plate on the horses. Then he led Kaiutai inside the miscellaneous hall. To be honest, Zhao Hai has no idea how to go about his task. This was his first time trying to request land. He didn't know which floor he should go to. Looking at the cultivators coming and going in the first floor, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he took Kaiutai to the task counter. Like in the Soaring Dragon realm, There were female cultivators handling the tasks. There was also a projection on the wall showing all available tasks. Zhao Hai looked through the tasks and wasn't able to see any tasks regarding Lower Earth Mountain. However, he still stood in line to ask the female cultivator on the counter about where he should go to request for land. Before long, the cultivators in front of Zhao Hai left. Zhao Hai arrived at the counter and gave the female cultivator a smile before asking, "Junior sister, my name is Zhao Hai and I'm currently living on Lower Earth Mountain. I just want to ask about the large land at the foot of the mountain. I saw that the soil quality is very good and is suitable for farming. However, nobody is using it right now. I want to make use of that land. I wonder where I can process this matter." Hearing Zhao Hai, the female cultivator couldn't help but stare. She looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Senior brother, did I mishear? You said that you want to farm the land under Lower Earth Mountain? Don't you know the situation of that place?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm aware. Because of Black Dragon Mountain, beasts frequently cause trouble. But I still want to try. Do you know where I need to go?" The female cultivator looked at Zhao Hai as though he was a madman. After some time, she answered, "You can proceed with the formalities with me. There's a task for that piece of land. Anyone who takes the task will get the land for free, and all of the harvests will belong to you. There's no need to hand a percentage to the sect. Is that all right?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect there to be such favorable conditions. He quickly answered, "There's no problem. I'll take this task, so I can farm the land under Lower Earth Mountain as much as I want." The female cultivator nodded. "You can farm everything you can manage, right? This task has no time limit. In other words, as long as you're alive or as long as you stay in Lower Earth Mountain, the lands under the mountain will be yours. Naturally, you can't own Lower Earth Mountain. However, you can claim a peak for yourself in the mountain. Without your permission, others cannot enter that peak." Zhao Hai was ecstatic. He immediately said, "All right, then I want the first peak." The female cultivator nodded. "Senior brother, I'll need your identity token for registration." Zhao Hai took out his blade token and handed it to the female cultivator. Then the female cultivator took out a jade slip to register Zhao Hai. Once the registration was finished, the female cultivator returned the blade token to Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother, it's done." Zhao Hai gave his thanks to the female cultivator and then left the hall with Kaiutai. The people around them also heard Zhao Hai talking about the task. They looked over at Zhao Hai with curiosity. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to take up the task. Some of them even looked at Zhao Hai with ridicule. They looked at him like he was an idiot. Zhao Hai didn't care about what others thought. He brought Kaiutai out of the building and then left for Yin Yang Peak after paying for the parking. Zhao Hai wanted to go to Yin Yang Peak to update the Yin Yang elders about his decision. To be honest, farming the land under Lower Earth Mountain was made with the intention of helping the Tyrant Blade sect defend against Black Dragon Mountain. After all, he was now a person of the Tyrant Blade sect, so he has to consider the sect in his future actions. The winged horses were very fast. After 1 hour, Zhao Hai arrived at Yin Yang Peak. Zhao Hai didn't ride his horses directly up the mountain. He thinks that it would be disrespectful. Therefore, he got down the winged horses at the foot of the mountain. Then he led Kaiutai up the mountain path. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that his winged horses would be seen. This was because beasts were quite common in the great realm of cultivation, and these beasts could be placed inside special beast bags to hibernate. So when he used the winged horses, nobody would suspect that he took them out from the space. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai and Kaiutai reached the Yin Yang Elders' residence. Yin Yang Peak wasn't very tall. It was less than a kilometer high. The mountain wasn't very special. If it weren't for the Yin Yang Elders occupying it, nobody would know about the mountain. Zhao Hai didn't bother to knock and open the gate of the residence. When he entered, he saw Kaiu Zhen cleaning the courtyard. Actually, the courtyard was already clean. However, Kaiu Zhen was someone who can't endure doing nothing, so he always looked for things he could do. Hearing the gate opening, Kaiu Zhen raised his head. Upon seeing Zhao Hai and Kaiutai right behind, Kaiu Zhen immediately stood up and said, "I have seen the young master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, Uncle Zine is too polite. Are my masters free? I have something to tell them. Before Caillou Zen could reply, the Yin elder's voice was heard. Come to the living room. Zhao Hai gave a nod. Then he turned to Caillou Tai and said, Little Tai, you go and accompany your grandfather for a moment while I go inside. After saying that, he left Caillou Tai in the courtyard and entered the living room. When Zhao Hai entered the room, Caillou Zen pulled Caillou Tai over and said, Little Tai, how is your master treating you? Have you been obedient? Caillou Tai nodded and said, Grandfather can rest assured. Master is very good to me. I'm also very obedient. Grandfather, you don't know this, but Master has a lot of puppets that can do housework. I only need to relay the young master's orders and the puppets will do the chores for me. Caillou Zen was stunned. Puppets? He let puppets do housework. Caillou Tai nodded. Yes. However, the young master's puppets aren't for battle. They can only do housework. Also, those fellows are very stupid. They only do what they're told. Hearing Caillou Tai, Caillou Zen relaxed. Then he said, Little Tai, you have to be a good kid and obey your young master. You must not be lazy. Work with your hands and feet. And don't forget, you're your master's servant. Caillou Zen began to preach to Caillou Tai, who kept nodding his head. Chapter 1997, Going Beyond Expectations. When Zhao Hai entered the room, he saw the Yin Yang elders already sitting inside. He cupped his fist towards the two elders and said, I have seen masters. The Yin Yang elders nodded. Then the Yin elder said, Little Hai, have you settled well? Zhao Hai replied, I'm doing well. Master can rest assured. I came here today to give a report. I took up the task to farm all the lands under Lower Earth Mountain. Hearing Zhao Hai, the Yin Yang elders couldn't help but stare, but their expression didn't show any trace of anger. Instead, the Yin elder nodded and said, Tell me why. Zhao Hai answered, Yes, this disciple is thinking that since I'm settled in Lower Earth Mountain, then I should take responsibility for it. There aren't a lot of people on the mountain right now, which gives the beasts a lot of opportunities to cause trouble. So I was thinking that if we can plant crops on the land under the mountain, then people might get attracted to live in it. Once this happens, the security around Lower Earth Mountain would gradually increase. This disciple wants to focus on cultivation. If the beasts keep causing trouble, then I won't be able to get any time of peace. So whether it's for me or the sect, this matter needs to be taken care of. The more they listened to Zhao Hai, the brighter the Yin Yang elder's eyes became. In the end, the Yin elder nodded and said, Good, that's a good plan. But Little Hai, haven't you thought about moving to another place? Zhao Hai shook his head and replied, I have no intentions of moving. From the beginning, a cultivator practices in order to change their fate. A small matter such as the beasts of Black Dragon Mountain isn't something I have to be afraid of. If I'm scared of every danger I face, a seed of doubt will grow in my heart. When it sprouts, my future will be cut off. Good. Well said. The Yang elder exclaimed as he stood up. Little Hai, you might have already guessed, but we arranged for you to go to Lower Earth Mountain. We want to see how you'll handle it. Very good, you exceeded our expectations. Zhao Hai cupped his fist but didn't say anything. The Yang elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, about your cultivation, what plans do you have? Zhao Hai replied, I found that I have good comprehension regarding blade techniques. So I went to the Blade Pavilion and selected 5 blade techniques from the 3rd floor. The techniques are the Rolling Rocks Blade, Golden Deep Blade, Ice Cold Blade, Fallen Leaves Blade, and the Wisteria Blade. This disciple also used 500 jade essences to exchange for other manuals from the 1st floor. The manuals are the Primal Chaos Method, Windborne Movement Technique, Sealing Blade, Beating Waves Fist, and Crumbling Mountain Kicking Technique. I chose these basic techniques to see the standards of the True Spirit Realm's cultivation methods, fist techniques, movement techniques, and kicking techniques. If these basic techniques are better than those in the Great Realm of Cultivation, then disciple might consider switching. And the reason why I chose different attributes for my blade techniques is because I want to see if I can practice them. If so, I'll be able to practice other blade techniques if I don't like what I chose. I also found that I could understand the blade more if I used this method." Zhao Hai's words were half real and half fake. He has long known that he could practice all attributes of the blade. However, he didn't mention it to the Yin Yang elders. He just said that he would try. The Yang elder already sat back down. Hearing Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but turn his head at the Yin elder who was also looking at him. Both of them had a look of approval on their eyes. They guessed that Zhao Hai had an innate Dao body. Those with innate Dao bodies could practice any technique. Zhao Hai might be a nobody in the true spirit realm, but he was a peak expert before he ascended. Experts like him have their own understanding regarding cultivation. Because of this, when they ascended to the true spirit realm, they weren't taught using methods used for true spirit realm natives. Sometimes, it would be easy for these ascendants to comprehend on their own. Zhao Hai naturally has his own understanding regarding cultivation. For the Yin Yang elders, this was a good thing. They only need to ensure Zhao Hai's safety. There was no need for them to micromanage him. At the same time, the two elders were surprised at Zhao Hai's ability. From accepting Zhao Hai as a disciple to the present, the two didn't teach Zhao Hai a lot. However, Zhao Hai was able to rely on his own analysis to find a suitable method for him to practice. The two elders were more convinced that taking Zhao Hai as a disciple wasn't in vain. The Yin elder nodded and said, "Very good. You're doing quite well, actually, little Hai. We have something we haven't told you. We think that you have an innate Dao body." Zhao Hai looked at the Yin elder with a puzzled look. Then the Yin elder explained what an innate Dao body was as well as its importance. In the end, he added, "We haven't told you this because we're afraid of accidentally spreading this matter. You should be aware that if this information goes out, other sects would do their best to get rid of you. So don't tell anyone else about this in the future. Also, whenever you fight, don't use more than 5 types of blade techniques. Do you understand?" Actually, when the Yin elder explained to Zhao Hai what an innate Dao body was, Zhao Hai was stunned. He felt that the Yin Yang elders might have misunderstood, but at the same time he felt that they had not. His body was the same as the innate Dao body, but it was different. Innate Dao bodies were born, but Zhao Hai's Dao body wasn't. He can use these different attribute techniques because of his different divergent abilities. At the same time, the toxins in Zhao Hai's body had been removed when he communicated with all kinds of things. It can be said that Zhao Hai's innate Dao body was created, not born. Zhao Hai hasn't seen the real innate Dao body, but he could truly practice all cultivation methods and blade techniques. He also has the space, making his situation very special. He couldn't explain to the Yin Yang elders why his body was special, but since the two elders already identified him as someone with an innate Dao body, then this would make it more convenient for Zhao Hai's future cultivation. At the same time, he could understand the efforts of the two elders. His body was fairly the same as an innate Dao body. If someone found out about his situation, then they would definitely do their best to eliminate him. Zhao Hai doesn't want to constantly worry about being assassinated, so he would definitely let this information stop with him. Seeing Zhao Hai nod, the Yin Yang elders relaxed. Then the Yin elder said, "You said that you took the Lower Earth Mountain task and claimed a peak for yourself? I'll have people go over and clear out that peak. It will be yours from now on. By the way, wanting such a huge piece of land, can you farm all of it? Remember, your main focus should be practicing. Don't delay your cultivation for miscellaneous things." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Master can rest assured. It won't delay my cultivation." The Yin Yang elders nodded. Then the Yang elder said, "I heard that you're living with Lower Earth Mountain's 12 eccentrics. How are they? Is your relationship with them good?" Zhao Hai nodded. "They've been very good. They're not really that eccentric. They just don't know how to get along with other people. But I have been able to befriend them." The Yang elder was surprised by this, but he moved on and asked, "What about the puppets that little Tai is talking about? Where did you get so many puppets?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, replying to Master, "Those aren't actually puppets. They're robots I brought from the lower realm. These robots cannot fight, and even if they did, they're extremely weak. In the true spirit realm, The only thing they could do is basic chores like farming and housework. These robots are the reason why I'm confident that I could farm the lands under Lower Earth Mountain. I also have construction robots that could help build. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Yin Elder's eyes lit up. Is it possible to leave one of your robots behind? Zhao Hai didn't even hesitate as he agreed. Yes. I think Uncle Zen has been working too hard. I'll leave behind houseworking robots so that Uncle Zen won't tire himself too much. He can command those robots to do housework. One robot would be enough to help him. As for the rest, I'll leave them to you to manage. As he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out 5 robots and placed them inside a spatial bag before handing it over to the Yin Elder. The Yin Elder looked at the 5 robots with a bright look in his eyes. He received the spatial bag that Zhao Hai handed over and nodded. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go. By the way, if you have time, take care of that kid Caillou Tai. And if it's possible, teach him how to cultivate. Zhao Hai nodded. Master doesn't have to worry. I was planning to teach him. After heading back, I will test his spiritual roots and then teach him how to cultivate. The Yin Elder nodded. Right, take out your blade token and place it on your body. At this moment, you aren't very strong. If you encounter a powerful beast and the blade token is inside a spatial item, it wouldn't be able to protect you. Take it outside to keep yourself safe. Zhao Hai complied and took out his blade token and tied it to his waist. In fact, plenty of Tyrant Blade sect disciples have blade chi in their tokens to protect their lives. Seeing that Zhao Hai had prepared well, the Yin Elder nodded and said, you can go. Pay attention to yourself. If there's anything that you don't understand, don't hesitate to come over. At the same time, look for more jade slips regarding the true spirit realm to learn more. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he cupped his fist towards the 2 elders before leaving. Looking at Zhao Hai's departure, the Yin Elder let out a sigh and said, this kid is too talented. It seems like in the future his achievements will surpass ours. The Yang Elder laughed and said, isn't that a good thing? Right, brother. Why do you care about Little Hai's robots? Do you want to hand them over to the puppet hall? Although the robots can do delicate work, they are too weak. The Yin Elder replied, our puppet hall isn't that developed. The sect doesn't really care about puppets. Also, information about puppets couldn't be easily found. Although these puppets aren't very strong, their production method is very unique. Have the puppet hall take them apart and study. Maybe they can learn something. The Yang Elder nodded. Then his eyes suddenly lit up as he said, brother, do you think we should arrange Little Hai to stay in that place for a while? I remember that kid Lin Ling saying that Little Hai isn't only strong, but he also knows about refining artifacts and pills. The Yin Elder shook his head and said, no, at least not now. Little Hai needs to get stronger. Although the sect places great importance to pills and artifacts, all of these can't compare to personal strength. If Little Hai becomes stronger, then we might consider it. But now, we can't afford to delay him. The Yang Elder thought that it was correct, so he no longer dwelled on it. Then he asked, brother, Lower Earth Mountain is very dangerous. Little Hai might not be able to withstand it. Do we have any way to help him? The Yin Elder thought about it for a moment before he said, let's pay attention to Lower Earth Mountain for now. Let's have little Caillou go to the miscellaneous hall and ask for 2 portable transmission formations. Let's also build an alarm system at Lower Earth Mountain, so if too many beasts attack, we can give support immediately. What do you think? The Yang Elder nodded. Alright, I'll take care of it. We should at least guarantee some of his safety. Little Caillou, come in. Caillou Zen complied and walked in. Then the Yang Elder said, little Caillou, go to the sect later and ask for 2 portable transmission formations. I will order them to bring it to you. You only need to receive them. Caillou Zen nodded. Then he turned around and left. At the same time, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He knew that the reason why the Yin Yang Elders asked for portable transmission formations was because of Zhao Hai. This was to ensure that Zhao Hai was safe. And if Zhao Hai was safe, then Caillou Tai would be safe as well. Chapter 1998, Beast attack. Zhao Hai and Coyote sat on a winged horse and flew back to Lower Earth Mountain. Zhao Hai discovered that Coyote wasn't as excited to ride the winged horse as before. He had a rare look of reluctance on his face. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He knew that Coyote was feeling homesick. In the end, Coyote was still 5 years old. If this was back on Earth, kids of this age would be the darlings of their parents. They would never allow their kid to serve someone. But in the true spirit realm, kids like Coyote were already at the age to work. It can even be said that he has become a pawn for the development of his clan. Zhao Hai was well aware that although his status in the Tyrant Blade sect wasn't high at this time, he would definitely become one of the more famous people in the sect due to the identity of the Yin Yang Elders. He might even get some influence in the sect. With Coyote being placed at his side by Caillou Zen, Coyote's influence in the sect would also increase in the future. When the water rises, the boat rises with it, and this was the goal that the Caillou clan was aiming for. So seeing Kitai's reluctance to go, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He also couldn't send Coyote back to the Caillou clan. If he did that, he would be bringing harm to the kid. But Zhao Hai doesn't know how to comfort Coyote. He has zero experience in dealing with children. As he was thinking of solutions, Zhao Hai's expression suddenly changed. Then he looked down at Coyote and said, "Little Tai, continue riding the winged horse slowly towards Lower Earth Mountain. Lower Earth Mountain is under attack by beasts. I'll go ahead to take a look." Hearing this, Coyote said, "Young master, let's go back together." Zhao Hai admonished him, "Little Tai, don't be stubborn. You can't do anything even if you came with me. I'll go and first to help the senior brothers. You fly slowly behind. Be sure that you don't fall down." Before Coyote was about to say anything, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released a 9-winged cloud centipede. Then he jumped on the back of the centipede and rocketed towards Lower Earth Mountain. The 9-winged cloud centipede was very quick. Moreover, it was a battle beast. The 9-winged cloud centipede flew straight towards Lower Earth Mountain. While it was flying, the centipede let out a couple of screeches, causing the Tyrant Blade sect cultivators below to look up. There was still some distance from Lower Earth Mountain, so these people didn't know that something happened. They were just curious about the beast that was screeching above. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things right now. He continued to hurry back to Lower Earth Mountain. Although he knew from Kair that only 30 beasts were attacking, he was afraid that they would destroy the field he had planted. If that happens, then he would have to replant all of his seeds. Of the 30 beasts that were attacking, 20 were running on the ground. They looked like wolves. For the other 10, they were beasts that looked like vultures, and these 10 vultures were the most threatening beasts for Lower Earth Mountain. The beasts weren't very strong, but their coordination was very good. Dao Shu and the others haven't reached the teleportation stage yet, so they couldn't fly. Because of this, they had to deal with the wolves and the vultures at the same time. It would be hard for this battle to end soon, but generally speaking, Dao Shu and the others were stronger than the beasts, so they could hold on for quite some time. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of Dao Shu and the others falling. He was afraid that his field would be destroyed. As he stood on the 9-winged cloud centipede, Zhao Hai held a huge 5-meter-long blade in his hand. Zhao Hai wasn't planning on getting down to help Dao Shu and the others. His target were the vultures. In less than half an hour, Zhao Hai could see Lower Earth Mountain. The vultures that were circling around the mountain were also able to see Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and released a large amount of double sting bees. Then he ordered the 9-winged cloud centipede to charge towards the vultures. The vultures were naturally able to sense the aggressiveness of Zhao Hai, but they didn't put him in their eyes. They were actually patient. Zhao Hai saw 5 vultures flying towards him. The other 5 continued to fly around the first peak. Zhao Hai didn't expect the beasts in the true spirit realm to be this intelligent. They could even divide their forces. However, this was Zhao Hai's intention. He waved his long blade and roared, "Kill!" The 9-winged cloud centipede sped up and charged towards the vultures. Each vulture was 10 meters long and had a wingspan of around 30 meters. They had silvery white feathers and a huge hooked beak. Their claws also looked very sharp. One could see how damaging they could be. Hearing Zhao Hai's roar, The vulture closest to him squawked and threw itself towards Zhao Hai. The nine-winged cloud centipede also screeched and met the vulture's charge with a cloud of black smoke. When the smoke surrounded the vulture, it couldn't help but scream as its body shook. Then it began to fall downward with its body turned totally black. Zhao Hai didn't let go of this opportunity. He waved his huge blade and cut towards the vulture's neck. Zhao Hai heard a puffing sound confirming his hit on the target. But before long, he noticed that he only cut the front of the vulture's neck. Although the vulture wouldn't be able to survive this level of damage, the result still surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai used his full power in sending the attack, but it only cut off the throat of the vulture. He failed to cut the entire head off. This showed the defensive strength of the beast. It must be known that the vulture has already been poisoned by the nine-winged cloud centipede. With how weakened it was still able to have very strong defenses. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this wasn't the time to study the vulture. He waved his hand and sent the dead vulture to the space. Then he commanded his double sting bees to launch an attack towards the 4 remaining vultures. Double sting bees were famous for the sharpness of their stingers. Most defenses wouldn't be able to do anything against their piercing power. Additionally, after entering the space, the genes of the double sting bees and the nine-winged cloud centipedes have been improved. This made the poison of the nine-winged cloud centipede to be more potent and the stingers of the double sting bees to be sharper. The vultures of the true spirit realm have not seen double sting bees before. Both the double sting bees and the nine-winged cloud centipede came from the soaring dragon realm. The beasts of the soaring dragon realm were different from the ones in the true spirit realm. Because of this, the vultures were unaware of the strength of the double sting bees. Just as they were about to attack the double sting bees, the vultures were already peppered by stingers. The vultures wanted to avoid the stingers but they failed. The vultures were very huge birds that were charging in a straight line. They would need a large turning radius if they wanted to dodge. They weren't agile enough to make a swift turn. Before long, the 4 vultures were turned into pincushions. Although the vultures have powerful defenses and didn't die immediately, the damage and the poison in the stingers immobilized them. Before long, the vultures began to fall down, and like before, Zhao Hai made his move. He began attacking the vultures but left them barely alive. Then he sent them all to the space. He didn't turn them into undead. They would be treated and be added to the number of species inside the space. After dealing with the 5 vultures, Zhao Hai immediately threw himself towards the other 5. The 5 vultures didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to deal with the others in a short time. They screeched and then turned around to escape. These beasts weren't fearless warriors who would die on the battlefield. They would only turn into mindless beasts during beast tides. On normal times, they turn into cowards once they know that the odds were against them. When the vultures ran away, Dao Shu and the others were finally able to deal with the wolves. As Dao Shu and the others were slaughtering the wolves, those who survived howled and ran away as well. Despite seeing this, Dao Shu and the others didn't pursue. Although they didn't know how to get along with people, they had very rich experience when it came to fighting the beasts. One time, they chased the running wolves which caused them to fall into an ambush. Since then, whenever they saw the wolves retreating, they would no longer chase them. Dao Shu and the others also saw Zhao Hai's battle against the vultures. Although they weren't able to fly, their eyesight was very good. And with the battle between Zhao Hai and the vultures happening very close to the ground, they were able to see the events of the battle very clearly. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to command so many beasts. Seeing that the beasts have retreated, Zhao Hai received the double sting bees. Then he commanded the 9-wing cloud centipede to descend. After jumping down from the centipede, Zhao Hai sent it back to the space. Then he went towards Dao Shu and the others who were also heading towards him. When the 2 sides got close, Dao Shu laughed and said, "Little Hai, I didn't expect you to be this formidable, ha ha ha." Very fierce. Chapter 1999. Testing Kaiutai. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Dao Shu and the others and said, "It's nothing. I knew how to tame beasts from a long time ago. These are beasts I tamed back in the soaring dragon realm. I just sent them out to help with the fight. I didn't expect that they would be effective." Dao Shu laughed and said, I'm jealous. But you sure have learned a lot of things. Be careful or else the two elders will scold you. Zhao Hai smiled and said, these are all things I learned a long time ago. Haha. Alright, let's head inside and talk. Dao Shu and the others nodded and walked inside with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai and the others were still in Resident Complex 52. Only the wall of the courtyard was destroyed by the wolves when they attacked. Fortunately, the residences weren't completely ruined and only the robots have suffered. Although the robots were only for housework and had no fighting power, they followed their own set rules. Robots were to put human lives first before their own. Naturally, there were no such rules in combat robots. These rules were only applicable to household robots. Because of this rule, when the robots saw the wolves attacking Dao Shu and the others, they immediately charged. Although they were getting torn to shreds, they continued to defend. Zhao Hai planned to take the robots away to be repaired. However, he didn't expect Dao Shu and the others to ask for the destroyed robots. When he asked, Dao Shu and the others said that they wanted to keep the robots as souvenirs. Zhao Hai didn't decline and gave the destroyed robots to them. Dao Shu and the others happily received the robots. After dealing with these things, Zhao Hai and the others went to the living room to sit down. The robots that survived served them tea. After taking a sip of his tea, Zhao Hai looked at Dao Shu and said, "Senior brother, why did those beasts suddenly attack you?" Dao Shu forced a smile and said, "Junior brother, you should get used to this. Attacks like these are common in Lower Earth Mountain. We're all used to it at this point. You should now understand why we sent our servants away. Those servants have no fighting power. If they stay here, they might die." Zhao Hai nodded. Then his expression turned heavy. This was the first time he was worried for Kaiutai. If beasts keep attacking in the future, then he could only use his spatial divergent ability to save Kaiutai. Seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, Dao Shu smiled and said, "Alright, there's no need to worry. Although the beasts of Black Dragon Mountain frequently attack us, these beasts aren't very strong. If a truly powerful beast comes, the sect will send out a powerful expert to drive them back." Zhao Hai believed him. The Tyrant Blade sect kept the Black Dragon Mountain because it could serve as a trial ground for the disciples. Although the Black Dragon Mountain seems to be uncontrollable, Zhao Hai believes that the Tyrant Blade sect has enough power to keep the beasts in line. Otherwise, the mountain would threaten the prestige of the Tyrant Blade sect. It must be known that the Black Dragon Mountain touched the Tyrant Blade sect's territory. If the mountain sends a beast tide, the sect would happily show its strength. Thinking through this point, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he looked at Dao Shu and the others and said with a serious expression, "Senior brothers, I'll have to apologize in advance. I'm afraid that you'll have to move." Dao Shu stared, then he asked, "Junior brother, what do you mean?" Dao Niu and the others were also looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It's not like I want to drive you away, but I have accepted a task today to plant the lands under Lower Earth Mountain. I didn't expect the miscellaneous hall to also give peak number 1 to me. I have no other choice but to make you leave. I just arrived in the true spirit realm, so I have to tell my masters about the task." As soon as they heard that I accepted the task, they allowed me to stay in peak number 1, but they're also afraid that my cultivation will be disturbed, so they want the peak to be cleaned out. In the end, I'll have to ask for your forgiveness. In return, I'll give you robots. Please don't be offended. Ha ha ha. Hearing Zhao Hai, Dao Shu couldn't help but laugh. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Junior brother, you're thinking about it too much. If it's the decision of the two elders, then we can only follow. We can also understand. You just arrived in the true spirit realm, so you really need to cultivate in peace. Moreover, it won't be good if we're present when the two elders instruct you. There's more than enough space in the mountain for us. We can move anytime. But brother, we'll have to ask you to give each one of us a robot. We really need them." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "That's not a problem. During the beast attack, 10 robots have been destroyed. There's still 20 robots left. And since the courtyard has been cleaned up, you can take 12 of them. 8 robots will be enough to maintain my courtyard." Dao Shu smiled and said, "Then we'll be impolite and accept them." "Brother, We still have to choose a place to live, so we won't be staying here for long. We'll be taking the robots away." Zhao Hai nodded and then called over 12 robots to go with Dao Shu and the others. Then he took out a spatial bag and said, "Brother, take this as well. Inside are some basic necessities. The robots will know what to do with them." Dao Shu received the spatial bag and scanned it with his spiritual force. There were quite a lot of things inside. Dao Shu didn't decline and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, I won't say much. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call us." Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Then I'll have to accept your promise." "Senior brothers, send me a message once you've selected your residence. I'll come and drink with you when I have time." Dao Shu and the others laughed and then cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai before leaving. Looking at their departing backs, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Dao Shu and the others couldn't fly yet, so they can only walk down peak number 1 and then walk along the mountain paths towards the others' peaks. This wasn't a short distance. To be honest, Zhao Hai still felt sorry for Dao Shu and the others. As soon as he arrived, he drove them away, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't let anyone else know about his matters. Just as Dao Shu and the others left, the sound of wings beating was heard before a winged horse descended from the sky. Just as the winged horse landed, Coyote jumped down, but because the winged horse was too tall, Coyote stumbled when he got down. He quickly got up and ran towards Zhao Hai and asked, "Young master, are you alright?" Zhao Hai looked at Coyote and couldn't help but smile. He patted Coyote's head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Alright, come with me inside." Coyote complied and then entered the living room with Zhao Hai. Upon entering the room, Zhao Hai looked at Coyote and said, "Little Tai, I'll test you today to see the state of your spiritual roots, then I'll teach you to cultivate. What do you think?" When he heard Zhao Hai, Coyote's eyes shone and said, "Young master, you said I can cultivate like you. Can I be as strong as you as well?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That won't be hard. There are plenty of people more powerful than me in the Tyrant Blade sect. Don't worry. You will be as powerful as them in the future." Coyote shook his head and said, "No, young master is the most powerful. I heard grandfather say that you're powerful." Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. He waved his hand and took out a crystal ball. Just by looking at it, one could see that the crystal ball wasn't simple. This was a product that the space made specifically to test a person's spiritual root compatibility. Zhao Hai handed the crystal ball to Coyote and said, "Little Tai, grab this crystal ball and concentrate. Remove any distracting thoughts." Coyote obediently received the crystal ball and focused hard on it. In the beginning, his heart was full of distractions, but before long, his heart quieted down and he began to concentrate. There was only the crystal ball in his eyes. The crystal ball flashed with brilliant lights. Then characters began appearing on the crystal ball. Earth element spiritual root, 70%, water element spiritual root, 2%, fire element spiritual root, 1%, metal element spiritual root 2%, wood element spiritual root, 1%, other spiritual roots, less than 1%. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately knew that Coyote was most compatible with the earth attribute. Moreover, besides the earth attribute, there was no need to consider the other attributes. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, little Tai, you can stop." Coyote recovered and then handed the crystal ball back to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the crystal ball and began looking at Coyote. He started to ponder what cultivation methods Coyote could practice. For the earth attribute, it was best to study defensive techniques as well as strength techniques. Such a cultivation path means that their beginning would be slow, however, they would become very formidable later on. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai's eyes shone. He thought about the 18 Buddhist techniques, particularly the demon subjugation technique. The demon subjugation technique was a cultivation method that increases both strength and defense. Although it was a Buddhist technique, its core attribute was the earth. It should be suitable for Coyote to study. Chapter 2000, Cannot See Through. Coyote anxiously looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know what cultivation method Zhao Hai would make him practice. However, deep inside, He was happy thinking that he could finally cultivate. There is nobody in the true spirit realm that doesn't want to cultivate. However, most people were like Kyutai, who was only compatible with a single spiritual root. Most sects would never accept such people as disciples. Although these people could cultivate, it would be impossible for them to reach a high level. It would be a huge loss for a sect to spend resources on someone who would never reach far. Therefore, those with mortal level spiritual roots won't have anyone to teach them to cultivate. Kyutai was from the true spirit realm, so he was clearly aware of this matter. Originally, he thought that he would have no chances of cultivation, but now, upon hearing that Zhao Hai would teach him, he was naturally ecstatic. As Kyutai was feeling uneasy, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Little Tai, you are most compatible with the earth attribute. I have a cultivation method that I obtained in the lower realms, but I don't know how high this method could be practiced. Are you willing to study it?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kyutai didn't even hesitate as he replied, I want to study. Young master, please teach me." Zhao Hai looked at Kyutai and then smiled faintly as he said, "That's good. Then starting today, I will teach you to cultivate. Take this jade slip first. The cultivation method is inside. After memorizing the contents, I will guide you how to cultivate." While talking, Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and handed it to Kyutai. Kyutai joyfully received the jade slip and said, "Yes, young master can rest assured. I will memorize it as soon as possible." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Now go. There's no need to worry about me. I'll be practicing by myself." Kyutai nodded and then went to his room. Seeing Kyutai's appearance, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This kid, haha, let's see how far he can go." Then he stood up and walked out. Looking at Resident Complex 52, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. This huge area was his own. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a winged horse, then he jumped on the horse and flew around Resident Complex 52. Before long, the entire area was mapped by the space. Altogether, Resident Complex 52 has 12 courtyard blocks. Each courtyard block could house 10 to 12 people. Moreover, the facilities were very complete. It has its own cafeteria and training grounds. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that there was a formation around the resident complex. However, it seems like the formation was not in use. Zhao Hai immediately asked Kair, "Look at the entire complex and see what it originally looked like. If it's built well, we won't need to redesign it. If it's not, then we'll redesign." Kair complied and immediately worked with Laura and the others. Seeing how busy they became, Zhao Hai smiled and couldn't help but think about when the courtyard complex would be completed. When the time comes, he will take them out. They rarely appeared in front of people, with the vermilion bird and black tortoise stamps having their own independent spaces. Zhao Hai could say that he used the stamps to bring Laura and the others over. Although the vermilion bird stamp and the black tortoise stamp were treasures that people would covet, Zhao Hai now has two formidable masters. The Yin Yang elders weren't people who could be easily bullied. If they knew that someone had intentions of stealing from Zhao Hai, they certainly wouldn't let them off. However, another problem was the fact that Laura and the others haven't reached the immortal stage. Although the cleansing water could adjust their bodies so that they could live in the true spirit realm, it wouldn't be good if people come to know that they were able to violate the laws of the realm. If that happens, there would be a huge disturbance. At that time, the Yin Yang elders wouldn't be able to defend them. Currently, the spiritual chi density of the space has reached the same level as the true spirit realm. Laura and the others would be able to progress in their cultivation much faster compared to before. They would only need some time before they could reach the standards of the true spirit realm. When that time comes, Zhao Hai would have no worries releasing them outside. As for Resident Complex 52, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about it. Although the walls were destroyed, the complex wasn't completely ruined. With the help of the universal scanner, Kair was able to remake the original design of Resident Complex 52. Seeing the original plans of Resident Complex 52, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect the resident complex to look like this. The 12 courtyard blocks of the complex surrounded a huge training ground. Then not far from the training ground was a cafeteria. These two places were the public facilities of the complex. Each courtyard block also has their own training ground. However, they didn't have cafeterias. Although the layout looked ordinary, Zhao Hai could see that the courtyard blocks were made in accordance with the four-state Great Formation. The training ground in the middle was the core of the entire Great Formation. When the enemy attacks, people can gather in the training ground and use their techniques to control the formation. The design of the resident complex was very practical. It might as well be called a military compound. Once the four-state Great Formation was repaired, as long as there's enough manpower, capturing residence number 52 would not be easy. The resident complex wasn't designed to look like a graceful beauty. Instead, it was built like a rigid, iron-blooded maiden. Combined with the situation of the mountain, it gave the feeling of being neither lacking nor excessive. After some time, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What do you guys think? This will be our home for a long time. After the complex is repaired and you reach the immortal stage, you'll also come out and live here with me. Tell me if we need to add anything." Laura smiled and said, "There's no need to change anything. However, the defensive formation of the residence needs to be upgraded. At the very least, the formation needs to be three-dimensional. Brother Hai, see if you can go to your master's place and request some formations. Although there's no need to change everything, we'll have to decorate the inside according to our taste." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. Get everything ready along with the robots. Leave the rest to me. You should practice when you have nothing to do. Reach the immortal stage as soon as possible so that we can meet outside." Laura and the others complied. They didn't care about anything other than being beside Zhao Hai. In the past, they didn't care too much about cultivation, but now that they have a reason, they naturally would do their best. Laura and the others got busy designing for the interior of Resident Complex 52. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai started to reorganize the complex. Zhao Hai commanded the robots to get stones to fix the buildings. Then he left the job to Coyote Hai as he rode his winged horse and soared towards Xianyang Mountain. After several hours of flying, Zhao Hai arrived at Xianyang Mountain. Like before, he stopped at the bottom of the mountain and walked up on foot. He arrived at the residence by afternoon. Upon arriving at the residence, Zhao Hai pushed the gate open and went in. Caillou Zhen already retrieved the portable transmission formations that the Yin Yang elders asked for. Now that he is back, he would naturally stay in the two elders' residence. But unlike last time, Caillou Zhen didn't look busy. He was currently commanding the robot to do the housework. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, he quickly greeted him with a smile. "I have seen the young master." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Zhen, you're too polite. How are you? Is the robot to your liking?" Caillou Zhen smiled and said, "It's very easy to use. I'll have to thank the young master. With the robot, I'm now more relaxed. But I couldn't help but worry about these robots. I'm afraid that they would replace me soon." Hearing Caillou Zhen, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle Zhen, you're thinking too much. It's impossible for robots to completely replace people. You don't have to worry about this. Even if they're effective, robots still need someone to order them, do they not?" Caillou Zhen nodded with a smile and said, "Young master is correct." "Right. Are you looking for the old masters?" "They're both present." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he went to the living room and said, "Masters, this disciple is asking for an audience." The Yin elder's voice was heard, "Come in." Zhao Hai pushed the door open and cupped his fist towards the two elders. The Yin elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You came back quickly. Is there something wrong?" Zhao Hai gave a nod and said, "Master, this disciple has taken over Resident Complex 52. I want to restore it to its original state. However, there seems to be something wrong with the formation there." Disciple wants to ask Master if there are any jade slips about formations in the sect. "And if there are, can I take a look?" Hearing this, the Yin elder couldn't help but ask, "You also know about formations?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, I understand it a bit. I studied a movement technique in the past that involved formations, so upon seeing that Resident Complex 52 has a defensive formation, I want to modify it." The Yang elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you confident? This formation can't be completed in a day or two. Your main focus right now should be cultivation. You shouldn't do anything that would delay you. We can have formation masters of the sect come over and help you fix the formation." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Master, there's no need to worry. It won't delay my cultivation. Formations are easy to understand, as long as you get the basics. It actually isn't that hard. Also, my comprehension of formations is different compared to other people. My formations can't be laid out by other people, so they can't help even if they want to." Hearing Zhao Hai, the Yin elder nodded and said, "You look confident. All right, I'll leave the formation to you. I want to see what kind of formation you can arrange." After he said that, his body flashed with white light before he disappeared. The Yang elder looked at Zhao Hai and said, "After some time, the two of us will go to your place to take a look. If we see that you've fallen behind, then don't blame us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Master can rest assured. Disciple will not disappoint you." As he said that, there was a flash of white light and the Yin elder reappeared. He handed a jade slip to Zhao Hai and said, "Take this. These are common formations used by the sect. If you understand them all, then the majority of formations in the true spirit realm would not be able to stop you." Zhao Hai received the jade slip and then cupped his fist towards the Yin elder. "Thank you very much, Master. Can I take this jade slip back? If I can't, I can record it right now." The Yin elder shook his head and said, "There's no need. This jade slip is a duplicate I recorded. You can take it back to study. But remember, you cannot delay your cultivation. Otherwise, you can't blame us for punishing you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Then this disciple asks to be excused. In a few days, masters can come over to take a look. If you're not satisfied, then you can punish me." The Yin elder waved his hand and Zhao Hai turned around to leave. Once Zhao Hai was gone, the Yin elder looked at the Yang elder and said, "Junior brother, little Hai really looks confident in his formations. What do you think?" The Yang elder smiled bitterly and said, "I really can't say. At this point, I can't read that kid. We only spent a very short time with him, so we still don't understand him. I really don't know if it's a good or bad thing that we have a disciple like him." The Yin elder sighed and said, "We already took him in as a disciple. From what I can see, even if he doesn't become a powerful expert, he can still be a refining master or an alchemy master. He might even be a formation master. No matter what, he can be useful to the sect." The Yang elder nodded.